and how to improve the system in our state.
The very future of Arizona is really tied to our ability to increase our educational attainment rates.
That's President and CEO of Education Forward Arizona, Rich Nickel. The organization has done several education-based polls this year. He says the majority of voters want more apprenticeships and opportunities to earn college credits for high school students. Nickel also says this is something lawmakers, including the brand new ones who have just finished their races, should consider.
Especially right now should be a real wake-up call to our policymakers in how they ought to think about what they're prioritizing or not prioritizing based on what the people really want.
It's also part of the organization's Achieve 60 AZ goal, aiming to get 60% of all Arizona working adults into college, a trade school, or similar program. Nickel adds there's a cost to not hitting that goal for our economy.
The benefits are so massive when you're looking at, $5 billion if we can increase our college going by 20%.
Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
To learn more, visit the Education Center at KTAR.com, presented by Maricopa Community Colleges. Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's November 7th, and back on this day in 2013, Twitter became public. Shares of Twitter, now known as X, went on sale to the public for the first time and instantly leaped more than 70% above their offering price, in a dazzling debut that exceeded even Wall Street's lofty hopes. Twitter had never turned a profit since it was founded 7 years prior, and shares opened at $45.10. In the first few hours, the stock jumped as high as $50.09, and by the closing bell, the social network was valued at $31 billion, with a B, nearly as much as Yahoo, and just below Kraft Foods. Now fast forward to the present, the company would go private again, and in October of 2022, Elon Musk bought it for $44 billion, and he renamed the social media giant X. And it all started when Twitter first became public back on this day in 2013.
Let's get an update on traffic now, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. New problem in Mesa. It's a vehicle fire on the US 60 eastbound before Stapley Drive. That is off to the right. 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Arizona Avenue. That crash continues to block the right lane. 101 Price Freeway northbound. Before you get to the 202 Red Mountain Freeway, there is a crash there in the clearing stages off to the right. New wreck just came in from Glendale, 67th Avenue at Olive. Thomas Road at 79th Avenue, a crash clearing up. And watch for a wreck at Superstition Boulevard at Idaho Road in Apache Junction. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 68. Tonight clear, the low 48. Right now in Glendale, sunny skies, 62 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. This KTAR News expansion is brought to you by Sweet James. If you've been injured in an accident, call Sweet James. Our election coverage continues now with a special election program hosted by Jim Sharp. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
Yep, it's Jim Sharp here. Hey, Jeff, before you take your headphones off, I wanted to mention something to you because you had a story there about Elon Musk and Twitter now named X and all that. Somebody tweeted yesterday. I thought this was pretty funny. Elon is such a dumb blank. He spent $44 billion on Twitter, and all he got was control of all three branches of the federal government. That's pretty good. Thought that was pretty good.
Okay.
That's just funny. Come on.
No,
you got to laugh.
Did laugh.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I got to say that I need more laughter in my life right now. I actually ended up in a little bit of a weird situation with a relative, a very close relative, who was very upset about the election results and in some way, shape, or form was blaming me for it. And I can't even explain how this all worked out. But I think it's, people just taking all this too much to heart. And, by the way, I wrote an article yesterday. You can read it at KTAR.com. And it warns people, don't, be careful of the voters that you get mad at, because you might be getting mad at yourself. Essentially, because of the way the vote laid out in Arizona, you had people who voted for a Republican for president, a Democrat for the Senate, voted for what was obviously a very Republican proposition, the border initiative. Actually, that was a referendum. And then also voted for the initiative that was to put abortion access into our Arizona Constitution. So if you get a second, check that out and maybe send it to somebody who who's kind of losing their mind over the election. It may or may not help. I don't know. All right, but we got a lot planned for you on our election results special. In just a few minutes, political strategist, former Republican state legislator Stan Barnes is going to join me to talk about the future of Arizona's Republican Party, what the makeup of the state legislature could be when all the votes finally get counted. At around 12:45, we'll be joined by Garrett Archer, data analyst with our TV partners at ABC 15. He's former senior elections analyst for the Secretary of State's office. He's going to join us to talk about where we stand on the ballot count in Arizona and Maricopa County. He follows this stuff like nobody's business. He coined the term Maricopa incoming because, in 2020, and everybody follows him because of that. And he's going to take us through where we are as far as the ballots that have been counted, how many more are left to be counted, why it takes us so long to count. And we'll talk with our guest a little after 1 o'clock about that as well. Adrian Fontes, Arizona Secretary of State, is going to join me to talk about how the voting went, how we can improve efficiency, if there's any way we can get the votes counted faster in Arizona. And he is one of those guys that never holds back. He's got an opinion on all this stuff. Well, he's an elections official. And he's a Marine, right? So he's, most Marines I know, unless they're talking to a commanding officer, are going to give you exactly what their opinion is. And at around 1:15, you're going to hear from Stephen Slagaki, who is the former chairman of the Maricopa County Democratic Party. He talked with Jamie West and me on Arizona's Morning News today about the path forward for Arizona's and the National Democratic Party. What do they do now that they're, kind of licking their wounds and trying to figure out where do we go wrong on messaging? Is it because we changed horses in midstream, if you will, going from Biden to Harris? What was that there? But locally, here in Arizona, Democrats are definitely sitting in a much better position than they were 4 years ago. We have a Democratic governor. We have a Democratic Secretary of State, second in line. You got an attorney general who's a Democrat. So you've got a lot of people who are Democrats in some positions of power in this state. So, on the whole, where does the Arizona Democratic Party stand? And then we're going to wrap up our special elections results show by chatting with Chris and Joe, and Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels is going to join me to talk about the impact that Prop 314's passage is going to have on border sheriffs. Of course, Prop 314 is, of course, the so-called Protect the Border Act. But first, wanted to get you updated on the latest results in the races that have yet to be decided in our state. Now, the presidential race actually technically lands in that category, even though it won't affect the nationwide results. There is still a chance Harris could win Arizona.
Like 1 out of 100?
More like 1 out of 1,000,000.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! But not a realistic chance that Donald Trump won't win Arizona, as he still has about a 136,000 vote lead. Now, that's 136,000 votes out of the nearly 2.5 million ballots that have been counted. That translates to a 5.5% lead for Trump in Arizona. So there's really no realistic path for Harris to win Arizona. And even if she did, it's over, right? The Electoral College has pretty much been decided at this point. As far as the U.S. Senate race goes, you got Democrat Ruben Gallego with a lead over Republican Kari Lake. That lead right now, just a hair under 53,000 votes, with just a tad more than 2.4 million votes counted in that race. That equates to a 2.2% lead for Ruben Gallego. Still too close to call. And it's much closer than, say, the polling we were seeing, I don't know, even 2 months ago. There was double-digit leads for Ruben Gallego in some polls a couple of months ago. That tightened as we got closer to the election. And, of course, the most important poll that matters is what happens at the polling place. And right now, a 2.2% lead for Ruben Gallego. As far as the congressional races go, you got District 6, Republican incumbent Juan Ciscomani has about a 1,600 vote lead over Democrat Kirsten Engel. That's out of 288,000 votes counted so far. So that's only a 0.5% lead for Ciscomani in the congressional district that covers southeastern Arizona, a good chunk of Pima County, and southern Pinal County. And this is one of those races that could help determine the balance of power in the United States House, which has yet to be decided. And another race that could help decide that is going on in District 1, Congressional District 1, which covers the Northeast Valley. You've got incumbent Republican David Schweikert. He's leading Democrat Amish Shah by about 9,400 votes. That's out of 336,000 votes that have been tallied so far there. That equates to a 2.8% lead for Schweikert. By the way, this is a district that has seen a dramatic change over the years from a solidly Republican district to a moderate, even slightly left-leaning district. But for some reason, David Schweikert has found the ability to talk to those voters as well. I don't know if it's going to result in a win there, but right now he's got the lead. And you've got a couple of newcomers to Congress from Arizona. That would be Democrat Yasmin Ansari, the former vice mayor for Phoenix, who is going to represent Ruben Gallego's current congressional district, which covers downtown and South Phoenix as well as parts of Glendale. And you've got Republican Abe Hamadeh, who replaces Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, who just won her race to be the next county supervisor for the West Valley. A lot of people kind of questioning that whole thing. They're like, really? Debbie Lesko? Why is she taking a step back? She's a congresswoman. Why is she going to become a county supervisor? What's that? Well, I don't know if you remember. We talked about this when I hosted a special for the primary vote, and that is that Debbie Lesko actually has more constituents as a county supervisor than she had as a member of Congress. By the way, Ansari is going to be the first Democratic Iranian-American woman elected to the House and is going to be the youngest Democratic woman in this upcoming Congress. She says she's hoping her party can win a House majority, but it's going to be an uphill battle either way.
In my view, the incoming Trump presidency will have dire consequences for our planet, our reproductive rights, our economy, and our democracy.
All right. Still to come here, we're going to chat with my friend Stan Barnes, who, while he spent a lot of time in the state legislature and he's been a political strategist for a long time in Arizona, I actually first met him working on the radio. Like it was his second career after being a state legislator. Stan's always entertaining, and he's going to be joining us in just a few minutes here on our special election results show. Also on the way, Garrett Archer, the data analyst with our TV partners at ABC 15, Adrian Fontes, Arizona Secretary of State, and the former Maricopa County Democratic Chair. All to talk about the election results we know and that which we're still waiting on. Stay with us here on KTAR News.
Arizona still has some races that are too close to call.
When all those ballots are counted and every Arizona's vote is counted, a poor Latino boy who grew up sleeping on the floor will be headed to the floor of the United States Senate.
We're checking up on the close contests in our state and local elections, and we'll bring you the confirmed results as the races are called on KTAR News 92.3, KTAR.com, and the KTAR News app.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to help grow your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Trajan Wealth can offer some of the highest guarantees in the business. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know no one wants to work forever. We all need to retire someday, and I know you've worked hard for your money, so now is the time to guarantee it. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't woulda, shoulda, coulda. Get up to a 30% bonus just for opening an account, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Retire the right way, the Trajan way, with Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hi, this is Jordan Beebe with Rooter Ranger Plumbing. I want you to call me for all your plumbing needs. To help you remember my phone number, I made a little jingle. It's so easy, my 4 kids sing it all the time. Hit it, kids.
Drains and toilets, we do it all. Rooter Rangers, always on call. 888-7 Ranger gets you out.
Now some holiday cheer from Trevec Remodeling and Roofing.
It's 10 days till Christmas and all through your place. The family's coming, so let's add some grace. New countertops, backsplash, and floors that gleam. A cozy fireplace to complete the scene. Even the guest bath refreshed and bright. 5 days is all we need to make a beautiful sight. With friends and family soon to appear, imagine their faces as they cheer. Your home's so lovely, festive and bright. How did you do it all overnight? Whether it's countertops or a bathroom uplift, our team can give your space a quick holiday shift. In just 5 days, we'll make it shine so you can enjoy your home in time. So hurry now, give us a call and get your home ready for the holiday haul. Call Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at 480-367-1171 or go online to Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec, together building dreams for more than 20 years.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody.
QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 12:30. I'm Jeff Munn.
Arizona Votes 2024.
Arizona State University presidential historian Brooke Simpson expects to see a very different Donald Trump during his second term in the White House. Simpson told Arizona's Morning News, unlike Trump's first term, he doesn't need to build bridges with Republican insiders.
I think that from the beginning he is going to surround himself with people whose loyalty he believes is going to be unchallenged.
Simpson is curious about how Trump plans to carry out his ambitious agenda. Not only does it look like Donald Trump will win the presidency among Arizonans, he also may outperform the state's Republican Senate candidate. Republican strategist Sean Noble says Kari Lake comes across as less authentic to voters versus the new president-elect.
She's put on the Trump cloak without any actual life experience of being Trump, thinking that she can just become Trump, and it's not authentic Kari Lake. People can see right through that.
Noble says that Lake has spent too much time on the Stop the Steal movement, saying voters won't believe her if she insists her election was stolen. Election day went well overall, says Arizona's statewide elections official, as counties continue sorting and processing ballots.
We had a little onesie-twosies, a power outage here for a few minutes and a bunch of ballots locked in a supply closet there, but it was pretty good.
That's Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, who adds voters generally didn't have issues at the polls, with the exception of Apache County. But those problems were fixed and voters given more time. Now Fontes says counties are sorting millions of ballots.
We're going to be helping them by deploying staff where we have folks to help. To Maricopa County, perhaps, to get some of that ballot processing done, because there's a ton of ballots still left to be processed.
He reminds listeners each county has their own rules for the elections process. Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
For more election news, head to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Less than a half hour ago, the Federal Reserve announcing it will cut interest rates by 0.25%. The impact of that announcement not really felt yet on the markets as the Dow Jones Industrials remain unchanged from 15 minutes ago, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are both in the positive territory. S&P up 40 points, NASDAQ up 266. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Update on traffic now as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. US 60 eastbound before Stapley Drive, the vehicle fire has been put out. The vehicle got to be cleared off of the right shoulder. Just a little tap of the brake pedal there as you approach the scene. Had an earlier crash on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Arizona Avenue. That's been cleared. 101 Price Freeway northbound before the 202 Red Mountain. That crash in the clearing stage is off to the right. And a couple of crashes in Glendale. One at Olive at 47th Avenue. The other at Olive at 67th Avenue. This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. It's hard to stop a train. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 68. Tonight clear, the low 48. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 63 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
All right, thanks for joining us here. And coming up in a little while here, Garrett Archer, a data analyst with our TV partners at ABC 15, former senior elections analyst with the Secretary of State's office, is going to join us to talk about where we stand on the ballot count in Arizona and Maricopa County and why it takes so long to count. Also coming up, Adrian Fontes, the Secretary of State, is going to join us to talk about that same thing, about how we can improve efficiency and if there is any way we can get the votes counted faster in Arizona. Then around 1:15, you're going to hear from the former chairman of the Maricopa County Democratic Party, talking about the path forward for Arizona's and the National Democratic Party and what that needs to be. And we'll wrap up our special elections results show by chatting with Chris and Joe, and Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels is going to join me to talk about the impact that Prop 314's passage is going to have on border sheriffs. That's the so-called Protect the Border Act. But right now I'm joined by political strategist, former Republican state legislator, and my friend Stan Barnes to talk about the future of Arizona's Republican Party and what the makeup of the state legislature will be once all the votes get counted. So, Stan, we talked a lot over the last few months about where the Republican Party will possibly head if Donald Trump's defeated, but that didn't happen. So is the GOP going to continue to be created in his image?
Yeah, short answer, yes.
You got to turn your... I was just telling everybody how you... There you go.
Right there?
I was just telling everybody how I met you in radio. I didn't meet you in politics.
What an embarrassing way to start. Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
The short answer is yes, and depending on where you sit, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. But I think we should start thinking of the Republican Party as the nationalist populist party, because that is what encompasses the new philosophy of it, and more of an inward-looking, and as opposed to whatever we've been on the international stage, and a lot more of completely unembarrassed about punishing those actors that would sell in the United States but not benefit the United States. Trump tariffs and the like, jobs here and the like. A very aggressive. We're going to let legal immigration take place, but we're going to be hyper on illegal immigration. And the way we're going to do the southern border, I think it is a functioning majority. It's just kind of hard to hold together, and it's kind of a new coalition that has a lot more brown and black voters that go along with the traditional conservative white voters that have been there for the Republican Party. So we're in the middle of it, Jim. We can't see the forest because we're in the trees. The realignment of these two parties is happening before our eyes.
As many people who might say Donald Trump will try to get a third term, he'll try. I don't think he will.
No.
Right. But so who is his successor? And I mean, I don't mean to fast forward 4 years before this election results is completely there. Is J.D. Vance the guy who's going to be taking up this mantle? Well, you're saying we're kind of at the at the
front
the
end.
arc of all of this.
We are in the front end, and it's so fun that this is the first moment I've ever thought about 4 years from now. Right on live radio.
You are what kind of a political strategist are you?
I know. I should be thinking generationally.
Yeah.
No, there's going to be a fist fight to be Trump's heir, but J.D. Vance has got to be in the first chair for the moment.
Yeah.
But the Vivek Ramaswamy types are out there, and it won't be. It won't be easy, but it might be very interesting and net positive for the Republican Party. But this is the direction it's going. Whatever you want to think of as Make America Great Again or America First, whatever it is, this is the new Republican Party. It is not the old Chamber of Commerce wing of the world with the social conservatives of the world making a drug deal together, one to fund it and one to give it the spirit. That's gone now, and it's an entirely different. And that makes the Democratic Party also entirely different.
Yeah, they don't seem to be the party of the working class nearly as much as they used to be.
They, as Victor Davis Hanson said in a column, they are the party of the rich and the people that are fed by the government. And those are not his exact words. So basically, is what
Political
he said.
Class,
the bottom of the economic strata and the very top. Everybody in the middle is starting to gravitate toward that nationalist populist party, including the most dramatic move in Latino voters we have ever seen.
It's huge.
Now, Jim, when I was just saying outside, when I was a freshman legislator 30-something years ago, I was told, enjoy it while you can in the majority because Arizona's going to be brown. There's going to be a lot more Latino Hispanics. They're Democrat. You're going to be in the minority Republican. Well, they didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
Because yesterday, Trump won almost half of them and did win more than half of the men that consider themselves Latino. Right before our eyes, that is a dramatic change in the political world.
It's huge, but I've also said that, in so many ways, all voters worry about the same exact things.
Amen.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Democrats, how come they haven't thought that? They've been treating them as some sort of special siloed constituency, and they're paying the price. If you're a Democrat today, this is a bad week all the way around. The legislature is going to be more Republican in some ways, at least another member in the House, for instance, maybe in the Senate. And other than Kari Lake dogging it, Ciscomani's going to survive, Schweikert's going to survive. All three corporation commissioners.
Those are a couple of races that I feel like are a little too close to call still. Do you think that's...
No, I mean, you have to be temperate in your actions here on the radio. I get to be flippant about it.
Okay.
And no, I think they are going to survive. The trends are all in their direction.
Yeah, no, I think that's true for sure. I was going to ask you about Kari Lake. She's not likely to win. What does that mean for the Arizona Republican Party? We just talked about the National Republican Party, especially when big Trump supporters like Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar continue to win in their congressional districts, and she cannot win a statewide election.
Yeah, but now Kari's probably starting to take this personally because I think there is a personal component.
You're personal friends with her, by the way,
I am
too.
personal friends with her, and I have a lot of respect for her. But having said that, this is politics, right? And she has went out of her way to destroy her own relationship with the McCain constituency, and it could not be put back together. And she's paying the price for her own action, regrettably. Because I'm a Republican. I wanted to see a Republican Senate in the United States Senate. But to come out of to be a non-politician, step into the arena, be the gubernatorial nominee in your first round, and then not close the deal, and then turn right around and be the Senate nominee and not close the deal, which apparently she won't, that's a 1-2 punch we have not seen in our lifetime. I don't know what she does next, but the race for who's going to lead the party and be the gubernatorial nominee, because the gubernatorial election is already begun as of Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that behind the curtain thing is already a fist fight between people that want to be the nominee for Kari has not taken herself out of that yet. And so who knows what she'll do. But the party's going to have a very difficult 2 years, really.
You're a native Arizonan. You've been watching politics here for a long time. Did you ever think that there would be an election where Arizona would elect a Republican president, and we would also see a majority in the United States Senate, but Arizona wouldn't play a part in that?
I know it. It's really astounding. And it all comes down, for better or for worse, to Kari Lake, the person. And it's a textbook example of the candidate matters more than the issues, more than a lot of other things, the candidate herself matters. And in this case, I do think Kari's going to come in second again. What she does next is she's got a lot of opportunities. She's got a Trump White House. Perhaps there's something there for her. I don't know.
Political Action Committee, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. But I in terms of a space in leading the Republican Party in Arizona, I don't think that's going to work out. I mean, you can't be a 1-2 miss. Not to mention what she did with Jeff DeWitt and all that tussle at the top of the party apparatus. I don't know where her home is politically now for that.
So you touched on it briefly, but where does the state legislature stand? I was telling you out in the lobby there, I'm like, I open up the state legislative results, and I'm like, I can't read through all these. Where is it going to? Is it going to stay? Is the House and the state Senate going to stay in Republican hands?
It's your ADD you need to work on.
I know.
It is going to stay. And as I said, I don't have to be temperate about it. I get to be bold about it. But yeah. I'm confidently bold that the state House, which is now 31 Republicans, is going to be 32 Republicans, maybe even 33. And the state Senate, which is now 16, is going to be 16, maybe even 17.
Wow.
And we're going to know that in the next couple of days. But all the trends with the votes that get counted are benefiting the Republicans, and they keep closing the gap. And in the state House, a woman named Pena, who's a Republican from southern Arizona along the border, a very Democratic district. Everyone knew she was going to lose. It was a fluke she was there in the first place. She won. She won first place.
Yeah.
So the Republicans did really well in Arizona in the state legislative level.
So all this talk about Arizona turning blue doesn't seem to be the case with the outlier of Kari Lake.
What happened, this is a Republican state. This is a center-right state, I should say. Mm-hmm. And the reason we have a Democratic governor and Secretary of State and Attorney General is because of the Trump phenomenon and the wedge in the Republican Party and the McCain constituency not knowing what to do with itself. And that's why those members won. It can't be, I don't think it can be duplicated again in the next cycle, but we all get to see that play out in 2 years.
Well, could anybody ever duplicate Donald Trump, honestly, Stan?
I'm telling you, we are living in interesting times.
Yes, we are. And that's a Chinese curse, by the way. All right, that's Stan Barnes, political consultant, former state legislator, and my friend from the radio who's still trying to figure out how to even turn on or off his microphone switch. On the way, in just a little bit, Garrett Archer, data analyst with our TV partners at ABC 15. He was the senior elections analyst at the Secretary of State's office. We'll talk about where we stand as far as the ballot count goes right now and why it takes so long to count. That's coming up here on our election results special.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. While you're enjoying the evenings out, vacations, when you're out of town for the weekend, burglars are working overtime knowing that no one is home. They have been breaking into houses using Wi-Fi jammers. They bypass alarms and cameras, and that's why I recommend Bulldog security screens. They are all of your windows, all of your doors, custom measured, and they build these security screens that look amazing on the exterior of your home. Now listen, here's the great thing about it. They don't obstruct your views, and they look terrific, but they protect like a fortress. I was at their factory in Tucson, and they challenged me to try to break through these screens. I used a sledgehammer. I broke a baseball bat trying to break in, a 2x4. I even threw a bowling ball and wasn't able to break in. What I'm saying is they protect like a fortress from French doors to windows to your front and back door. Go to BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Always demand the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Are you ready to secure your dream retirement? Hey guys, it's Matt Dagus, host of the Bright Wealth Management Show here on KTAR. Join us every Saturday at 1 and Sundays at 3. Our dedicated team of fiduciaries will build you a custom retirement plan focused on your personal goals to achieve your dream retirement. Call us today at 833-777-4296 or online. Go to brightwm.com to schedule your free consultation and get your retirement plan today. And join us every weekend here on KTAR News 92.3 FM.
As temperatures start to drop in the fall, many homeowners begin home improvement projects. Those plans should include Connecticut Water. Connecticut protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures, removes chlorine, and helps your water heater last longer. Whether you want to upgrade your old electric softener or are considering water treatment for the first time, Connecticut can help. Plus, if you don't know what you need, they offer a free water analysis if you mention Gatos. Call Connecticut today, 602-910-6570, or visit aquazona.com.
Continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
Hey, I'm Jim Sharp. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. It's so weird to say that. I'm always like, hey, good morning, right? A little after 1 o'clock, Adrian Fontes, Arizona Secretary of State, is going to join us to talk about how the voting went. If anything happened, since we kind of heard the all's well that ends well kind of feeling, if anything's come to light now that we should be worried about, talk about efficiency in voting and all this. A little after 1:15, you're going to hear from Stephen Slagaki, who is the former chairman of the Maricopa County Democratic Party. He talked to Jamie West and me on Arizona's Morning News today about the path forward for Arizona and the National Democratic Party, what that needs to be. And we will wrap up our special election results show with Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels, who's going to join me to talk about the impact that Prop 314's passage is going to have on border sheriffs. Of course, that is the Protect the Border Act. But right now, I'm joined by Garrett Archer, a data analyst with our TV partners at ABC 15, the former senior elections analyst for the Secretary of State's office. I think you told me recently that you were the only elections analyst at the Secretary of State's office.
Don't tell my secret.
But
my title said senior.
There you go. That's all right. I'm the senior co-host of Arizona's Morning News. So he's joining me to talk about where we stand on the ballot count in Arizona and Maricopa County, why it takes us so long to count too. But let's start with how many more ballots have yet to be counted, or at least when we'll get it, and also when we'll get our next release of those numbers.
Sure. So I'm looking at the site right now in Maricopa County, which is, the largest county, of course, about 584. So about 600,000 ballots left to count in Maricopa County. We're not fully, all counties are not accounted for quite yet, but the big ones are. And right now they estimate about 940,000. So we'll probably get close to 1 million more left to count statewide.
All right. When's your next Maricopa incoming tweet?
Typically, it's going to be between the hours of 6 and 7. So tonight. So sometimes they push to 5. What they will do is they will send out a tweet as well as an email to people on their email list and sort of tell them what's going to happen tonight, what's sort of the order of operations, and an estimate of how many ballots are going to be tabulated.
All right. And what do you think? Do you have any kind of an estimate on how many numbers we're going to get tonight? How many votes we're going to get tonight? Ballots?
So looking at some of the, again, Maricopa, very transparent county, so they have ways for us to sort of pick out data and tease things. So they have we were able to sort of tease out what some of the party breakouts were going to be of these next ballots. Of course, we don't know how they actually voted, just their party breakouts. And
how they're registered.
How they're registered.
Right.
We don't know how they voted, of course. But it's about 200,000 ballots. So basically, we're expecting about 200,000 ballots probably today, and another 200,000 tomorrow. So
okay, all right. And any idea on the breakdown of those, the registration goes?
The ones tonight, depending on how those independents break, probably a little more friendly to Lake. Now, we're all basically paying attention to the U.S. Senate race now.
Right,
the presidential race is pretty much out here. It's completely out of contention, obviously, and it's been called, nationally. But so the U.S. Senate race tonight, probably a little friendly to Lake, and then tomorrow, probably not as friendly. So it'll be interesting to see what that actual breakdown is, because she needs to win Maricopa County ballots by about 54% in order to catch up to Ruben Gallego right now.
But she's doing pretty good outside of Maricopa County.
Rural County is very, very friendly to the GOP and Lake. She is underperforming Donald Trump a little bit in those counties, but we're only talking about a 5-point underperformance. She's still those ballots breaking 60-40, sometimes 70-30. I've even seen some 80-20s.
We're going to have Adrian Fontes in here in a few minutes, and I'm going to ask him more about how to fix this if one considers it a problem. But why does it take so long for this to all get released? And this is kind of funny because when you sat down, I said, remember, we've been talking about for like 2 years, Arizona is going to decide the presidential election, and we're a battleground state. And by the time we're done counting, everybody's like, yeah, we already moved on. Yeah, we already decided this election, right?
Yeah, no, it's and of course, Mr. Fontes will go a little farther into it, but it's because the ballots that are dropped off on election day. I think news media and everyone sort of said that, hey, if you drop your ballots on election day, it's going to take a little time for
your mail-in ballot.
Yeah, your mail-in ballot.
Yeah,
excuse me, your mail-in ballot. So these mail-in ballots, when they're dropped off on election day in those little storage bins, they have to be sent to the processing facility, which they are then scanned in through Renbeck. And then after they're scanned, they have to be signature verified. So that is just a process. Every ballot has to have a human look at that ballot. And there's only so much space you can do in a warehouse where you put people in to verify signatures. They have a whole bunch of people doing that, but that is a bottleneck that, they don't have 500 people verifying signatures.
Did I screw it up? I didn't do this. I didn't do that this time. I didn't drop off my mail-in ballot day of, but I early voted on the day before, which it's still known as emergency voting. I voted the day before. Did I gum up the works?
No.
Okay.
Although if you voted the day before, your ballot hasn't probably been tabulated yet. Typically with a high volume, like with high volume general elections, like presidential elections, there usually is a bit of a backlog that they do have to deal with. So for example, the last couple of days, we've been seeing ballots that were typically from before October 31st. So now we're going to see the November 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th ballots. Now the volume of those ballots are typically smaller because that's when they, at that point, all the counties are telling people, hey, stop mailing in your ballots because we're not sure if we're going to get it.
Right.
And so the mail volume does actually drop a little bit.
How different is the makeup of the electorate in Arizona from the elections we held 2 and 4 years ago?
So that's an interesting question. This election is, I would say, sort of a regression to the mean to a certain extent, back to what we used to be prior to the COVID pandemic. 2020 and 2022, especially 2022, were really pandemic elections because the early ballot coalition here, Democrats really turned in their ballots. I mean, it was almost, mailed in their ballots.
Yeah.
The amount of Democrats that mailed in their ballots in many ways exceeded Republicans for almost the entire period of early voting, even with registration at a registration disadvantage. This year, the Republicans mailed in their ballot at higher rates than Democrats pretty much the entire time, full stop. And that is how it used to be back in 2014, 2012, 2016. So again, we're sort of back to what we used to be. And then again, that's why even though the election day vote was still very Republican friendly, these drop-off votes are not they're not proving to be as Republican friendly. And that's simply because, again, that drop-off pool of voters is more sort of what it used to be rather than what it is, with the post-pandemic elections.
It was interesting to hear Donald Trump say during the last few weeks of the election, mail in your ballots. And this is a guy who had told everybody that you don't want to mail in your ballots. That can't be trusted. And, we should go to, one-day voting and paper ballots and all that. So that probably changed the minds of some Republican voters that it's okay to do mail-in.
Whatever it was, there was definitely a mind change of Republican voters because they went from very strongly voting in person to very, very strongly voting early. Now, don't get me wrong, back in 2022, a majority of Republicans still voted early, but just the pool of voters just really, really shrank in 2022 that were voting early. And the election day was really gangbusters for Republicans in Maricopa County. But this time, again, it's sort of more what it was in 2016.
All right. Garrett, always enjoy it. You've got the mind that I wish I had. Nothing escapes that mind, and mine is like constantly. Stan said it best. My ADD is just. I even added a D. My ADD is just out of control right now, trying to read through all these election results. I appreciate your time, Gary.
Absolutely.
All right, that's Garrett Archer. He is ABC 15's data analyst and the former senior elections analyst at the Secretary of State's office. And speaking of the Secretary of State's office, the current Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, is going to join us here on our election results special. special in just moments. Also, still to come, we'll find out what the former Maricopa County Democratic Party chair thinks his party needs to do now. And the sheriff of Cochise County along the border, what does he think of Prop 314, the Protect the Border Act passing? It's all ahead here on KTAR News.
It's Gatos. When it comes to your roof, the choice is clear. You need to cast your vote for America Roofing. They built a team with decades of experience in providing the best materials, workmanship, and overall honest service. Their skilled professionals ensure every job is done right the first time. Whether it's storm damage, routine maintenance, or a brand new roof, America Roofing has you covered. Visit today at americaroofingco.com.
I'm Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing, and I approve this message.
ROC number 186438CR42.
If your air conditioning system barely made it through the summer, right, and your plan is now, you know what, I'm going to wait till next summer to get that new AC system installed. No, not when you can get the furnace for free, for real. Paul Calvisier, do what we did. Call my good friends at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. We recently got new AC installed, and if you do that right now, they'll give you the furnace for free. Click dayandnightair.com. A furnace for free with a new AC system. Limited time offer, conditions apply at dayandnightair.com.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Still putting off your estate plan? For many people in hospice care, one of their biggest regrets is leaving behind a legal mess for the people they love. Whether you pass unexpectedly or spend your final moments in hospice, do you want your loved ones dealing with a complicated estate settlement that costs time and money in probate court and potentially wipes out their inheritance? You can put those worries aside because RJP Estate Planning can help you create a living trust, ensuring your assets bypass probate and are smoothly passed to your loved ones. And if you're 55 or older, you can save 55% on a living trust. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families. Protect yourself and the people you care about before it's too late.
To save 55% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by November 7th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Munn.
Arizona votes 2024.
President Biden at the White House today discussing the outcome of the presidential election, calling for unity and promising a peaceful transfer of power.
The president was trying to make a point there that this is going to be very different than what we saw 4 years ago, and how the Trump team did not make it easy for the Biden-Harris team to come into the White House. He is certainly going to great lengths there in that speech to say that they're going to do it differently.
That's ABC's Karen Travers. Phoenix Vice Mayor Yasemin Ansari has won her race for Arizona's 3rd congressional district, becoming the first Democratic Iranian American elected to the U.S. House, and will be the youngest Democratic woman in the upcoming Congress. Ansari tells KTAR she's hopeful her party can win a House majority, but that it will be an uphill battle regardless.
In my view, the incoming Trump presidency will have dire consequences for our planet, our reproductive rights, our economy, and our democracy.
Ansari says her top priority is creating legislation to make housing more affordable. She also wants to serve on the Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee to help improve sustainable transportation in Phoenix. Democratic political strategist Stacey Pearson says Prop 139's enshrining of abortion rights to the state constitution isn't surprising, given what voters have been paying attention to since Roe v. Wade was was struck down.
Women in the last 18 months, 2 years, stopped keeping secrets, stopped lying about what happened in college or the pregnancy that they wanted, that they had to terminate. I mean, women just stopped not talking about this, and that changed the game.
She tells KTAR's special election show voters were keen on not just abortion procedures, but other reproductive health resources being at risk if Prop 139 didn't pass. For more election news, head to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. And our special election show with Jim Sharp continues as he's joined by Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes in just a few moments. The Federal Reserve making a quarter-point interest rate cut.
Not that aggressive half-point cut we saw in September, but the second interest rate cut we have seen now in the past 4 years. The Federal Reserve making clear with this announcement that they believe inflation has come down enough, is close enough to its 2% target that the economy can handle another interest rate cut.
That's ABC's Alexis Christoforous. Donald Trump, officially our next president, and the stock market had a strong reaction to that news, jumping for stocks like Bitcoin and Tesla. Caleb Silver with Investopedia tells Arizona's Morning News Trump's plans of lower taxes are good for the investing class because there will be reduced taxes on capital gains, but it's also good for the wealthy side of the market.
You see, the richest people in the world got very wealthy yesterday on that stock market surge, and those are the companies with the biggest market caps and CEOs like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Silver says Trump's plans could also raise the national deficit by trillions. The annual Phoenix Veterans Day Parade is Monday, and being honored alongside our servicemen and women is this year's Celebrity Grand Marshal Luis Gonzalez. The iconic baseball player is known for his 19-season-long career with the Arizona Diamondbacks, including a World Series win. He'll appear alongside the 7 veteran Grand Marshals on Monday, including vets from the Vietnam War, Afghanistan War, and World War II. Gonzalez says he's so grateful to be given the opportunity to represent his community in showing thanks to the veterans for all they've done for the country. Let's get an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Freeway is pretty quiet at the moment. We did have a crash earlier on the 101 Price Freeway northbound before the 202 Red Mountain Freeway. That has been cleared up, and I'm really not seeing any slowing left over there. I-17 northbound getting a little sluggish as you leave the split up to about 7th Street now. In Avondale, new crash 99th Avenue at the I-10. Olive Avenue at 47th Avenue, a crash. There was also a wreck Olive at 67th Avenue. This traffic report brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Trust the reviews. Make Dolphin Pools your one-stop shop for your backyard paradise. Visit them today at dolphinpools.us. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 68. Tonight clear, the low 48. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 64 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
Hey, I'm Jim Sharp. Thanks for listening and watching. Of course, we're on the KTAR News YouTube channel, and that is exactly why my next guest is wearing a very cool bolo tie. We'll get to that in just a second. Coming up next, the former chairman of the Maricopa County Democratic Party, what he told Jamie West and me on Arizona's Morning News about what the path forward for Arizona's and the National Democratic Party needs to be. And we'll wrap up our elections results show by chatting with Chris and Joe, and the Cochise County Sheriff, Mark Daniels, is going to join me to talk about the impact that Prop 314's passage is going to have on border sheriffs, something he called an unfunded mandate when he first heard about this. It's the so-called Protect the Border Act. Right now, though, I'm joined by Adrian Fontes. You're going to have to turn on your own microphone button. There you go. That's it. You got it.
Look at that. I'm my own technician today.
He's Arizona's Secretary of State. He's here to talk with us about how the vote went, how we can improve efficiency, if there's any way we can get the votes counted faster in Arizona. I know you got strong opinions about all this stuff because you got a strong opinion about everything.
Just about everything.
Yeah. But first, have you learned of anything happening that's make you change your attitude of all's well in election land right now? As far as the count goes and polling places?
We had a great election in Arizona in 2024. We're still ongoing, though. This is a very long process. It has always been a long process. The statutes mandate that it's a long process, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Now, if we want to make it a shorter process, we can change some of the statutes and folks can have that conversation. But we're following the law, and the law says that we have to have very strict compliance with all of the security measures that we have and all the ways that we account for every single one of our ballots, and that takes a lot of time. And that's what, through our representative form of government, folks want, and that's what they've got. And so, I hear a lot of people saying, well, why aren't we done yet? Why aren't we done yet? And then creating all kinds of weird mythologies around that. We're not done because we're following the law. We've never been quick, ever.
Right.
It's just that now people really care about the results because you can't call the results as quick as you could.
Right.
The media call is not the official results. They're two different things. And when you have very tight margins and very tight races, it just takes longer to call the races. And that's just the reality that we have. So, it's a happy annoyance, this conversation, as far as I'm concerned. If we want it faster, we got to change the law.
Absolutely, that's the case. So, how do you feel about changing the law? I was seeing something earlier from a guy I don't imagine you agree with on much politically, Warren Peterson, the state Senate president. He wants to change it so that maybe you can only drop off your mail-in ballots at the latest on a Friday before Election Day. Would that speed things along?
What it would do is it would reduce access that voters currently have, and I'm not a fan of that.
Okay.
So I have my guardrails, right? When I say change the law so that the counties actually have the funding they need to do this quick enough. Change the law so that you have the infrastructure and the support necessary to continue to have all the access that we want, that Arizonans love to have, and get the results that some people are really clamoring for. We can do that, but we have to have a level-headed approach that's based in values, right? My values tell me that reducing access that voters have is a bad idea. And so that's why I disagree with that particular approach, because sometimes people just get caught up in their day-to-day lives. Sometimes your back is up against the wall and you're getting your ballot by mail because you can't go and vote on Tuesday because your life doesn't work like that. And then sometimes it gets stuck under a bunch of utility bills. The kid moves it because you told him to clean that room, and they move it over there.
Yeah.
And you've got it, and it's Saturday before Election Day. Now what?
Yeah.
Now you've got to take a day off of work? No. We cannot reduce access just so that some people can get a little bit more results earlier. That having been said, we can do other things. So I want to have that conversation. And Warren Peterson's a decent guy. We disagree politically, but I find him to be earnest. And so I'm happy to work with the guy and anybody else. But I don't want to stop voters from having the access that they have now just because we want to get our results earlier. That's not right.
So the only way we can have it both ways is to add more people to the process of the counting. Is that it?
Here's the three things that election results require, but you can only have two.
Okay.
You can have it accurate, which everybody wants.
Yeah.
You can have it cheap, or you can have it fast. Okay? Now, everybody wants accurate.
Yeah.
So what do you want? You want cheap, or you want fast?
Yeah.
You can't have both of those two.
Okay.
Okay, so we can agree on accurate, right? Like
Right.
you and me can
Yeah.
speak for everybody in the world right
Absolutely,
now.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want it cheap, or do you want it fast?
Well, I think it depends on if you're a fiscal conservative or not.
Well, look.
But I think also there's a lot of fiscal conservatives who are like, yeah, well, let's pay a lot of money to find out quickly, though.
I mean, if they want to do that, that's fine. We spend tons of money on all kinds of... 2 years ago, we spent $15 million on a rodeo in Prescott. And while I'm a fan of rodeo, I think it's great. Did we really want to do that? Like, was that a big priority for the state to spend $15 million on that? And that was in a Republican district, Republican fiscal conservative dollars. Our priorities have to be our voters, and they have to acknowledge those common sense day-to-day issues that Arizonans think about, not the political issues that people like me who get elected think about. We've got to lead from the people, not lead from the pulpit, right? The political pulpit. That, to me, is the way that we should generally look at all of our policies, and that's why I'm happy to have the conversation, right? But I'm not willing to sacrifice access that Arizonans have just so that, the press can get their numbers in quicker.
If you were to, boy, you don't like us very much, I guess.
No, I like you guys. You guys are just too anxious.
It's like all chewing our nails off and stuff over here. If you were to introduce a bill to the legislature at the beginning of the session that would move this in the direction you'd like to see it move, what would that bill look like?
Well, first and foremost, I would probably get a one-time big giant bucket of money put aside. And I would ask that the Secretary of State be responsible for doling it out under well-laid plans by each of the counties. And so it would basically be a granting program to allow them to do improvements in their systems and their infrastructure that would help them do things better. I'm absolutely certain that a large number of those counties who are underfunded themselves, because county funding depends on state funding to a great degree,
right,
would be willing to what we could do is look long-term, budget out long-term and say, okay, this county needs new networking infrastructure for their information technology systems. This county needs a new warehouse. That one's going to be a big deal, right? This county over here needs that. And so what you could have is, and is it a big bucket of money that the Secretary of State controls? Yes. But I'm not always going to be the Secretary of State.
Right.
I think this is a common sense, long-term way that you could have experts in the field look at the function of our infrastructure, right? Look at this from a bureaucratic perspective. Does this sound like big government? Yes, it is. This is what government does. We don't want to contract out our elections. That would be a really bad idea. But what we do want to have is level heads working together over a long term in an apolitical way that gives the administrators the tools they need to give us the products that we want. That, to me, is a big fundamental change that folks are not talking about. And they're not talking about it, I would argue, because for political reasons. Now, if I was a Republican, they might be talking about it. And maybe this and other proposals that we have on the table might be more welcome. But isn't that too bad, right? The guy who knows about as much as anybody else in the state about elections isn't going to be able to have those conversations because he happens to be a Democrat. A Democrat, by the way, who ran a really, really good presidential election cycle this year, but for the fact that some of the counties had minor issues, like counting in Maricopa County. But that's not a statewide issue, right? We can help them. Everybody can work in this together. And again, we are all in this together, but we've got to realize that there are real solutions that we can be having, but we got to have those conversations.
I've lived in Navajo County, I've lived in Coconino County, I've lived in Pima County, and I've lived in Maricopa County. Which one of those four does the worst job, Adrian Fontes? I'm going to put that out there. See,
you're going to ask me which one of those does the worst job?
I'm not going to make you answer that.
That's a great question.
I'm not even going to make you say who does the best job out of those.
Here's the thing. You missed living down in Santa Cruz County, my home county, which
it's a beautiful place.
It's gorgeous down there.
It is a beautiful, beautiful place. And I know you grew up there, and your family's been in that area for a lot of generations. So appreciate you taking time this afternoon to join us here on our election special.
Happy to be here, Jim.
Yeah, and we'll hope to get you on Arizona's Morning News soon, especially if you introduce a bill at the legislature to try and get this funding.
Well, we've got a couple in the hopper. We'll see what happens.
Okay. That is Secretary of State for Arizona, Adrian Fontes. And coming up next, we'll talk about the future of Mr. Fontes's party, the Democratic Party. Where do they go from here? The former head of the Maricopa County Democratic Party, what he told me and Jamie West on Arizona's Morning News today. That's next.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit. And enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some much-needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more over time. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted, guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So, if you're thinking about painting your exterior, call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you, and you get 20% off a regular price. So call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
TreVecRemodeling.com today.
And now some holiday cheer from Trevec Remodeling and Roofing.
It's 10 days till Christmas and all through your place. The family's coming, so let's add some grace. New countertops, backsplash, and floors that gleam. A cozy fireplace to complete the scene. Even the guest bath refreshed and bright. 5 days is all we need to make a beautiful sight. With friends and family soon to appear, imagine their faces as they cheer. Your home's so lovely, festive, and bright. How did you do it all overnight? Whether it's countertops or a bathroom uplift, our team can give your space a quick holiday shift. In just 5 days, we'll make it shine so you can enjoy your home in time. So hurry now, give us a call and get your home ready for the holiday haul. Call Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at 480-367-1171 or go online to trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, well, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the LifeSource Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
Thank you for listening. I'm Jim Sharp, and thank you to Adrian Fontes for coming by. Also, thank you to Garrett Archer, first of the Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, who was just with us. And I'm going to read you something from a very interesting article that he was quoted in Politico in just a second. But I have to, once again, thank Garrett Archer, data analyst and former Secretary of State, senior election analyst. Also, Stan Barnes. Great stuff this afternoon. I really appreciate everybody's thoughts. And I like getting it from across the spectrum. Like, I'm not just going to sit here and talk to one party or the other. And what I also like, though, about the guys that I've had on so far is that they talk in plain terms, and they're willing to see things through other people's eyes. And that is kind of, I think, it's so important. If you are the party that just got a beat down, right? If you're the Democratic Party and you're just going, what in the heck happened? We just got rolled over by, the Donald Trump steamroller. What happened there? I didn't see that coming. I didn't see him winning every battleground state. By the way, coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to talk with Chris and Joe here on our election results special. And then we're going to talk with Mark Daniels. He is the sheriff of Cochise County. This is a county in southeastern Arizona. It has a population of only about 125,000 people, but it's got 80 miles of Mexican borderland. 80 miles of the U.S.-Mexico border runs right along the edge of Cochise County. So you'd think, with as much as he's been saying, we need help down here, we've got people, not only do we have people crossing the border that we don't know who they are, and we've got, the gotaways, and then you've got the people who surrendered to Border Patrol because they're taking advantage of the asylum procedures that were in place until President Biden put in place those executive orders that kind of stopped that from happening. But they also have experienced where the Department of Homeland Security has dropped thousands of people off in Bisbee. Have you ever been to Bisbee? It's a beautiful place. A lot of artists, and it's just a cool old city. It was built on copper mining, and at one point it was the largest town between Dallas and San Francisco. It was a boom town, and it's still got a lot of that feel to it, except the population's tiny. And for the Department of Homeland Security to be bringing people over from New Mexico or from other parts of the Arizona border and basically dumping them on the streets, it's wrong. And so it's driven Sheriff Daniels crazy. But that being said, he's told me before, maybe Prop 314 is not the thing to fix it. It looks like it's going to pass swimmingly, and we'll talk with Sheriff Daniels about that coming up around 1:45 or so. Right now, I wanted to take a moment to talk about the future of the Arizona Democratic Party. And when Secretary Fontes was in here a few minutes ago, he pointed out an article in Politico that he was quoted in today. And it's actually taking a look at a lot of people with some good thinking about, or at least doing a lot of thinking about the path forward for the Democratic Party. So I'll just quote from this Politico article. Once again, this is Secretary Fontes. Why are we losing these people? Why are we losing firefighters? Why are we losing cops? Why are we losing blue-collar working men? Because we're very consistent in our messaging away from them, away from their traditional family values, away from their personal economic concerns and their family's economic concerns. And by the way, they say here, that's a quote from Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, the highest-ranking Latino elected official in this heavily Latino state. And he says that is a hard political pill for Democrats to swallow. The fact that they are losing firefighters and cops and blue-collar working men because the party's using very consistent messaging away from them and away from their traditional family values. Earlier today, of course, with Donald Trump retaking the White House, the U.S. Senate swinging to Republican control, and there's a good chance that the GOP could retain control of the House of Representatives. Well, where does the Democratic Party go from here? So earlier today on Arizona's Morning News, Jamie West and I talked with Stephen Slagaki. He is the former chairman of the Maricopa County Democratic Party. And here's my first question to him. What do you credit the most for the Republican victories and Donald Trump winning every battleground state?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I guess we were saying, I'm surprised about what had happened in this election. I would have never imagined that Trump would win all the battleground states. I mean, that is just incredible to me. It's obviously very disappointing for me as a Democrat. It's really upsetting because we worked really hard for Kamala Harris. We did our best, but obviously we fell short on that. And we've got to pick up the pieces and figure out what went wrong and move forward, because we've got a lot of work ahead of us. We can't just pack up and take our ball and go home. We've got to continue this fight. We've got to fight for our values, and we've got to reach out to these voters that turned us down a few days ago, and we've got to figure out why that happened so that we can win these future elections.
But there are issues that are mostly Democratic, like the propositions on the ballot that passed.
Yeah.
But the presidential candidate, lost. I mean, there's that question on the Republican side, too, with Trump winning and Kari Lake is behind in her race as well.
Yeah.
So it's really a mixed bag for voters on the things that they voted for. What do you think were the biggest issues that created this?
Yeah, I mean, abortion, the 139 passed overwhelmingly, which was, I think it was a good thing. But again, people want to control their own bodies. I think at the end of the day, that's what they wanted. They wanted to control their own healthcare decisions for themselves. But what's amazing to me is that I saw an interview with an ASU student where she said she voted for Donald Trump because he didn't want a national abortion ban. And it's like, do we have uneducated people that don't understand that he's the one who caused this? He's the one who helped overturn Roe versus Wade. So we've got to do a better job of educating people on the policy positions, because I think obviously people were misinformed on that. Some people were misinformed on that. But yeah, I mean, again, for the Roe versus Wade, people want to control their own decisions. But unfortunately, the immigration issue for a lot of people just overrode. They wanted to protect their own healthcare choices, but they were afraid of immigrants. And Donald Trump and the Republicans.
Well, is it really that they're afraid of immigrants, or they're afraid of unvetted immigrants?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yes, correct. I'm sorry. They were afraid of these things because Donald Trump and the Republicans just for months just relentlessly talked about people coming across the border and violent crimes and gangs and things like that. So, that's unfortunately that message got across. But Ruben Gallego won, which is great. And I think it just also for that, it just shows that Kari Lake was just a deeply unpopular candidate.
So as you look at the whole of the picture, let's talk about the state of the Democratic Party in the state of Arizona. Donald Trump wins, Ruben Gallego likely to win.
Yep.
Do you consider this a net positive election for the Arizona Democratic Party?
No, I don't. I mean, Donald Trump won Arizona, so it's a negative for us, unfortunately. we did not get across this finish line. I don't know the final results, obviously, but we're probably not going to take the House majority in the state legislature. It seems that way as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we still do have a lot of ballots to go, but we're going to fall a little bit short on that, and that's unfortunate because that was a major goal that we thought we'd be able to accomplish this cycle.
All right, once again, that is Stephen Slagaki, former Democratic County Chair, with some analysis this morning with Jamie West and me on Arizona's Morning News about where the Democratic Party needs to go from here. Certainly, they have to look at things a little differently. They have to go step back and reconsider their messaging and do a lot of other things. There's a lot that goes into winning elections, nationwide elections, but certainly statewide elections and these congressional races. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a little while as we chat with Chris and Joe. Find out what they've got coming up today as our election coverage continues here on KTAR. And in just a few minutes, we'll be talking with the Sheriff of Cochise County, Mark Daniels, about the impact that Prop 314's passage will have on border sheriffs. Stay with us here on KTAR News.
Chris and Joe.
Arizonans have had a chance to process the results of the election and either celebrate or cry.
Let's just agree there's plenty of non-political news to focus on, like the shocking lack of guidance on how to keep schools safe. Seems like that should be a higher priority for the incoming legislature. That's on the next Chris and Joe show.
Chris and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The World Series of Rodeo is coming to Phoenix, Arizona, presented by Fritos.
And a little bit of chicken fried.
3 nights of World Championship rodeo action. Country music acts Zach Brown, Old Dominion, Brooks and Dunn, Turnpike Troubadours, Hank Jr., and Whiskey Meyer. The Hondo Rodeo Music Fest, where the best compete for $1 million purse. And legends of country music perform under the stadium lights at Chase Field, November 7th through the 9th. TheHondoRodeoFest.com. TheHondoRodeoFest.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Dom with Venezia's Pizzeria. You know us for delicious family dinners and huge party pizzas. But did you know we are great at feeding a large group too? Our full catering menu has a ton of variety, so everyone will find something they love. And the best part? We don't charge per head. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll handle the rest. Check out our catering menu at venezias.com. That's venezias.com. Venezias, a family and catering tradition.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I wanted to take a moment to talk to you about the Ak-Chin Indian community and the impact that they have not only on Maricopa and the Valley, but on the entire state of Arizona, where I grew up. When I first met with their chairman, he talked about giving back and building a brighter tomorrow for the kids of our community and state. He and I see eye to eye on that. And he wanted me to stress to you that you will be welcomed with open arms at any of their enterprises. There's Southern Dunes, one of the best golf courses in Arizona. The Ak-Chin Circle Multitainment Center, affordable family fun that includes bowling, laser tag, multiple movie theaters, and more. And finally, the beautiful Harrah's Casino, featuring a newly renovated pool and multiple award-winning restaurants on site. The Ak-Chin Indian community would love to have you experience everything they have to offer and have a great time. The Ak-Chin Indian community has built their enterprises around you and making sure they're making a positive impact on this state. It's why I'm joining my friends in saying we all win with Ak-Chin.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KTAR News now.
It's 1:30. I'm Jeff Munn.
Arizona votes 2024.
Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, lost his 2020 race, and now gets a victory in 2024. Arizona State University presidential historian Brooks Simpson told Arizona's Morning News the circumstances surrounding Trump's return to the White House are unusual, but not unprecedented.
It has happened before, and that would be the case of Grover Cleveland, who is both the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. He was a Democrat.
Trump will be sworn into office in January. Transition to a Trump administration must go through protocol. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
At last check, the president-elect had still not signed papers that would grant his transition team access to federal office space, technology, resources, and background checks.
The clock is ticking, and it's really important.
Max Steyer of the Partnership for Public Service is an expert on presidential transitions. He warns that despite Trump's own experience, his team might not be as prepared as the law permits if it declines the resources.
No one is ready to do it without any preparation.
Sources say the Trump transition hopes to avoid limits on donor contributions that would come with the access. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
For more election news, head to KTAR.com/Arizona votes. The Federal Reserve making a quarter-point interest rate cut. Fed Chair Jerome Powell today saying the economy is strong overall and has progressed toward their goals over the past few years.
In the near term, the election will have no effects on our policy decisions. As you know, many things affect the economy, and anyone who writes down forecasts in their job will tell you that the economy is quite difficult to forecast looking out past the very near term.
Powell commenting on whether the incoming administration could change the situation with the Federal Reserve.
Eyes on Education.
Local nonprofit Education Forward Arizona asked voters about education and the state's workforce. Their polling found the majority of voters support the nonprofit's goal to get 60% of all working adults into college or trade programs. Polling also found nearly all Arizona voters surveyed support creating more apprenticeship programs to boost the state's workforce. To learn more, visit the Education Center at KTAR.com. Get an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Freeways are looking good right now. No crashes to report on the freeways. The volume is starting to pick up for the downtown ride as you come off of the 202 Red Mountain Freeway. From 32nd Street, you'll find sluggish spots. From there onto the I-10 out through the tunnel. Do have a crash in Goodyear, Litchfield Road, north of Yuma Road. Also at Reckon Avondale, 99th Avenue southbound at I-10, right at the end of the I-10 off-ramp. And still a closure near Falcon Field. Greenfield Road closed between McKellips and McDowell. You can use Val Vista or Higley to get around that. This traffic report brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Carol Royce will guarantee 100% of market value on the sale of your home, or she'll pay you the difference. Call Carol today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Terms and conditions apply. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 68. Tonight clear, the low 48. Right now in Phoenix, fair skies, 65 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
Hey, I'm Jim Sharp, and we will have the Cochise County Sheriff, Mark Daniels, joining us here in just a few minutes as we talk a little bit about the propositions, but we're going to mainly focus on Proposition 314, which is the Secure the Border Act. But before we get to that, I just witnessed something I don't ever want to see again. I just saw Chris spit his gum out. Just before he turned his microphone on.
I forgot to take my gum out, and then I have no trash over on the side of the desk. I didn't know what to do with it.
Chris and Joe show.
So it is in the Fontes water bottle.
Oh, okay, that's
so
good. Wow, that's just way too much for me to absorb at this moment. What in the world are you guys going to talk about today?
Gum chewing and where we spit it.
Right. There you go. Yep. That sounds like that's going to be a winner ratings-wise. Yeah. What's your biggest concern over the next couple of months, you guys, as far as the transition to the second
safety. Trump
administration?
Yeah, mine's safety, mine's security. I think after what we saw this summer with a couple of assassination attempts, which we don't know exactly some of the background. The first guy, of course, was a young guy who had supported Republicans but made a $15 donation to Democrats in the past. It's just unhinged. But I think we are still at a volatile time. I'm not as worried about domestic uprisings in different places, but I do think it is essential that we have a peaceful transfer of power to President-elect Trump, and that we don't have any more shenanigans around him, which means I'm concerned about not only his safety and security, his family's, but also the Secret Service doesn't need any more bad press.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so that's something I'm kind of keeping an eye on, and I am hoping for the best around that. And look, I don't have any fears that it's going to happen, but I just envision that as being perhaps the worst case scenario sort of situation.
Although over the summer, that was the most, that was the first legitimate attempt on a former president's life, president or former president's life in a long time.
Since Reagan, I think it was the last time.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Joe, what's your biggest concern?
It's a dirty word in Washington for the last several decades, but I want to see compromise, and I'm concerned that we just get further and further away from compromise.
Mm-hmm.
I too would love to see a smooth transition from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, and let's actually find a way to work together in D.C. for the good of the people.
You know what's interesting? I remember doing some commentaries about this in the transition from Obama to Trump, and I kind of felt like they kind of hit this smooth patch for a while, and they were kind of like there was a little bit of a presmance going on or something, a bromance between people who have, won that office. And then it all went to heck when, all that stuff came out about how the FBI had actually been looking into the Trump campaign and all those things. Yeah. But is there still a possibility this could happen between Biden and Trump? I don't know.
Jim, you've had the same privilege I did for years when McCain was around here, and I don't know if he ever told you the story. He used to tell the story where he talked about he and Ted Kennedy were on the floor of the Senate, and they were going at it. And
yes,
you've heard that. You know how this ends.
It's a good story.
They're pointing at each other, and they're calling everybody everything except the dirtiest of words, and they're fighting for their bills and all this stuff. And they get out of the chambers, and the door closes behind them. And McCain would tell this story about how Ted Kennedy would kind of jump on his back and put his arm around him and say, "Boy, we gave him a good show, didn't we?" Which I loved the story because it gave us a behind-the-scenes look at how much some of this is a little bit of showmanship. And so I wonder when it comes to Trump and Biden, because they've been sniping at each other for the last, I think for 8 years. Biden's been sniping at Trump, and Trump, of course, sniping at the Obama administration then for the last while here over. But so I wonder behind closed doors, does all of that public display sort of go away? And Joe says, "Hey, you did it. Wow, didn't think I'd see the day. You did it. Great job." And Trump says, "Well, I would have rather run against you. It was good to be back in the House." I don't know.
Yeah, and Joe, if that's the case, do you see that as they're faking it in public and behind closed doors they're pals, or do you see it as that's kind of how it's always been done? You say nasty things to each other about your beliefs, but at the end of the day, you get along.
A little bit of both.
Okay.
I think yes, you definitely have an acting aspect to it. But yeah, that is how it's always been done. And I would like to get back to how it's always been done and see some of that. And yeah, just work together so that the country can be stronger. It doesn't need to just be, one party their way or the highway. And we've really seen a lot of gridlock. Do a lot of smaller things get done? Yes. But on the big picture, really big bills, it feels like we don't get any movement and we just snipe at each other all day.
One of the things that we're going to be talking about on Arizona's Morning News, I know, in the next few days, and a couple of reporters here are chasing after this story as well, is, what happens. Trump said some not so great things about the CHIPS Act that brought $12 billion to TSMC, which is one of the most highly capitalized companies in the entire world. Yeah. And he said that money doesn't belong, necessarily going to the Taiwanese. And this is that going to be one of the first things that Donald Trump does that is not so good for Arizona? You guys worried about that at all?
Well, Trump is a big business guy too,
right?
So he may have said that, but I'd like to see what actually happens when he is in power. Chris and I were talking a little bit before the show, too, about the tariffs and some of the concerns there with all of that with business. As far as the CHIPS Act, I said to Chris, too, I said, everything with Trump is a question mark until he makes clear what he's going to do. You can't read too much into his language, his verbiage, because you really don't know, and he'll make an about face immediately and go in another direction. So how do you read the tea leaves with the guy?
Is there a certain level of comfortability with Donald Trump being back in the White House where it's like, okay, maybe I didn't like this, maybe I didn't like that, but I still do remember some things I liked about Donald Trump.
It's interesting you say that because I think that means that you're asking is there comfort and familiarity?
Yeah.
So even for Democrats, the devil you know versus the devil you don't, right? I mean, it could have been, had this been Nikki Haley, would it have been worse for the Democrats, for instance? I think for more than half the country, and obviously a plurality that voted for him, they're very comfortable with him back in the White House. For the others, I almost think that the anticipation of fear is worse than the reality of what they fear, and it'll be really curious to see. As Joe pointed out, though, we don't know what necessarily to expect. What is the second term of Trump going to look like? Is he going to be hands-on? Is he going to be a boardroom type president where he says, listen, won't be McConnell, but Senate Pres or Majority Leader, excuse me,
go do your thing.
Mike Johnson, Vance, you guys take care of this. If you need me, I'll be on the golf course. Entirely possible that he does that. Think of it like The Apprentice, where he came into the boardroom, evaluated what everybody did, and then said, you, and you did well, you didn't, that sort of thing. Is that going to be the presidency? Or is he going to get fingers in the dirt this time? And so I think there's probably some question marks now, not necessarily comfort that we've seen him before, but question marks about, is he still the same leader that he was 4 years ago, for better or for worse?
Right. I've talked a lot about this today, but I'd be interested to hear what you have to say, Joe. What do the Democrats need to do now? Somebody told me this morning they don't need to keep going, Donald Trump bad. They got to come up with better messaging than that.
Yeah, buckle up is what they need to do for the next 4 years, and definitely regroup too. Because if they learn one message, it's that what they've done has not been working. So they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out a whole new game plan. They need to go out and survey their constituents, survey independents, and find out, what do you want? Because what they're giving them is not what they want.
Yeah, that's very true. And by the way, we had Garrett Archer in here a little earlier, and he was saying that it looks like it's gone back to the way it was before COVID, in that you've got a lot of Republicans voting early ballot, mail-in, and all that kind of stuff. And so it's going back to the way it was in Arizona. And this is not really much. It's been much of a blue wave. It's like basically hit your ankles. It wasn't a tsunami by any means.
No, and the Republican, the red wave we thought we were going to see in 2022, which turned into kind of the red trickle. Boy, we just got that. We just got the red wave, and it looks like the House might even go to the Republicans as well. So an even bigger wave in 24. If they didn't get it in 22, they sure got it this time around.
Yeah, a couple of races here have yet to maybe determine whether or not it's going to be a Republican majority in the House. It's going to be in the Senate, so Donald Trump will have them to work with. Thanks a lot. Chris and Joe are coming up at 2 o'clock. And on the other side, we're going to talk with the Sheriff of Cochise County, Mark Daniels, about the passage of Prop 314, the Secure the Border Act. Is this a plus, or is this going to be a minus on his budget? That's next here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, I see a lot of people having to work a lot longer than they wanted to in life because of decisions they made when they were younger. What can people do to make sure they can retire on their time frame?
Absolutely. One of the biggest regrets we see is that people are afraid to hire a financial advisor. They are afraid of paying the fees because they think that if they pay less fees, that they're going to get a better return. But it's interesting. A recent Vanguard study showed that a self-investor, on average, over 25 years, if they invested $500,000, that $500,000 would turn into $1.69 million. With a financial advisor, it would have turned into $3.4 million on average.
Using a professional wealth manager. Boy, that's a big difference. If you want to find out more and get your free portfolio review, go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvise here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
Continuing coverage of the general election on this KTAR News special presentation.
I'm Jim Sharp, and thanks for listening. A few months ago, in fact, I believe it was back in May, when the state legislature referred something to the ballot, Prop 314, Sheriff Mark Daniels of Cochise County told me this about what's been commonly known as the Protect the Border Act.
We understand the frustration, the intent, and the spirit behind the bill. We truly do, and we really believe the state's going to pass it.
However,
this is an unfunded mandate for sheriffs and law enforcement. There is no funding attached to this.
And he was very worried about his limited jail space.
We can't set aside our child molesters, our murderers, our bad, evil people that need to be in jail and give that up for 30 days worth of somebody came across the border legally for trespass, and they're taking that bed space.
So let's talk with Sheriff Daniels live now. He joins us from Cochise County here on KTAR News. Good to talk to you for once when the sun's up. Sheriff Daniels, we always seem to be talking when in the early morning hours. I appreciate your time. Do you feel better now about 314 now that it's passed? Have you had lots of conversations with folks at the legislature to make sure that this is not an unfunded mandate?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Jim. And it's nice to see you during the daylight hours. And so the reality is struck now. The bill had passed like we predicted. Arizona sheriffs predicted this. And now that it's passed is where do we go from here? Where's the legal guidance from our county attorney's office? Where is the funding behind this? And where's the infrastructure support for this? Because all three right now we're waiting for answers on. And to include, where's our governor at? We had a meeting with our governor's staff here in Arizona on Monday. The governor was not present at that meeting, in fairness. But the question was posed, the second time I posed it is, where is Governor Hobbs on this bill? This is not a local bill. This is not a county bill. This is a state bill. Right. So how is the governor going to support us, stand aligned with the Arizona sheriffs and Arizona police chiefs? Because this is the will of the people now. They said, this is what we want. So how do we address it here, and what's it going to look like?
Yeah, it doesn't matter that she didn't get a chance to affix her signature or a veto to it because it's happening. It's here. It's with us. So it's go time. Do you still have those same concerns that you mentioned to me and Jamie West a few months ago about maybe having to release some people, not so good people, from your jail system in order to make room for those who are going to be crossing the border illegally?
Well, it's a big concern is the fact that how do I address this? Right now we have a a change of election here when it comes to the White House. We're going to have President Trump coming in, who has a strong record on the border. And one of his priorities, he told me that when he's in Cochise County a couple months ago, that he's going to address this immediately. And I worked with him when he was former president. And where's the current administration for the next 2 months? I just read an email just a few minutes ago where they're saying that Mexico is going to release the people to come across that have been held back in Mexico. It's just like an open ball field right now. And who's the coach? We don't know. And so we have to be working together, state, local, and federal, because the concerns are still valid. In fact, they're more valid now because I don't have any answers at all.
Are you feeling a little more relieved, though, that that Donald Trump is going to be in the White House? He's going to be heading up this administration, that you'll get more help on the sides as far as, federal help goes? The Border Patrol is going to step up more, and that you won't necessarily have to have, local and Arizona law enforcement enforcing this law.
Well, that's part of the frustration with this bill, and I didn't mention that, is the fact that we're doing the job of the federal government. Now that we have a president who has a very strong track record on border security, whether you like him or not, or you're happy you got voted in or not, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
His history, his report card is very strong on border security. And based on what he's told me and the engagement we've had with him when he was president, I feel very optimistic that this might be lessened in the fact that the federal government is going to go back and secure this border, which takes away a lot of that pressure from local law enforcement to do that, and the state. Not that this won't be a tool in our tool chest for law enforcement. The bottom line, let the federal government do the job that they were elected to do.
By the way, I guess I should mention this first. I should have said, since this is an election special, I should have said congratulations in winning your election in Cochise County, which, by the way, was you ran unopposed because I think people really like you in Cochise County, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I've always said this, Jim. I've been a cop 40 years. This hit my 40th year. 40 years ago, I was in the police academy, and I say this to people all the time, and the fact that the rule of law is what I govern. And I govern to protect the people and their quality of life. And I don't deviate that for political reasons, for ideologies, or for emotions. And not that emotions doesn't affect our job, it does. But when it comes to the rule of law, that shouldn't be tampered with for politics, emotions, sensations, or even opinions. So, and I have a very strong military base here in Cochise County, and they understand patriotic approaches. They understand the country, community, and disciplines. You mentioned that there could be a release of people to cross the border coming up soon. Do you think that that's going to be timed out so to get all these people across the border before Donald Trump takes office? Well, they have nothing to lose. They have everything to gain right now. You have a border that's been in turmoil. Pick a term. If you don't like the word turmoil, crisis, unmanageable, just so I don't offend anybody on your show. The bottom line, it hasn't been in good shape. So now you have a president that's going out. You have a vice president just got beaten in the election, Homeland Security Secretary that has not been engaged. I don't be mean with that, but he hasn't. And so who's governing our border right now? And you have a president, I was told, now how true it is, I don't know. Before I came on your show, was that President Trump's already addressing Mexico to say, hey, help us address this. So again, I don't know what's going to happen, but I can tell you one thing. In the last 24 hours, we've had a couple pursuits. We took down a stash house last night. And let me just say this on the stash house. We did a search warrant, and this is all local stuff. We did the stash house last night, and one of the reporters that was riding with my interdiction team said this. She goes, I've never seen such deplorable conditions that human beings are living in. Welcome to the world of border crime and smuggling and trafficking. It's horrible. We need to get some action on this right away. Yeah, and as I've said many times too, what goes on the border, it's not only not good for the American citizens on this side of the border, it's not safe for the people who are crossing the border in a lot of cases. They're working with some of the most evil people in the Western Hemisphere, the drug cartels. You're 100% correct on that, Jim. And this is what really mystifies me, that we've infected our country, and we've had criminals in this country from all over the United States come and partner up with this international criminal organization called the cartels to infect our country with illicit drugs and kill Americans, to traffic children, to smuggle people. That's just, to me, it's it's just like trafficking. It's modern day slavery. We have to do a better job, but don't worry, that starts at the White House and it starts in Congress. And until they engage, and we're hoping to see a big difference here in January, not being political with that, but I'm hoping we got our hopes up that this is going to change.
All right, so bottom line, as we let you go here, Sheriff Mark Daniels of Cochise County, you're not exactly thrilled that you have this unfunded mandate passed in Prop 314, but you think you're going to get some federal help to maybe mitigate those issues that you had with it.
That's 100% correct, Jim, on that fact. And the thing is, it's a will of the people, and I've heard that other law enforcement leaders, even sheriffs, saying we're not going to enforce that law. I don't have the authority to turn my back on the will of the people. And if I do turn my back on them, I shouldn't be sheriff. We have to find a way forward on this, working with the people.
All right. Once again, that is Sheriff Mark Daniels of Cochise County. Thanks again for your time. And thanks to all of my guests today here on our election special. Garrett Archer, data analyst with our TV partners at ABC 15. The Arizona Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes. Stan Barnes, political consultant and Republican state legislator. And even Stephen Sligaki, who didn't actually join us on this show. He was on with Arizona's Morning News a little bit earlier. And I will see you on Arizona's Morning News starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow. And by the way, we'll be talking with Chuck Todd, as we do on most Fridays, NBC News chief political analyst, about the big picture across the United States, and if we will finally know by tomorrow morning if the House of Representatives will be in the hands of the Republicans or the Democrats. Just stay with us here at KTAR for all of your election results. I'm Jim Sharp, and thanks for listening.
America Roofing's team is dedicated to complete a project from start to finish, from a pre-walk with a supervisor to a final post-walk involving our assigned project managers to fully inspect the roofs and certify that all work has been completed as sold. We want you completely satisfied. At America Roofing, it's family-owned, family-operated. Josh and I oversee every department and will be involved in every project from start to finish. America Roofing uses the top-of-the-line products, offering extended warranties. We'll give you good, better, best options as far as what your project needs, so that way you can make an educated decision on what you would like to have done. With the more than 400 employees, the work can be completed within a timely manner, family-owned, and have been operated since 1999. So we like to think that everyone that's contracted with America Roofing is its family. We'll take the very best care of you. And that's why we always say, at America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186-438-CR42.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
All signs are pointing to another 20 years of the half-cent sales tax, which funds Maricopa County transportation projects. Right now, Prop 479 has 60% support, and if it passes, it will be the third time the tax will be extended, dating back to 1985.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
I served my country honorably in the Marine Corps, and for almost 3 decades, I've dedicated my life to serving you. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. I met my incredible wife on a blind date at Camp Lejeune. She also served in the Marines. My son, an Air Force veteran, and my daughter are on our team. I'm sharing this because Trajan Wealth is more than just a business. It's our family's legacy based on trust and integrity. We're here to manage your money and fight for your dreams. Our fiduciary duty is to put your needs first, always. If you have an old 401k collecting dust, or if your current advisor isn't meeting your needs, let's talk. At Trajan Wealth, we're ready to take on your retirement challenges one at a time. Honor the sacrifices of those who served by taking action for your future. Call us today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024.
Well, the race hasn't officially been called yet here in Arizona, but Donald Trump has a commanding lead over Kamala Harris in the presidential race.
That's a very disappointing outcome for former Maricopa County Democratic Party Chair Stephen Slogocki, who joined Arizona's Morning News.
We've got to get out there and we've got to talk to these voters about the values that we are important to us. And I think we didn't do that this cycle enough to get people to vote for our candidates, unfortunately, and our message just got drowned out.
He was pleased by the passage of Prop 139, which protects the right to an abortion in Arizona. Jim Cross, KTAR News.
Arizona State University presidential historian Brooke Simpson expects to see a very different Donald Trump during his second term in the White House. Simpson told Arizona's Morning News, unlike Trump's first term, he doesn't like to build bridges with Republican insiders.
I think that from the beginning, he is going to surround himself with people whose loyalty he believes is going to be unchallenged.
Simpson is curious about how Trump plans to carry out his ambitious agenda. President-elect Trump could hand out a number of pardons when he moves back into the White House, including one for himself. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Election lawyer Tom Ryan explains Trump can pardon himself in his two federal cases about the January 6th insurrection and the classified documents case. Plus,
I fully expect that when he takes office, not only will he grant himself a pardon, but you will see him grant a number of people pardons, ranging from everybody like Steve Bannon all the way down to the January 6th rioters.
However, Ryan says Trump cannot pardon himself in state cases, including the Georgia election interference case and the hush money case. He's scheduled to be sentenced on the latter November 26th. Ryan adds Trump will likely appeal that case. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And for more election news, you can always go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. If you like baseball and giving thanks to our veterans, the annual Phoenix Veterans Day Parade is the place to be this coming Monday. For Arizona Diamondbacks player Luis Gonzalez is being honored as Grand Marshal alongside the 7 veteran Grand Marshals. And he says it's an honor to be able to show his thanks to the veterans for their service.
To me, the biggest impact that you can make as an athlete is what you do off the field. And for me, it's all about community and giving back. And just being able to cherish this moment with so many of our great true American heroes, the veterans, it's going to be very special.
Gonzalez encourages you to attend the parade and show your gratitude for everything Arizona's veterans have done. The Federal Reserve making a quarter-point interest rate cut. Here's ABC News business reporter Alexis Christoforous with what this means for borrowers and for the economy as a whole.
It means that borrowing costs are coming down. They're coming down slowly. We're going to need a number of these interest rate cuts over the course of months into next year for people to really start to feel the effects. But what this does is it lowers borrowing costs and interest rates for things like credit cards, auto loans, home equity loans, small business loans, and hopefully mortgages.
And today on Wall Street, with this news, the Dow up 61 points, closing out at 43,791. Right now, the S&P up 49 and the NASDAQ up 294 points today. If you need more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's get a look at the roads. Here's Chuck Rowe, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, the freeway's not bad thus far this afternoon. We are starting to get a bit of a buildup on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound from 32nd Street through the mini stack. Once you get onto the I-10, sluggish, but it moves better as you continue on out through the tunnel. Same deal for the I-17, that usual pocket of slowing from the split up to about 7th Street, and then from there it moves great as you continue on up toward the north part of the valley. There is a crash in Tempe, Guadalupe, just west of the 101. Indian School Road at Cotton Lane, watch for a crash there in Goodyear. Also in Goodyear, a wreck at Litchfield Road, just north of Yuma Road. This traffic report brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, offering a free furnace with the purchase of a new AC unit. Replace your AC after the brutal summer and get ready for winter. Visit dayandnightair.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Today's high 68 degrees, 48 tonight for our low, and then we're going to start to warm up a bit, 70 tomorrow, by Sunday, 81. It's 65 in Maricopa right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Thanks a lot to Jim Sharp for holding down the fort here as our election week coverage continues on KTAR. We'll have continued coverage this evening. Obviously outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato starts at 4 o'clock as per usual. And then another election week special with Barry Markson hosting starting at 7 o'clock tonight. We have got you covered when it comes to the election, both national and the local races. Still a few local races up for grabs. We'll talk about those a little bit later on in the program as well. So if I'm taking you behind the scenes here just a little bit, let me pull the curtain back. I got a message from my good friend and partner, Joe Huizenga, this morning. And it said, hey, let's talk about the transition. And I went, Joe, finally. For years, you've been hinting at your transition. I'm so glad you're ready to talk about it.
The transition of power, Chris. Not that transition. I have no plans to transition.
All right, so that is my bad.
Yep.
And
Maybe my bad. Maybe I didn't make myself clear enough.
This is awkward. I don't have anything else planned.
Well.
All right, so the Trump transition then, what are we going to see from Donald Trump in the next 2.5 months? We know Bobby Kennedy Jr., right? That was part of the deal. It was a quid pro quo, which is illegal, but we also know everybody does it, and it's wide out in the open, and nobody really cares. He said, you're going to be in the administration. Back me.
Presumably Health and Human Services, something along those lines?
Or does he create, in fact, I just saw a headline, I think it was Fox that had the headline, is that he's floating the idea of creating a health czar.
Why not just Health and Human Services, which is a position that already exists?
I don't know.
Well, with Trump, you never
I don't
know.
Well, that's the thing. Is it fair to say he likes to keep us guessing?
Yes.
He likes to keep people on their toes.
Health czar.
Health czar. What happens over the next few months as he starts putting people into the different positions, or at least nominating them to the different positions? Because remember, the Senate's
making up positions.
We're making up positions. The Senate's going to have to confirm them. We know the Senate's going to be very favorable for him. He's already got the majority of the Senate. Might be adding another one from Arizona. We don't know yet. That is still up in the air. Do these promises, I mean, is this something that the American people are like, oh, yes, he's getting things done? Or is this a stark reminder that if he's upsetting the apple cart before he's even taken the office, is it a reminder of what his leadership style was like 4 years ago? Remember, they rejected him in 2020, but then they said, we still like, I guess they like the economy under him. Biden gets blamed for the economy. But time and time again, we hear this from Republicans. Democrats aren't going to like him, so forget about what they think. But from Republicans, I hear this all the time. They go, I don't like Trump, but I like what Trump does for America.
Yeah, a lot of Republicans just don't like the rhetoric or the.
Is it safe to say they don't like him as a person, but they like the results?
I don't know what they like or what they think of him as a person. I think the word I come back to is tone. Yeah. They don't like his tone oftentimes, but they like his results.
So what does this mean? I'm baffled. The Democrat, and again, I'm going to get the Democrats out of the conversation altogether because at this point, America doesn't care what they think.
No, they
Fair
lost.
To say?
They need to
bigly. They lost bigly.
Yeah,
I mean, up and down, they're losing. So, I'm thinking about something Stan Barnes said. Or was it Stan Barnes or no? Brooke Simpson was the quote that professor at ASU that Becky Lynn had in the news, and he was talking about Trump is going to be looking for loyalists. I'm also curious because Stan Barnes did say something earlier about our political strategist that was in here talking with Jim Sharp. Stan Barnes was saying something about how he's going to surround himself by people who are like-minded, as any leader would do. But that also means that it's not going to be the old Chamber of Commerce guard from the GOP.
Who would some of those names be?
I think more
like Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, I mean even the people literally at chambers of commerce, but yeah, let's just think establishment Republicans are going to be more Chamber of Commerce friendly. So who needs to watch their P's and Q's right now over the next couple of months? The Democrats are not going to curry favor. Fair to say people like Jeff Bezos are going to be watching their P's and Q's. I mean, he pulled his endorsement. He told his paper you can't endorse. But we had fewer newspaper endorsements now than we've had in decades nationwide, and I think that's people who are kind of hedging. We're hedging. What if Trump wins? We don't want to be on the outs.
And then it cost him, I heard, 250,000 subscribers, too.
Yeah,
which was about 10% of their business?
Lots.
In terms of subscribers.
So I guess my question is, where are the Republicans right now? Are the Republicans nervous?
Oh.
And I'm talking behind closed doors, because I know that there are definitely, for instance, even if Kari Lake loses, Kari Lake is very excited about the results of this presidential election, okay? In fact, somebody asked me this week, what happens to Kari Lake? And I said, she goes away. She's a multiple-time loser. But then they said, what about the administration? I go, I don't think Trump likes her.
You thought it over a second time and came up with a really slick answer.
Man, she would make a great press secretary for him, wouldn't she?
I think so, but...
Man, she'd be good out there on the dais.
Here's why I double
tangling with reporters. That's what he loves that.
But here's why I double clutch it. If she is not Senator Lake, she's a loser. We know Trump doesn't like losers. We know Trump does not like people who've lost. So does he say, Kari, you're a loyalist? Or does he say, Kari, you lost your election, you're on your own now?
Oh, that's a good question.
And I don't know. With Trump, it's exactly. Until he chooses a path, and even once he does choose a path, be prepared to go off in a new direction with him. And any prediction could be thrown right out with the bathwater. You just don't know with him. So I don't know. I think she would make a great press secretary. I think she'd be dang good at it.
Yeah.
But would Trump...
I think she would be very happy with her as the press secretary.
Would Trump pick her, though, because
so that's a concern of the brand.
Lost?
That's a concern with his brand, right?
Yeah.
He wants to have the brand of winning, and even when he didn't win, he still wants to put an asterisk next to the 2020 election.
But he does also want people who back him, who support him, which no one was more loyal than Kari Lake.
Nobody.
But look at his record in terms of getting other politicians over the hump, and it's not great. There's a few who've gotten there, but there's a number who've backed Trump who it hasn't helped their reelection efforts at all.
Yeah, it all depended on the state or the district, right?
Right.
Although, and again, let's come back to 2024. This is the red wave they wanted in 22, and they didn't get. And we know that when it comes to presidencies, the midterm elections following a presidential election, the party not in control of the White House tends to lose the House.
Yeah, and Kari Lake, as of right now, is down just over 50,000 votes.
Like 2%, right?
To Gallego, yes.
Yeah.
So
that's pretty tight.
And I think it's going to get tighter. So that race is far from over. I don't know how many ballots are out there, what percentage has been counted, but I know a day or two ago when we were looking at this, they said it could take 10 to 13 days to count all the ballots.
Yeah.
And we're on day 3. So they're not going to call that race anytime soon, would be my guess. So there's going to be some counting going on for a while.
So all the polls generally, when it came to the presidential election, were within the margin of error. That one seemed to be outside the margin of error. I'm surprised by that. I thought Trump was going to win Arizona. What was the prediction I made? 4 or 5. I thought he was going to win Arizona by 4 or 5, but I thought that Gallego was going to win by 6 or 7, and it is not shaping up that way.
What did Mike Noble tell us earlier this week?
Both races were closer.
Didn't he say Gallego by around 5?
Yeah, I think so.
So the margin of error, 3%, would have this almost right on the extreme end of it.
Yeah.
It would be Gallego by 2 if it ends there. But again, I think it's going to get tighter, and we're at 2% right now.
So what happens? Trump didn't show up for Biden's inauguration. Remember, he sat that out. He was still, January 6th had happened. The second impeachment had just gone on. There was a lot of animosity between the two. He didn't show up. He was just outskis. So what happens now that the shoe is on the other foot? The press secretary there just said, expect a peaceful transfer of power, right? Okay, that's good. I'm glad we can return to a peaceful transfer of power. But I'm thinking about this. Why should Trump work with Biden on a smooth transition? That seems like, I mean, you've been bagging on each other for a while. Biden said all of your people were garbage. Why even work with Biden on a smooth transition? That is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR. News Flash.
It's 2:14. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Some of Donald Trump's supporters who stormed the U.S. Capitol nearly 4 years ago are celebrating the president-elect's electoral victory. They're hoping he makes good on a campaign promise to pardon and free rioters who attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Trump has repeatedly referred to jailed Capitol rioters as hostages and political prisoners during campaign rallies this year. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Today, we're looking for a high to hit 67 degrees, and then overnight around 45, 69 tomorrow, but we're climbing back to 80 by Sunday. It's 63 now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air.
Arizona votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
And a shout out to our friends at Whitman. Appreciate you listening to KTAR and Whitman on the KTAR News app. Tap on that microphone button, leave us a message, and we may even play that on the air. Remember, if you're listening on the app, you're going to look at the bottom, and there's going to be a little picture of a microphone. You just tap on that. It's going to open up a recording screen, and then you just tell us what you want to say. We're happy to play that on the air if it's worth a crap. Why, as we head into this lame duck president-elect 75 days or whatever it is, why should Trump even work with Biden? Biden was, this morning he was speaking, and he said that he had talked with President-elect Trump and congratulated him, on the election. And then he says, we're going to have a peaceful transfer of power. And he said, I assured him that I would direct my entire administration to work with his team to...
Yes.
And then they woke him up. And he said, ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. That's what the American people deserve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I like the sound of that. That sounds presidentially. Plus, it was in the morning, so he seemed to have his wits about him.
He
that was
seemed
good.
Very smooth.
Yeah. Well, wait until the sun goes down. Okay. So why should Trump work with Biden on a smooth transition? Because this one seemed a bit obvious to me. Joe proposed this, to be honest. It seemed a bit obvious to me. But the more I thought about it, the more it didn't seem obvious. And I think that's where you were. I think you had kind of processed this to start with. What did you come up with?
So, because here's where I'm at. The tradition of the peaceful transition, I did a little historical research, which I know.
You binged this?
I did a Google on it.
Okay.
So it dates back over 200 years.
Well, yeah, but that streak was broken 4 years ago.
It sure was. But to me, our country's strongest when we work together and we compromise. That dirty word that people don't like to say in D.C. for a long time. I still like that word, compromise. I think about the sandbox in the analogy when you're in, let's say, second or third grade.
Okay.
You're hanging out with, you're a kid, you're with your buddy Billy. You're both playing in the sandbox peacefully. Or, Billy looks over, slugs you in the face, makes you eat sand, and throws you out of the sandbox.
Yeah, I was Billy. Why don't you try being Billy, Joe? Instead of being the putz that gets punched in the face and kicked out. You know what Billy is? Strong. Leader.
Billy's a bully.
He's an alpha.
Yeah, but Billy doesn't share. And Billy's going to end up on his own.
No, on his own with all of your stuff.
Yeah, but Billy might have some chicks. And
that's right.
And
you're still on the outside going, Billy, can I have your leftover chicks?
If Billy shares, he might have some chicks. If Billy's a bully,
no.
What girl wants to hang with Billy?
All the cheerleaders? Billy's the quarterback now. Joe? Yes.
I don't know. I don't see it that way.
Pablo, you ever notice that his analogies always have him like, the mean guys are bad. No, the mean guys win.
Do they?
Yes.
Oh, well, then I'm shot. Then I'm
your entire point is gone.
Exactly.
Finish your point from the perspective of the guy that got kicked out of the sandbox. Go ahead.
No. So our country's strongest when we work together, we compromise. So if you think about that sandbox when you were a kid, were things best when you worked with Billy and you both got to play?
Not for Billy.
Why not?
Because Billy got the whole sandbox to himself.
Yeah, but Billy could make a friend. Billy doesn't want a friend?
Yeah, overrated. Friends let you down. Is the friend going to be loyal to Billy?
Yes, of course. And Billy's going to be loyal to the friend. It goes both ways.
Nah.
So Billy just gets what he wants and he doesn't have to be loyal back?
No.
Loyalty is a two-way street.
Negative.
I feel like if we've learned one lesson from January 6th, it's that we don't need that again. Who benefited from it? You got some deep thoughts on that one over there, Billy?
I think Trump benefited from January 6th.
See, I don't think he benefited from January 6th.
I do.
I think with his group, you may argue that he benefited.
Yeah.
But from the country as a whole, I don't think his perception, his glow, his aura benefited at all. And you're going to say, that didn't matter. Exactly.
Scoreboard, Joe.
Exactly.
Look at the scoreboard.
But there's a lot more than MAGA in the country.
Look at the scoreboard. A lot more than MAGA voted for him.
Some more. But he could
enough more that he won the election and the House and the Senate.
But you can get even more done if you have more people on your side. And getting deals done is a lot easier. As opposed to if you just have 50% plus one, it becomes a lot easier if you can get 66% plus one.
Not if you own the sandbox and everybody that's in the sandbox is doing what you want. They will build whatever sandcastle to whatever design you desire.
But is everybody going to come and play in your sandbox?
No, but he owns the sandbox. Nobody else gets to play in the sandbox.
No,
that's the whole point.
The school owns the sandbox. Billy doesn't own the sandbox.
I know, but the school gave Billy the entire... I love that this analogy is just taking on a life of its own. The playground marm gave Billy complete control over the sandbox. That's what the election was. We said, who do we want to run the sandbox? The people who want to compromise or the guy who's going to say, listen, give me complete control of the sandbox and I'm going to make it the most beautiful sandbox you've ever seen. And I'm also going to keep out anyone who shouldn't be in the sandbox that keeps trying to sneak in. And we all went, that guy.
I think I'm going to have to slip diuretics into Billy's Kool-Aid here because he's not my guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. You know, Billy was Trump.
He was? Yes, I know that.
You just blew up your own analogy.
No, I know. That's my point. I know Billy was. I want Trump to be able to work with other people. I think it makes life better for Trump. And you say he doesn't care about it.
No, why would he?
I think he's being short-sighted.
What? He's got 4 years. Who cares?
4 years? That's better than 0 years.
He doesn't have to run for re-election. He's got 4 years. And beyond that, to your point, you think Billy's going to be loyal to other people. I think he would like to see, say, J.D. Vance take over for him, but I don't think he loses sleep over it.
He has 4 years in office.
Yeah.
But what is Biden looking at right now?
Death.
Legacy.
Yeah.
And Biden's legacy is kind of shot.
I think he's casket shopping right now.
So if I'm Trump, I'm looking beyond 4 years.
Who do you think lasts longer, Carter or Biden?
I thought we were talking about Billy.
Because I don't think Biden's gonna make it much longer.
I'm
but
not
Carter,
making a death prediction.
I will.
Okay. Who are you going with?
Man, Carter's been in hospice for a year and a half. I mean, at some point, that comes through. All right.
To me, you prove your doubters wrong. Those who say you can't work with others outside of your party, you get a lot more done in Washington with a supermajority than just the 50% plus one.
When it comes to the transition, right?
Yeah.
A smooth transition. Should he, over the next couple of months, play nice with Biden?
If it benefits him.
I think that's exactly it. So what's in it for him, right? I mean, he could be cordial, and we would all like to see cordial. Everybody's getting along. We're acting presidential, that kind of thing.
Deals become smoother if there are more people on his side, and if he doesn't have to try to bully his way through and just punch people and take over.
But who cares?
But it becomes easier. Why do you want it to be difficult?
It's not harder.
I think it would be harder.
Based on what? There's no other obstacle. There's no obstacle.
There's other people in D.C. We still see people getting elected from the blue team.
But their vote, it doesn't matter anywhere.
It doesn't matter anywhere. So
not for at least 2 years.
So they're just there just collecting a paycheck for the next 2 years. There is nothing that they can do to stop stick anybody in the GOP at all.
Filibuster. That is it.
Well, and I would assume that they're going to try to do that. Or we're also assuming...
Or nuclear option and we bulldoze everything.
Is everybody on the red team going to be in favor of what's happening?
That's a better question. Yeah, that's a better question. The one thing that I think of when it comes to a smooth transition over the next couple of months, there may be a reason not to have a smooth transition, and that is something you brought up in our first segment. We hypothesized, would Kari Lake potentially, if she doesn't end up coming back and beating Gallego, would she potentially be a candidate for the press secretary position? And I thought you made a really good point that I hadn't yet considered, because you didn't tell me in rehearsal or I would have stolen it.
Yeah.
And that is that
I hadn't thought of it.
She was kind of a loser, right? She keeps losing. He doesn't like losers. It's not part of his brand. His brand is strong winners. So part of his brand is to not play nice with Democrats. Democrats are a threat. Democrats don't like America. Democrats are trying to sell you to the Chi-coms. Democrats this, Democrats that. Mm-hmm. If all of a sudden he's seen working with Democrats, isn't that counter to his brand? Isn't that like having a chicken Big Mac? It's not a Big Mac.
I don't know what Trump's brand is. You say it's strong winners.
Alpha winner.
To me, Trump's brand is the definition of malleable. If he decides it's his brand, it's his brand. And it pivots on a dime. I know Trump's brand is Trump's brand, but defining it is a huge challenge.
Now, you got to believe the Secret Service has their hackles up with the president-elect already, right? What does the transition look like from the standpoint of trying to keep the new guy safe? That's next as we talk with a retired senior agent and on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The KTAR News app. It's your portal to a world of Arizona news and information from Arizona's news station. Listen to podcasts, stream KTAR News live, read breaking news stories on the KTAR News app. Presented by Rias Air Conditioning.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
O'Reilly Veriscan is a free check engine light testing program that pulls from over 600 million vehicle scans confirmed by ASE certified technicians to provide a simple report and possible fixes available exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The good old days, they weren't that long ago. They were back when your PR was just a number that you were going to destroy the next week anyway. Now, forget gains. You're lucky to maintain. And it doesn't have to be that way. Vital for Men, Arizona's preferred TRT clinic and complete men's wellness center, has 3 locations where you can schedule your free testosterone level test now at vital4men.com. Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit. And enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
The Right Money Show with Don Spini.
Every account has to have a specific job, because if money doesn't have a job, it gets lazy, underperforms, and loses value.
Tune in to The Right Money Show with Don Spini.
We're going to look at the hybrid index strategy and make sure that you never run out of money.
Tune in to The Right Money Show with Don Speeney, Sunday mornings at 11 on KTAR News.
Fall in Phoenix, and if you hate the paint, do what your neighbor Lynn did. She called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our stucco home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question. We knew we were going to do it.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's not paint, it's better.
The Rhino Shield representative came and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time we had the roof done as well.
Phoenix, right now you can have the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
Even the people that have been a little younger than us have said they don't have to worry about getting just an everyday painter because Rhino Shield has the 25-year warranty. And we truly believe in this product.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024.
Was historic support from the Hispanic community a big reason why Donald Trump won the race for the White House? KTAR's Ballot Oversoles is live now in the News Center to tell us more about that.
Research from at least one conservative group shows a record number of Hispanic voters supporting Trump nationwide. But Arizona Director of Unidos US, Enrique Muslim Davis, says it comes down to the economy.
They're not going to think of all the other issues like what Trump was saying or people in his campaign. For them, the most important thing is I need to put food on the table.
And he doesn't believe voters are shifting to the right, but they are willing to give Trump a second chance.
Doesn't matter whether they're Hispanic, African American, or Native American. They're just thinking of how do I get by?
Live in the News Center, Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
President-elect Trump's victory this week could be his get-out-of-jail-free card. Election lawyer Tom Ryan says that he expects Trump to pardon himself in his federal cases, especially after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled sitting presidents have partial immunity.
It delayed the January 6th indictment, and now Jack Smith is winding that case down.
He explains special counsel Jack Smith is winding down the J6 case and the classified docs case because the Department of Justice can't prosecute a sitting president. For more election news, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. There are monkeys on the loose in South Carolina.
They're not infected with any disease. They're harmless and a little skittish. That's what the Yemassee, South Carolina Police Chief Gregory Alexander says about the 43 rhesus monkeys that escaped from a medical research lab this week. A new employee at the facility is getting the blame for not closing their cage door all the way. Law enforcement officials are using thermal imaging to try to find and re-trap the primates. They say again there's no danger to the public, but they're still encouraging people to steer clear of them and call them if they're spotted. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Veterans Day is Monday. Arizona's well represented in Wallet Hub's list of the nation's best cities for veterans. Scottsdale comes in at number 7, Gilbert 15, Chandler 16, Mesa 29, and Glendale 44. The ranking's based on the share of military skill-related jobs to veteran income growth to the availability of VA health facilities. Wallet Hub's best city for veterans is Austin, Texas. When the news of Trump winning the presidency broke, the stock market reacted accordingly, with Bitcoin and Tesla shares skyrocketing. Caleb Silver with Investopedia explains Trump's plans could make it easier for the investing class with reduced taxes on capital gain and lower interest rates. And he tells Arizona's Morning News the plans could also increase the national deficit by trillions of dollars. Let's check on traffic now. Here is Chuck Rowe with a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Our freeway crash list is clear at the moment. We did have a crash not long ago on the I-17 northbound at Thomas Road. That was moved out of lanes, in fact, completely off of the freeway now. But if you're seeing any leftover slowing, that's the reason for it. Let's go to Avondale, where there's a new crash, Fairway Drive at the I-10. Also, 51st Avenue at Thomas Road, a collision. Wreck at Rose Garden Lane at I-17. Guadalupe, just west of the 101 Price Freeway, a crash. And watch for a wreck on Indian School Road at Cotton Lane. This traffic report brought to you by Amco Transmissions and Total Car Care. Most people know Amco as transmission specialist, but same as the dealership, Amco is your total car care expert. Find your fix at one of over 20 Valley Amco locations today. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Looking for a high temp today around 67 degrees, then 45 overnight and 69 on Friday. In Peoria right now it is 66 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Twice this summer, in a remarkable historical event, we saw somebody either shoot at or get ready to shoot at former President Trump, then candidate Trump, now President-elect Trump. That brought a ton of scrutiny onto the Secret Service. It is also one of the concerns I have going forward here over the next few months about the peaceful transfer of power. Fair to say that if we have another assassination attempt, Joe, that is not an example of a peaceful transfer of power, even if it's not something that's planned by a party. That looks like the country is not okay with our process.
I would say that's very fair.
Don Mahalik is an ABC News law enforcement contributor. He's also a retired senior Secret Service agent in Philadelphia. And Don, thank you so much for joining us today. What does the Secret Service do now? Thank you. What does that normal transition look like for any president-elect going forward? Does the service step up their protection, or has it already been at the same level it's going to be until he gets to the White House?
Well, I think post-Butler, the Secret Service has stepped up its protection for, now President-elect Trump. They added a whole bunch of resources that typically the president would have. So I think he's been receiving from the Secret Service that presidential level of protection since the Butler incident. I think the difference now is what you'll see is you'll start seeing the national security assets attached to President-elect Trump, things like the DOD assets, the White House communications agencies, the White House medical unit, those type of assets, which are traditionally for the president and the vice president, will start attaching to President-elect Trump. So his protection bubble will seem to increase because of those DOD assets that are coming into play. I think you'll also see the Secret Service bringing potentially more resources and pushing out perimeters a little bit more since he's now the president-elect. And you'll also see with the inauguration, which is a year planning process under the National Special Security Event umbrella, you'll see the inauguration, which is typically a pretty locked down and tight affair and well choreographed. I'm sure the Secret Service will go through that again and make sure it's as tight as possible and it's as choreographed as possible so there's no surprises.
You know, one of the things, Don, that you mentioned the changes after Butler, there was criticism about Secret Service working with local law enforcement or lack thereof, and who's responsible for what. As you mentioned, they kind of stepped things up after Butler. What is the situation with working with local law enforcement in the interim here? You made mention that maybe there'd be the medical units or the other presidential. I'm sorry, Don, whatever the term was that you used. The other, the caravan.
DOD
yeah, the DOD. Okay, the caravan that goes with him. So does that mean that all of a sudden we start seeing some local officials step up their accompaniment whenever he's in town?
Generally speaking, whenever the Secret Service goes anywhere with the president, the local law enforcement agencies support the visit. And, of course, because it's the sitting president, that support is, of course, increased. So, and I always use New York as I spend a lot of time in New York. In New York City, when the president comes to New York City, it's one of the few times NYPD actually shuts down the FDR Drive, the side streets. They actually close it off to traffic versus a former president or a visiting head of state. They may block traffic, but they won't actually close the roads down. So you'll see more of those type of response from local law enforcement officials around the country because he is the sitting president and the commander-in-chief. So, but for the Secret Service, they work with local law enforcement everywhere they go. They can't do the job without local law enforcement. As the Butler report said, one of the gaps was a lack of critical thinking. I think the Secret Service, because of its incredible mandate under the election, the pace, the intensity, and some of the attrition issues it's facing. I think the acting director said maybe a sense of complacency set in. So some of the things that typically would happen in a protective event, those one-to-one briefings with local law enforcement, making sure that everybody's in the same room for communication purposes. Those are some of the things that didn't happen at Butler that contributed to the failure. But the most critical thing that happened at Butler, which is tangentially attached to the Secret Service was when local law enforcement identified the suspect 90 minutes prior to the event, nobody went up to him and talked to him. Had somebody, an officer, went up and talked to him 90 minutes prior, we would have never been talking about Butler.
ABC News law enforcement contributor and retired senior Secret Service agent Don Mahalik joins us right now. Don, you've worked with several presidential transitions. What's this process involve, and has it differed through different transfers of power?
No, the presidential transition process is relatively scripted. I think the Trump campaign has already established their transition team, which is the first step. I think they did it in record time, within 12 hours, because they're not new to this.
Yeah.
They have an experienced team. They have to fill 4,000 positions within the federal government. The president has to make 4,000 appointments before day one. So when they can hit the ground running, they're ready to roll. Some of those positions are Secret Service protectees, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Secretary of Treasury, his Chief of Staff, his National Security Advisor, who will all be new people that will become Secret Service protectees and have to learn how to be a protectee. In addition to that, the Secret Service is going to be reestablishing protective details on some of the Trump family that maybe their details have fell off because as children like Don Jr. and Eric, as children of a former president who are adults, they generally don't keep their Secret Service details. So I think you'll see some of that happen. And, and then come January, in a short 2 months, the Trump administration will hit the ground running. And we'll see what happens. The Secret Service will have to keep that bubble around all of them.
Don, we've talked about some deep flaws that were exposed during the Butler incident. What happens if the president-elect enters the White House, we get through the transition, and he says, hey, I want to fire a number of Secret Service. I want a new plan in place. What would that look like?
The only people that the president could fire in the Secret Service would be the director. Because that is a direct appointee of the President of the United States. All the rest of the Secret Service agents are covered under the career government employees, the general services scale. Now, what he could do is he could order a complete reorganization, revamp of the Secret Service by executive fiat and either realign the Secret Service's priorities or realign how the Secret Service operates if he wanted to do that. But I think the most critical thing he's going to do is he's going to pick a director, somebody to be the director he trusts, and whoever that person is, he's going to be given the mandate by the president of what he wants to see in the Secret Service, and that person will be tasked with carrying it out. And I would hope, though, now that the president is going to have pretty much control over Congress, that working together, they can make sure the Secret Service is right-sized and given the resources it's probably been lacking for the last 20 years.
Don Mahalik's the ABC News law enforcement contributor and a retired senior Secret Service agent. Don, thank you so much. That was very insightful. We greatly appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you.
For the Republicans, it was all about the top of the ticket. Check. The Senate. Check. The House was a toss-up, though, right? If you have considered this a good week, you're going to love what you're about to hear. If this was your worst week, maybe go grab a midday coffee and meet us back at 3 o'clock. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This may be the most popular event of the year at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. The power of the purse is back. I'm Jamie West. Join more than 400 corporate trailblazers, philanthropists, community influencers, and others who love purses and Beatitudes campus. The auction and fashion show supports housing and healthcare scholarships and other programs. Enjoy cocktails, fashion, and fun. Sunday afternoon, November 10th. Text PURSE to 620-620 for details. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes campus.
Message and data rates may apply. It's Gatos. When it comes to your roof, the choice is clear. You need to cast your vote for America Roofing. They built a team with decades of experience in providing the best materials, workmanship, and overall honest service. Their skilled professionals ensure every job is done right the first time. Whether it's storm damage, routine maintenance, or a brand new roof, America Roofing has you covered. Visit today at americaroofingco.com.
I'm Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing, and I approve this message.
ROC number 186438CR42.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
Debt's not always debt, and when you have the money to pay it all, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Sundays at 9 a.m., right here on KTAR News.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Democratic political strategist Stacey Pearson says Prop 139's enshrining of abortion rights to the state constitution isn't surprising, given what voters have been paying attention to since Roe v. Wade was struck down.
Women in the last 18 months, 2 years, stopped keeping secrets, stopped lying about what happened in college or the pregnancy that they wanted, that they had to terminate. I mean, women just stopped not talking about this, and that changed the game.
And she tells KTAR's election special show that voters were keen on not just abortion procedures, but other reproductive health resources being at risk if Prop 139 didn't pass. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, just go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Our expected high today, 67 degrees, 45 the overnight low, and then up to 69 on Friday, but we could be back around 80 by Sunday. Right now in Carefree, though, it's 58 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air.
Hi, this is Jordan Beebe, owner of Rooter Ranger Plumbing. People are always asking, what is a rooter? Rooter is an old term used to clean out your drain when you have a backup. So next time you have a problem with your drain, Google Rooter Ranger online and click to call us for a $33 drain cleaning.
Drains and toilets, we do it all. Rooter Ranger's always on call. 888-7-RANGER. Get you out of plumbing danger.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to help grow your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Trajan Wealth can offer some of the highest guarantees in the business. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know no one wants to work forever. We all need to retire someday, and I know you've worked hard for your money, so now is the time to guarantee it. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't woulda, shoulda, coulda. Get up to a 30% bonus just for opening an account, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Retire the right way, the Trajan way, with Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
All right, pleasure being with you as we continue our in-depth election coverage. And we will continue not only with Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos at 4 o'clock. We have another election special this evening, starting at 7 with our KTAR legal and political analyst, Barry Markson. Looking forward, maybe we'll get another tranche of ballots dropped in Maricopa County, which is where a lot of people are waiting for some of the final results, including that very important race between Gallego and Lake, right?
Right.
That one is a little bit
50,000 votes.
I didn't think it was going to be that close. I mean, I predicted 6-7 points. I think Mike Noble from Noble Predictive Insights thought it might be 4 points. Is that what he said? 4 or 5? Okay. But I will say this. Both races in Arizona were closer than my predictions. I thought Trump 4 or 5, and it looks like Trump 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. And I thought Gallego 6 or 7, and it looks like Gallego
maybe
2 less
one.
Or lose.
Yeah.
I mean, it's entirely possible. Kari Lake could still win this thing. She's still in it. As far as the House, oh boy, Democrats, you are not going to like to hear this. So Trump wins the White House. Oh. That was a toss-up throughout the election. The Senate, most pundits, most experts, most pollsters said, listen, it's just, you've got Democrats stepping down. You got Joe Manchin in a very red West Virginia, who was a Democrat that flipped to being an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats. He's leaving. That doesn't look great for the Democrats to keep that seat. John Tester, Montana, that doesn't look great to keep that seat. You're probably not going to keep the Senate. This is a very Republican-friendly situation for the Senate
Ruben
races this
Gallego
year.
was the exception, where that looked like it would be a blue seat. Having left Sinema, who
Which was independent,
blue, then
was blue,
went
right.
independent.
Yeah.
But
well, they had to hang on to this one. And they were looking at it, and then the Democrats were thinking, well, what if we could get Sherrod Brown to stick around in Ohio? Nope, he's going to lose. Oh, is it possible that we get Allred to upset Cruz in Texas? No, it's not possible. And Cruz won by 9 points. And that was close in Texas.
you see that race every 6 years. There's a story that comes out, though.
Beto
about
O'Rourke, he's
Cruz's
within 2
opponent,
points.
and it might go. And it was just like Iowa with Trump the other day with that poll.
That weird poll.
Could Trump lose Iowa? It's like,
No. So here it is, Democrats. I got bad news for you. And Republicans, I got really good news for you. You got the White House. You got the Senate. The question was, with the margins so slim in the House of Representatives, what was going to happen? It's looking right now like it's going to be a clean sweep, all three.
210 to 198 right now, the GOP in the lead, and they've gained 2 seats to this point. And there's a number still up for grabs in California and a few here in Arizona. And I was looking through these earlier, and you've done time in California.
Yeah, at Folsom.
And you've been sentenced multiple times in Arizona as well.
Yeah.
So you know these areas pretty well. Hey, you got out of California.
Listen,
at least.
I know who's got the best commissary. That's for sure. Yeah.
But I'm seeing a whole lot of red still when I look at these races in California, and the ones in Arizona are leaning that way as well.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people think California, that's all liberal.
Not Northern California.
Not Northern California, not Central Valley, California. And remember, former Speaker McCarthy came out of California, right? I mean, that's a California. California hasn't forgotten Nixon and Reagan. You know, there's still some Republicans coming out of California. In fact, a lot of people are always surprised. I lived in San Diego, and they would, oh, you're in Southern California. That's very liberal. No, San Diego is not. San Diego is not very liberal. It's very balanced. Now, maybe not district to district, and you can thank gerrymandering for that. But as we're waiting for some of these results to come in, yeah, in large part, it's looking like it's going to come down to us in Arizona and then California. And in these races where we've only got 56% reporting, here's one in Northern California, to your point. Northern California, 56% reporting. The Democrat is ahead by 2,000 votes.
Yeah.
That is, it's up 1.5 percentage points. That's pretty close right now.
I typed in House Race 2024 into the Google over here.
Yeah.
And it spit up the top 11 right now, which is one Alaska race where Republican is up. And then there's a couple Arizona races, Schweikert and Siscomani seats.
Yeah.
And then a slew of California seats, followed by an Idaho seat and a Colorado seat. And 10 of the 11 are all leaning GOP right now.
Yeah.
So if they take 8 of them, they keep the House, or they would gain the House. That's if they take 8.
They
because
keep it.
218 is
The Republicans would keep the House.
218 is the number.
It's a magic number.
So
right?
if they get 8 more,
They got it.
they've got it. And
tell you, if you were-
they're up in 11 of those. Plus, there's more as you. Hey, but wait, there's more as you look down.
I'm telling you, if you are a Republican right now, it's like being a kid and your mom says, what do you want for dinner? And you say candy and she says, okay. And then you eat the candy and mom says, what do you want for dessert? And you say, I want cake. And she says, okay. I mean, this is the best because not only do you get your main course with the election with Trump, the Senate, boom. And now you're getting chocolate cake for dessert because it looks like you're going to get everything else. You're going to get your dreams come true here.
I'm going to ask you a 60-minute question with us with about 30 seconds left to dive into this.
Okay.
You say if you're a Republican, you're giddy right now.
Yeah.
But
I would be.
But we know the Republican Party has been fractured a little bit over the years. So does that matter? Or do you still feel like, well, we've got the White House, we've got the Senate, we've got the House? I wonder how the old school Republican versus the new school Republican,
the Chamber of
views
Commerce
this.
type Republican, still happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
definitely you want to win your race.
Because remember, the Democratic Party hasn't changed a whole lot, and they've always opposed the Democratic Party. So this is still better than Harris winning and Democrats taking the House and the Senate.
Democrats, same issue too. They've certainly had some fracturing in their party as well.
Get ready, because that one could get a whole lot uglier. And if you thought the fractures in the Republican Party,
the AOCs versus more of the moderate Dems.
If you thought that the fractures in the Republican Party were going to push things further to the right, what are we about to see out of the Democratic Party? Yikes. All right, you see the same numbers that we do this election, and they keep looking better and better for the Republicans. Have you seen how the liberal class is responding? Get ready for an ugly cry visual painted on your radio next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the Life Source Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
I walk to honor my loved ones.
I walk to save lives.
I walk to raise heart rates and life-saving funds for the American Heart Association. So can you.
Sign up, step out, and share why you walk at the West Valley Heart Walk on November 16th at Goodyear Civic Square. Together we can put an end to heart disease and stroke one step at a time. Register today at westvalleyheartwalk.org.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. While you're enjoying the evenings out, vacations, when you're out of town for the weekend, burglars are working overtime knowing that no one is home. They have been breaking into houses using Wi-Fi jammers. They bypass alarms and cameras, and that's why I recommend Bulldog security screens. They are all of your windows, all of your doors, custom measured, and they build these security screens that look amazing on the exterior of your home. Now listen, here's the great thing about it. They don't obstruct your views, and they look terrific, but they protect like a fortress. I was at their factory in Tucson, and they challenged me to try to break through these screens. I used a sledgehammer. I broke a baseball bat trying to break in, a 2x4. I even threw a bowling ball and wasn't able to break in. What I'm saying is they protect like a fortress from French doors to windows to your front and back door. Go to BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Always demand the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Here in Arizona, we value truth, integrity, and community. At ABC 15, we stand for what's right. We tackle tough issues and drive real change. We listen to you and make sure your voice is heard. We investigate and follow through.
This is ABC 15 News at 6.
Together, we're making Arizona an even better place to live. Watch ABC 15 News, weeknights at 6.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Only 2% of roofers in the country have qualified as Master Elite, an award Gleason just received for quality workmanship and consumer satisfaction. Don't let small roof issues turn into big problems. Ensure your home or business is protected with the no-cost roof audit. Schedule today at GleasonRoofing.com or call 480-338-6644.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
For all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons. Whether you need an AC tune-up, a water heater fix, or a drain cleaning, they are the ultimate pros here in the Valley. Parker & Sons is trusted, dependable, and prompt, and they do the job right the first time, every time. I trust them so much, I sent them to my parents' house, and they had such a good experience, they called Parker & Sons again the next day to have them come back and do something else on their to-do list. So give them a call at 602-2-REPAIR, 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News now.
It is 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024.
Well, we're still counting the votes here in Arizona. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says he's willing to look at some ideas to speed up Arizona's voting process, but not ones to limit access. KTAR Susan Monday is live now in the News Center with the details.
Well, Fontes on KTAR News today reacted to the suggestion of Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson to shorten the amount of time voters can drop off their mail-in ballots at polling places. Fontes says life often gets in the way of people getting to the polls on Election Day.
Sometimes it gets stuck under a bunch of utility bills. The kid moves it because you told him to clean that room, and it's Saturday before Election Day. Now what? Now you got to take a day off of work? No.
Fontes says voter access can't be reduced just so people can get results sooner. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
How does President-elect Donald Trump's big win impact all the pending litigation against him? KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with the answer.
Trump will have the power to pardon himself in his 2 federal cases, but not the Georgia election interference case or the New York hush money case.
There is a thought that no man is above the law, even if you're a sitting president. If you are in a civil lawsuit or a state jurisdiction lawsuit, that gets to continue against you, even though you are a sitting president.
However, election lawyer Tom Ryan adds President-elect Trump will have no impact on the so-called Arizona fake electors case here, saying those charged acted on their own, not on behalf of the president. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
ABC's Patrick Reevell says Russian leader Vladimir Putin has chimed in.
Vladimir Putin has publicly congratulated Donald Trump on his election, also saying that he was impressed how Trump reacted when he was nearly assassinated, saying that it showed he was courageous. Putin also said that he would be ready to speak with Trump.
And Putin wasn't the only call he got.
President Zelensky has also spoken to Donald Trump already. He called him to congratulate him. In a speech today, he said, though, that peace cannot be won through showing weakness, and he called for Ukraine to be reinforced.
For more election news, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Well, Donald Trump officially our next president, and the stock market had a strong reaction to the news, jumping for stocks like Bitcoin and Tesla. Caleb Silver with Investopedia tells Arizona's Morning News Trump's plans of lower taxes is good for the investing class because there will be reduced taxes on capital gains. But it's also good for the wealthy side of the market.
You see, the richest people in the world got very wealthy yesterday on that stock market surge, and those are the companies with the biggest market caps and CEOs like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Silver says Trump's plans could also raise the national deficit by trillions of dollars. Time now with the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's November 7th, and back on this day in 2013, Twitter became public. Shares of Twitter, now known as X, went on sale to the public for the first time and instantly leaped more than 70% above their offering price in a dazzling debut that exceeded even Wall Street's lofty hopes. Twitter had never turned a profit since it was founded 7 years prior, and shares opened at $45.10. In the first few hours, the stock jumped as high as $50.09, and by the closing bell, the social network was valued at $31 billion, with a B, nearly as much as Yahoo, and just below Kraft Foods. Now, fast forward to the present, the company would go private again. And in October of 2022, Elon Musk bought it for $44 billion, and he renamed the social media giant X. And it all started when Twitter first became public back on this day in 2013.
Time to check on the traffic now. Let's go to Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Looking at a couple of new issues. There's a crash on the I-17 southbound, the ramp to the Loop 101 eastbound. The left lane is blocked there. A car hauler involved, so stay to the right to get past that. The 202 Santan Freeway eastbound, McClintock off-ramp. There is a crash with a vehicle that caught fire there. It is engulfed in flames, and the fire department not on the scene yet, so step carefully if you do plan on exiting there. Wreck at Lower Buckeye Road at 75th Avenue, and surprise crash Saraville Avenue at Waddell Road, and at Scottsdale, pedestrian involved crash Scottsdale Road south of Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard. This traffic report brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, offering a free furnace with the purchase of a new AC unit. Replace your AC after the brutal summer and get ready for winter. Visit dayandnightair.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Overnight, we're expecting that low temperature to drop off to around 45 degrees. Tomorrow's high, 69, 74 by Saturday, and about 80, 81 on Sunday. In Phoenix right now, though, it's 65 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Pleasure being with you on air, online, on the KTAR News app. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga. What is it that I see the coffee mugs for sale? Oh, filled with liberal tears.
Oh.
Yeah, see that. As I say, my coffee mug is filled with liberal tears. Yeah, I don't know how I end up on these algorithms. It's just politics come around, probably because I end up researching a bunch of different stories, and I end up on right-wing sites and left-wing sites, and I see all kinds of goofy.
If you're a right-winger, you really want to drink the tears of a liberal?
I don't know, that seemed really strange to me. Maybe they just mean figuratively.
I would think you'd want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, normally I just like creamer in my coffee.
Man, that's a lot of tears to fill up a whole coffee mug.
So you've got the 5 different stages of grief. You and I have talked about this numerous times. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance.
Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to the dark side.
Boy, oh boy. Pablo, will you come get your guy here? We hit the second hour, and all of a sudden he's just out the window. He held it together for the first hour, but now it's just, he's loopy.
I'm back.
So the most passionate Democrats right now are going through those 5 stages.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got, I have some friends. First of all, it depends on their age. And I would say even gender. For instance, my daughter is very liberal. My son is very conservative. My other son lives with someone who is very MAGA, but is dating someone who's very liberal. So it depends on which room he's in and how he's feeling that at that moment.
What stage do you think we're on right now?
All of them.
Really?
And, well, what you have to keep in mind is when it comes to the stages of grief, you go through. It's not as though denial will last 2 days, anger will last 1 day. No, you continually cycle through these. Could be 15 minutes, could be half an hour. And so all these different stages of human behavior, they are so predictable that we can actually see them written into the headlines of the news. So let me give you an example here.
Yeah.
All right. Denial.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? Saw this headline today and I grabbed it. Where are the 20 million missing votes? Dems cling to false hopes of huge gap between Biden and Harris.
Wow.
All right. So
okay.
that was from The Independent, by the way. Well, they're saying in less than 24 hours after Donald Trump was elected 47th president of the United States, social media users began pushing 2 conflicting narratives to suggest
the election was stolen.
Bingo. One revived false claims by Trump in 2020 the vote was stolen from him, and the other questioned how Vice President Harris could have received so many fewer votes in 24 than Biden did in 2020. And those narratives hinge on this 20 million vote gap between Harris and Biden. There's no evidence that there's 20 million missing votes. We don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that Dominion or Smartmatic or anybody else did it. I don't think there were 20 million ballots in the boxes that burned in Oregon and Washington. It's time to accept the fact your candidate didn't win.
I saw a headline just flash on one of the cable newses that Team Biden is claiming that if he would have been running, that they would have won. That also feels kind of like denial.
That's a different stage. That's that's just wishful thinking or
Looney Tunes.
Yeah, Looney Tunes.
Well, I don't think it's true. Do you have one for acceptance? Because I have
not yet.
I have yet to encounter any who are there. I think the other four, I can agree with you. We've gotten there, but I have not seen one for. Well, we're just going to have to.
The only one I have for acceptance, and let me see, I do have it in our notes here somewhere. Yes, this was preceptance.
Preceptance.
Yeah, it's a word I made up. That sounds like we were accepting it before the fact. And that is, the headline came from Politico on Halloween. Headline, Democrats say they will certify a Trump victory, even the ones who think the 14th Amendment disqualifies him, because they say treason, and he's brought up on charges January 6th, so they say he shouldn't be qualified to be the president, but they will certify the election just the same. So call that acceptance. But I also think that they were basically asked a setup question by the politician. Are you going to certify him, even if you don't think he should be president? Like, listen, if he wins, we're going to certify him. That's our job. I don't know that was necessarily acceptance. That's the closest I have so far. Okay. What about this? Anger. Right? It's right here in the headline. Headline, again, this one's from Politico. Dems rage against Biden's arrogance after Harris loss. And then it actually, the subheading, Democrats livid at Biden after Trump win he shouldn't have run.
Yeah, on Fox News. Dems finger pointing after Kamala's loss.
Yeah. So this is the anger. This is the circular firing squad that we talked about yesterday, where it's your fault, and they go, no, it's Latinos' fault for not voting. It's black men's fault for not voting.
Young women
didn't vote the way that we wanted to. So there's this you did it, and you did it, and Biden didn't do this, and Harris didn't do this, and
isn't the reality all of them?
Yeah, I think all of those things
played a role.
But it's kind of like, Joe, you're a University of Michigan fan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of like when Michigan beats Ohio State. What does Ohio State always say? They go, well,
it's the refs.
We didn't get our run game. It was the referees. Our passing game wasn't there. This crowd was too loud. Whatever it was.
Well, Harbaugh was probably stealing the signals again.
It was never. That team was better.
No.
And I think that's where we are with the Democrats right now. That team was better. And by the way, that's what we saw with Republicans just 4 years ago with the same candidate. This candidate figured out how to hone the messaging a little bit clearer. We went through 4 years of turmoil. He tapped into the grievances, and he did a much better job relating to the majority of Americans.
But you agree that the Republicans 4 years ago were playing the same game. They weren't saying Biden was just better. They were saying it was stolen or any number
Trump was
of
saying it was stolen. I think a lot of the other Republicans were saying our candidate was bad. Trump should have shut his mouth.
But were they saying Biden was better?
No.
Okay.
No. Because in politics, you don't do that. That almost comes across as a compliment for your mortal enemy. And look, behind closed doors, they get along fine. But out in the open, they can't possibly get along because it defies the message that they're sending, and that is that the other side is an existential threat to you, your family, and this country. How many times have both sides say this time, if Trump gets elected, it'll be the last election we ever had. And then they pull a clip of him saying, if I get elected, if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again. Right? He had a clip. That was his quote. If you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again. That's what he said. And the Democrats took that and they said, he's going to end the democracy as we know it.
But they both get elected off of fear-mongering the other side.
And I think it's only going to amplify now. Listen.
That's what they want. They want to play on our fears.
They're grievance farmers. But here's the
It's a terrible crop.
Here is the really bad thing about grievance farming. Suppose that you're a farmer, right? And you plant corn and you sell corn. Corn's your highest profit. I have no idea. Corn could be a crap profit. I have no idea. But just suppose corn is your best profit.
Yeah.
All right. So are you going to plow that field over and put something else down, or are you just going to keep growing corn?
Depends where the money is.
I just told you, it's in the corn.
Well, then you're going to keep growing corn.
All right, you got to keep growing corn. All right, cool. Now, I know with farming, you got crop rotation, all that other crap. Don't dive too deep into my analogy.
I'm going with you.
Okay. So now if grievances work, why am I going to plow that field over? Why am I going to fix anything? Because the money, over $10 billion in video advertising alone this year, forget the other billions spent on all the mailers you got in the mailbox. All that money came from planting that same crop that is grievance. Why would you fix the thing that you get to make money on?
Well, that's the most frustrating aspect to me, is I want them to work together. I want to make things better.
Me too. I want crop rotation.
And
corn's delightful, but every now and again I want some snap peas.
And I threw something up on Instagram last weekend.
Or some frijoles.
Before Tuesday. Elote? You want some elote?
Frijoles verde.
Oh, boy.
See, I'm paying attention, buddy.
But I threw up on Instagram, like, isn't it funny that politicians, they don't reach out. They don't appeal to the voter unless they want something from you. They want your vote.
Yeah.
But other than that, they don't reach out that often.
So let me give you one last stage that they're going through here, and then we want to move on to what's going on here in Arizona. But we talked about the 5 stages of grief, right? Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Got another example. Depression. Headline. This headline comes from the Crimson, which is the Harvard newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Harvard professors cancel classes as students feel blue after Trump win. You got Ivy League schools that are canceling classes because the students are sad. The sad part about that to me is that we are training them that when they become parents, that we need to make sure we have the feels for all the things and everything else can come to a stop. At some point, we have to work through some...
Yeah, if you don't get your way, we'll just give you a couple days off.
And that's not life. Save your sick days for when you're sick, right? Don't, I was feeling blue. No. Part of the bargaining that the Democrats are playing out in their heads is that Trump wins the White House, but they'll do well in the down ballot races. Bad news, Dems. The stuff not settled is not looking great for you, including one big Arizona race that was supposed to be a lock for them. For the GOP, the winning train just keeps rolling. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says voting is all about voter access. That in response to Senate President Republican Warren Peterson suggesting having an earlier cutoff for dropping off mail-in ballots at polling places on Election Day. If Peterson has his way, the cutoff for dropping off the mail-in ballots would be the Friday before Election Day. Fontes tells KTAR News he doesn't think that's a good idea because sometimes people get caught up in their day-to-day lives and can't vote on Election Day. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check traffic now. Here's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The I-17 southbound, the ramp to the 101 eastbound, that crash still blocking the left lane, so stay to the right there as you try to get through. Also a crash now, I-17 southbound before Camelback. The HOV lane is blocked with that. There's a fiery wreck on the 202 Santan Freeway eastbound in McClintock. The off-ramp is shut down there. Fire department, looks like they have the fire out now, but you'll want to use the Kyrene off-ramp with that McClintock ramp shut down. Not far from there in Chandler, there's a crash. Fry Road at the 101. Lower Buckeye Road at 75th Avenue, a crash. Also a collision wrapping up in Surprise. Saraville Avenue at Waddell Road. And don't forget that closure near Falcon Field. Greenfield Road still shut down between McKellips and McDowell. You can use either Val Vista or Higley to get around that. This traffic report brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, helping you make the most important choices today to plan for your financial future tomorrow. Claim your free portfolio review at AssetPreservationWealth.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
45, the overnight low, 69, the high on Friday. Right now in Paradise Valley, it's 64. Weather brought to you by Howard Air.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Shout out to our friends in Gilbert. Appreciate you listening to KTAR in Gilbert. And people listening on the KTAR News app, remember you can always tap on the microphone that you see at the bottom of the app. That allows you to record a message and send it to us, kind of like leaving a voicemail. And then you just you hit send, and it comes to Joe's phone. Any time of night, you can send Joe that voice message, and his phone will ding. He prefers about 4:30 in the morning. Best way to do that.
What's that?
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
So let's talk Arizona races here briefly.
Uh-huh.
We've touched on the Gallego Lake race, which seems to still be up in the air. I continue to be surprised by that because all of the polling showed, no, it's not. But now that the results are coming in, as we said, the only poll that really matters is the last one, the Tuesday's poll. And what we're seeing right now, latest results that we've seen, Gallego, 1.235 million votes. Lake, 1.185 million votes. That has actually gone up slightly for Gallego since we started the program. It is a solid 2%, 50% Gallego, 48% Lake. And wasn't that something like 1.8% when we started the show?
Yeah, it was. I think it was really, really close. It was right around 2%. KTAR.com. If you go to KTAR.com, right at the top, Arizona Votes 2024, you can search for your race. We've got the key races under Arizona State. You can see all of these right there in real time, along with a number of the propositions. And then there's a couple U.S. rep races in Congress that are real close too.
Yeah.
You've got District 1 with David Schweikert, the incumbent, and Amish Shah.
Yeah.
And Schweikert is up about 5,000 votes right now, 51% and change to almost 49%.
So it's 2.8% total.
And then District 6, Juan Ciscomani, trying to get reelected, taking on Kirsten Engel. And that one is very close, less than 2,000 votes.
Just over 0.5%, which, listen, this is one that I was surprised on election night. Early results came in, and Engel was up by 10 points. And we all went, what in the world happened? In fact, I was having a conversation with Broomhead out here off air on Tuesday night. We were watching some of these results come in, and he says, man, Juan Ciscomani is getting destroyed. And I said, that's so strange. I said, MAGA doesn't tend to do very well in the general elections unless they're in a safe district, right? Abe Hamadeh, he wins, safe, whatever.
Paul Gosar.
Yeah, safe, whatever. But in swing counties, let's call them swing counties, MAGA doesn't usually perform very well. The more traditional Republicans, certainly more moderate Republicans, tend to perform better. Juan Ciscomani falls under that category. He's not a big government guy. He's more traditional. He is kind of a border hawk. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that was really strange. And I asked Mike, I go, what is he doing wrong? What is he doing differently? And basically what we came up with is, maybe Engel is doing a message, got some messaging going on down there of how the border's not fixed. And he said he was going to fix the border and he didn't do it. So maybe they're running on that. She did run against him last time around. So there's some name recognition. She didn't have to reintroduce herself to the voters. It was already done. But now that more votes start to come back in, he's not only closed that gap, he's taken a slight lead at this point. This one really is too close to call. I wouldn't even guess at this.
We've seen a number of these races, and tell me if you can think of one that's deviated from this. But on election night, a number of them had the Democrat up early or very, very close. But then we've seen the GOP crawl back and add ever since then. We haven't seen the Dems do a lot of
not this time
gaining
around.
ground. Other than Ruben, Gallego, and Lake, there have been a couple instances in some of the ballot drops where Gallego has added a little bit.
Yeah, a couple drops,
lead.
but generally speaking, the trend is that the GOP
Lake has gained bigger ground.
So this comes back to something that a lot of pundits, in fact, the data guru from ABC, our
Garrett
partners,
Archer,
at ABC 15, I was going to get there,
okay.
Has said, and he said that we've really returned to the 2016 voting trends, mail-in voting trends in the state of Arizona. Whereas in 2020, Trump was saying don't trust the ballots, everything got mailed out, there was very little in-person kind of stuff going on. We've really returned to that, where the Republicans are embracing the mail-in ballot, which is a bit of an anomaly nationwide. In other states, the Democrats tend to embrace the mail-in voting, the drop-off, that sort of thing, whereas Republicans like to go and do it in person. In Arizona, Republicans much better at doing the mail-in, which once again, listen, country, will you pay attention? We don't do everything right here in Arizona, but when we do it darn right. And mail-in voting is one thing that we know how to do in Arizona. We've been doing it for decades. We know how to do it. We do it right. Just pay attention. Just do it like us. Problem solved. right? Also, that whole daylight saving time thing. Just do what we do. And don't do that. That's all I got.
Do we know what percentage of votes are still out and left to be counted?
Depending on
Or
the
what
race.
number?
Yeah, so depending on the race, I can tell you that when it comes to the state, we're still at 70%. Or excuse me, we're only at 70%. 30% are still to be counted.
Like with Lake Gallego.
That's where it's 69.17%.
So roughly 30% still sitting out there.
Right. As for the others, I'm not sure if I can grab that as we speak.
Because I also see 97% of precincts reporting.
Yeah.
Which-
This is where it
which
gets a little bit
confuses
confusing.
me.
Yeah. You're going to have to ask Adrian Fontes about that one. So I think that has to do with ballots have been dropped off. We're reporting that we've got this and this and this, but
So it's not late earlies and
I don't think
things
so.
like that.
It
So the
would
precincts
be late
reporting
earlies.
more so deals with day of voting.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, we should have asked him yesterday. That was your job.
Oh,
I had that on your list. Unbelievable.
I had it on your list.
This was your job.
Aw.
High school, college, and lessons learned late into our adult years. All in the stories you need to hear today. You're going to find out why in our headline volley. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
You know what we don't need? That slow drain in the shower or sink. Paul Calvise here. We all know that clogs can be a real drain on our day, but don't let it slow you down. Whether it's your kitchen, the bathroom, or any other drain, Day and Night's expert plumbers will clear it out in no time. And it gets better because the time is now. How about a $29 drain clearing special? That's right. When you call Day and Night, it's just $29 to clear those pesky clogs. And with over 40 years of trusted service in the Valley, Day and Night knows how to keep things flowing smoothly. From AC to heating or plumbing, Day and Night, they've got us covered with fast, friendly, and professional service. And trust me, as a longtime customer, along with all my neighbors, the difference really is Day and Night. So schedule today. Get those smooth, quick-flowing drains again. And for just $29, that's right, for just $29, you can have clear drains and peace of mind at dayandnightair.com. While it lasts, at dayandnightair.com.
Conditions apply. Limited time offer.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or online at Amazon.
Hi, this is David Kimmerly with Sanderson Ford. Black Friday sales are everywhere as it becomes one of the biggest sales periods of the year. With it being the day after Thanksgiving, it's fitting to say thank you. We're thankful to live and prosper for the past 70 years right here in Glendale, Arizona. I'm thankful for our 500 employees who take care of our customers, making us America's most awarded Ford dealership. And I'm very thankful to you, our customers, for without your support, we couldn't give back and support our community with events like Operation Santa Claus. So we're saying thank you with our Black Friday thank you sale the entire month of November.
New 2024 F-150 trucks, 3.9% APR financing for 60 months with up to $4,000 cash back. Similar savings on over 900 new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot.
So don't miss the Sanderson Ford Black Friday thank you sale. Thank you.
OAC through Ford Credit. Up to $4,000 cash back requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle. Offers expire November 30th.
Copper Star Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
If you're looking for medical supplies, Google Copper Star Home Medical. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews from customers in Arizona. Remember Copper Star Home Medical the next time you need medical supplies. We are locally owned, 5 locations, and can help with anything from CPAP to power scooters and everything in between. CopperStarHomeMedical.com.
Copper Star Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This may be the most popular event of the year at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. The power of the purse is back. I'm Jamie West. Join more than 400 corporate trailblazers, philanthropists, community influencers, and others who love purses and Beatitudes campus. The auction and fashion show supports housing and healthcare scholarships and other programs. Enjoy cocktails, fashion, and fun. Sunday afternoon, November 10th. Text PURSE to 620-620 for details. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It's at 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024.
We're hearing from at least one conservative advocacy group that a historic number of Hispanic voters supported Donald Trump this election. KTAR's Ballot Overstoles joins us live from the News Center to tell us more.
Election data is still being processed here in Arizona. Conservatives nationwide are already saying Hispanic voters helped get Trump into office. But Enrique Muslim Davis with left-leaning group Unidos US says it really came down to a smaller group of undecided voters who picked Trump in the last minute.
45% knew they were going to vote for Trump. 45% knew they were going to vote for Harris. We had 10% that were undecided. And at the end, they decided to give Trump a chance.
And on more Hispanics choosing Trump, he adds Democrats need to improve their messaging on kitchen table issues like the economy and housing. Live in the News Center, Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
Donald Trump has a commanding lead over Kamala Harris in Arizona, even though the race hasn't officially been called. Former Maricopa County Democratic Party Chair Stephen Slagaki joined Arizona's Morning News and says it's a very disappointing outcome.
It's really upsetting because we worked really hard for Kamala Harris. We did our best, but obviously we fell short on that. And we've got to pick up the pieces and figure out what went wrong and move forward.
Slagaki was pleased by the passage of Prop 139, which protects the right to an abortion in the state. The Buckeye community could soon see traffic and safety improvements after more than 60% of voters checked yes on several props there. Prop 494 would allow the growing community to build permanent fire stations. Prop 495 funding would go toward road widening and upgrades to traffic signals and lighting along Sun Valley Parkway. And the approval of nearly $300 million in bonds allows the Buckeye City Council to pay for the projects. For more election news, you can go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. The Federal Reserve cut interest rates another quarter point today, and that could help drive down borrowing costs for things like credit cards.
The average APR right now is about 25%. This Fed rate cut, it could move things a little bit lower in 1 to 2 billing cycles, but you can also take matters into your own hands. Call that credit card company, ask them to lower your rate. It can actually work, and especially if you've received anything in the mail with a lower APR on it, tell them about that.
That's ABC News Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis. Local nonprofit Education Forward Arizona asked voters about education and the state's workforce. President and CEO of the organization, Rich Nichols, says the majority of voters support the nonprofit's goal to get 60% of all working adults into college or trade programs.
I think it gives politicians and policymakers a really good idea of some of the things they could do in the future that are going to really make an impact. But it is going to take an investment.
The poll also found nearly all Arizona voters surveyed support creating more apprenticeship programs. If you'd like to learn more, visit the Education Center at KTAR.com. Time now to check those roads. Here's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We had that crash in Chandler on the 202 Santan Freeway eastbound McClintock off-ramp. The vehicle caught fire. Now the fire is out. The cleanup continues, and the ramp is blocked, so exit at Kyrene if you need to get into that area. I-17 southbound, the ramp to the Loop 101 eastbound. Left lane still blocked with a crash. It's extra slow there from about Deer Valley. I-17 southbound before Camelback. An earlier crash out of lanes there. I'm still seeing delays back toward Northern Avenue. A new wreck came in on the surface streets, Thunderbird just west of I-17, and watch for a collision at Fry Road at the 101 in Chandler. This traffic report brought to you by Ever North Care Group. Your health is everything. Get integrated primary care with Ever North Care Group. Schedule a visit today at evernorthcaregroup.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
45 should be the overnight low temp, and then tomorrow's high right around 69 degrees as we climb to 74 on Saturday. In Mesa, right now it's 64. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, we touch on the other big headlines and we ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe! An investigation by our TV partners at ABC 15 found there are very few laws at the state level regarding safety and security for schools and their buildings. Measures like visitor single point of entry, cameras, perimeter fencing are seen at schools, but it's not a requirement. In Arizona, there are very few laws listed under the safety portion of statutes surrounding education. The website shows measures including sunscreen or eye protective devices. Is school safety better handled at the local level, or should there be a state-mandated bare minimum?
Oh, man, a serious question right out of the gate, Christopher.
Yeah.
Well, I think both things can be true on what you asked. I think, yes, school safety is better handled at the local level, and yes, there should be a state-mandated bare minimum. Something that perhaps goes a little deeper than sunscreen and eye protective devices.
So kind of split the baby on this one. Like, let's do
I'm
some
not
minimums.
trying to be funny, but yeah, I think both those things are true.
Okay. All right.
What do you think?
I tend to be like, we need to have minimums, but I do think it's important to understand that every school is different. Every need is going to be different. Putting fencing up in some schools, for instance, if there's a state mandate that says you must have a fence barrier 360 degrees around a school. But then let's say you've got a school that's built into the side of a mountain somewhere. You can't put a fence up there, right? It doesn't matter.
We should ask you a product of the Arizona public education system?
Yeah, Pablo, what's the deal here?
Isn't there some sort of mandates already? Like when we do the fire drills, school bus drills, safety stuff like that?
Yeah, and you have to wear sunscreen.
Pablo, do you wear a lot of sunscreen in school?
Nope.
Yeah, so they've got
they didn't get that one.
They've got eye protective devices, pest management at schools, crime reporting, school safety programs, character education, funding for school safety, liquid roofing systems. That's part of the school safety requirements. EpiPen, sunscreen, ID card, suicide prevention, child abuse hotline, seizure management, but nothing as far as fortifying the school against some sort of an external threat or an internal threat for that matter. All right. Joe, to you.
All right.
Unless you had more. Sorry.
No, I just don't know what's a liquid roofing? What'd you say?
Yeah, like the elastometric roofing. You know when they retard the roof, there's safety measures to make sure they do it right.
So that it doesn't catch fire and burn down.
Exactly.
Yeah. ASU's standout running back Cam Scatabo posted on X that his dog had went missing and he presumed it was stolen. Turns out the dog had found a way to get out, and Scatabo was able to locate his furry friend through Nextdoor about a half hour after it disappeared.
Nice.
Chris, what's something from your life that you've both lost and soon after found?
Well, Joe, love.
Oh.
Yeah.
Love. Me.
Yeah.
Love.
Yeah. Nothing heals a broken heart
Sweet
like
love.
finding new love.
New love.
No, it's okay. First of all, animals run away and then come back. So I got that. Right. Yeah. You get that. You're worried about them and then they come back and then you're so glad they're back, but also you want to like smack them on the snout. No, funny story. I was about 13 years old, and I'd mowed lawns all summer, and I saved up, and I bought a mountain bike.
There you go.
I was the first guy in my whole tiny town to own a mountain bike, and I knew down to the penny how much that mountain bike cost. It was something like $118.22. I mean, I had the tax figured out. I was mowing lawns, and the last lawn I mowed, I was mowing my folks' place for, again, I was 13 years old, so was my house. But they gave me $5 every time I mowed the lawn.
Yeah.
And I was at something like $110, and I was mowing the lawn. I got $5. I was so close. And my mom said, how close are you to it? And I said, $8.21, whatever the number was, right? She says, okay, you finish the lawn, I'll give you $8.21. And by God, I went down to the hardware store was selling it. I went down there, I went, I want the red one, and here's the money. And it was down to the penny, and I had it right, and I could not have been happier. And I rode that bike everywhere. So my folks also had a little a retail store downtown, and I used to park the bike outside behind the retail store while I went in to see my parents. Summertime, whatever, I go see my mom, hang out, beg for money, so I'd go get soda. So I parked the bike, and then I was hanging out with a friend, walking around little tiny downtown. I came back, and my bike was gone. And obviously this bike meant a lot to me because I'd worked so hard all summer mowing lawns to do this. And I went inside. I mean, I looked around the building, and I didn't know where it was. And I was
apoplectic.
I was a mess. I wasn't angry so much as I was just stunned and terrified and disheartened. And I just felt violated. And I went and I saw my mom.
You're more
and
of a
she was
small town guy
inside.
too. People don't steal stuff.
Exactly, right? So I went in and I saw him. I said, Mom, somebody stole my bike. And she says, well, where was it? I said, it was out back where I always park it. And she said, did you chain it up or anything? And no, I never do. I never do this. And she goes, well, I think you've learned a lesson then, haven't you? And I went, they stole my bike. It's not a time for teaching lessons, Mom.
I didn't want to mow those extra 3 lawns to get a bike lock.
Right. She says, your father took the bicycle home to teach you a lesson, and I think you've learned it.
Yeah, get back on the bike and ride to the next town. That's the lesson you learned.
So I murdered my parents in the driveway.
There you go. With the bike, of course.
Were you in a state of zozoba?
I was in zozoba. Yes, I was anxious to the point of feeling like a listing ship. Yes, exactly right.
I lost my soul and then found it again.
Oh, there you go. That's good.
How often
Praise
does that
Jesus.
happen, Pablo?
In my lifetime?
Yeah, about every weekend.
I think it's happened at least 3 or 4 times since I've worked with you.
Friday, Saturday
over the
night,
years.
usually find it Sunday morning. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
All right.
Oh.
Go on.
You want to slide one more?
Back to you, yeah.
Did you have a lost and found story?
Not
or
really.
Are you just trying
I was
to
just
ditch
curious.
it on us? Okay.
I wasn't trying to ditch it. I thought that would be a good opportunity.
Unbelievable.
I also am incredibly organized. I go nuts if I lose something.
I was more of a founder. You know, I was the guy that found Chris's bike and
sold it back to
me. Interesting.
Yeah, you're the guy. Like, guy selling a bike that looks just like mine. That's weird.
Yeah.
Joe, it has been a long week for people that are in news media. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just what it is.
Elections
election week
are
always is.
draining.
Yeah. Researchers are claiming that trouble sleeping could be a red flag for poor brain health in middle age. Difficulty falling and staying asleep, poor sleep quality, and early morning awakenings are associated with accelerated brain aging. Brain aging was linked to people consistently having these sleep issues over 5 years. Joe, you've often obnoxiously bragged about never having trouble falling asleep, regardless of what's going on in your life.
I don't brag.
What should people do to fall asleep easy and wake up refreshed like you do all the time, even if somebody stole your bicycle?
Oh, yeah. Serious tip. The best thing that works for me is work out fairly late in the day.
Yeah.
And you make
I
fun,
thought you might answer
you
that.
make fun of me for that too. You're like, how do you say it?
You
Like,
go out during raping hours.
that's one way to put it. Oh, Chris.
They see you on the street.
Raping
They're like,
hours
he's either
on a Thursday.
he's
not
either
raping hours.
He's either going to or going to be one or the other when they see you
Joe,
on the street.
How'd you let him say that?
Wow.
So last night I went out around 9:30.
Yeah.
And I got done about 12:15 in the morning.
Okay.
Which is some refer to it.
Yeah.
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 So I got home and I got my 10 miles in. I ran for about 6, and
that's awesome.
It was a little cold when I went out. I got to be honest. I had shorts on.
But you slept well last night. Does it take you time to wind down after you get back from your run?
Well, I take a shower, I stretch, and oh boy, I don't know why I'm telling you this. I'm just opening myself up here for future ridicule.
Yeah.
I've decided that
I hide my rope.
Nope.
No, go ahead.
I want to get 6-pack abs.
Oh, good for you. I love that.
So when I am done
Pablo
running...
and I are working on that, too. It's a different 6-pack, though.
Yeah. So when I am done running, I come back and do about 45 minutes of ab work.
Wow, nice.
So, well, don't worry, Pablo. I take breaks. So that 45 minutes is really probably about 15 to 20 minutes. I am so exhausted, and I feel like I'm going to throw up. So I'm like, okay, sit here and read your phone for 5 minutes before you try that again.
Yeah.
So, I've been working on abs, and I just lay there with the front door open, let the cool breeze blow in, and I try not to barf.
And then do you have to wind down after that? You take your shower after that?
Then the shower after that.
And then you're ready?
I read.
You'd read, okay.
I read.
All right. So exercise, abs, shower, read
zonk.
Hide evidence, read, zonk.
Pet cat once or twice.
Yeah, that was...
Put the zip ties away.
Watch her make some muffins.
You got it.
I don't do any of that you do proclaim. I have had encounters in the middle of the night with people who have tried to harm me.
Order more rolls of duct tape.
No, guys who've tried to do stuff to me.
Guys?
Of course. People driving by throwing things at me.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was probably us.
I one time was just
Pablo
out
and I
for-
were looking for bicycles.
That was a bad aim.
I was out for a run in the middle of the night, and some guy offered me drugs. I was like, I'm good.
How much did he want?
He didn't even ask me to pay. I just said, I'm good. I don't need them. So I just...
Who even are you?
Yeah, but he was on a red bike, strangely. So...
Son of a gun.
Yeah.
Son of a gun.
Pablo?
Sleep tips, or you want us to go to break?
I don't
here?
have no sleep tips. My couch, when I get on my couch, for some reason, the TV's on. I just,
Is that right?
But I just realized working this election week, in a 32-hour period, I worked 23 hours.
All right,
so I only got to
brag.
sleep like 12 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and it starts to add up, right? You end up with
'cause
sleep debt.
right now, I'm
You're
really
bushed.
right bad.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go for a run.
Or buy some zip ties.
All right.
Starting to feel like all the anxiety around the election is dying down. Either the winners are settling into that feeling of relief and satisfaction, or the losers are well on their way to coping with their loss. How are the boys from Outspoken coping with an election that many of us thought wouldn't even be called until today or tomorrow? We're going to find out next as they preview the afternoon program of the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The good old days, they weren't that long ago. They were back when your PR was just a number that you were going to destroy the next week anyway. Now, forget gains. You're lucky to maintain. And it doesn't have to be that way. Vital for Men, Arizona's preferred TRT clinic and complete men's wellness center, has 3 locations where you can schedule your free testosterone level test now at vital4men.com. Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
As most of you know, I'm a patient of the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, where I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. My colleague and Sun's PA announcer, Vince Murata, also a client of Dr. Jay Schwartz, and now we can add Sun's play-by-play announcer, Kevin Ray, to the mix. K-Ray recently had the clear lens exchange using the second-generation light-adjustable lens to correct his vision. This incredible technology just came out earlier this year, and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has it. With 3 locations in the Valley, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center help you. Call Dr. Jay Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit, and enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:49. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona votes. At least one conservative group reports historic support from the Hispanic community for Donald Trump nationwide. But Arizona Director of Unidos US, Enrique Muslim Davis, says it comes down to the economy and not a shift in ideology. He adds social issues Democrats emphasized this election, like supporting the LGBT community, fell flat for working families. A man's been found dead at Papago Park near North Galvin Parkway. Phoenix police says officers responded to the scene early this morning alongside Phoenix Fire, and they found an adult man who was already deceased. This part of the park's been closed for much of the day as detectives investigate. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's check those roads with Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New crash in Avondale, the I-10 eastbound at 99th Avenue. Already moved off to the right shoulder, but there was a bunch of styrofoam debris in the lanes. They've been running a couple of traffic breaks to try and get that cleared up, so just watch for extra slowing there starting back at about Estrella Parkway. I-17 southbound, the ramp to the Loop 101 eastbound, that crash is cleared. I-17 southbound before Camelback, a crash cleared there as well. I'm still seeing delays back to about Northern Avenue. New wreck on the US 60 westbound at Dobson Road. That's blocking the number 4 lane. 202 Santan Freeway eastbound. The McClintock off-ramp still shut down from an earlier fiery crash. You can exit at Kari instead. Crashing Glendale now. Olive Avenue at 67th Avenue. Northern east of 59th Avenue a crash. Also have a wreck in Mesa Broadway west of Alma School Road. And watch for a collision at Thunderbird just west of I-17. This traffic report brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care, where relief meets expertise. Voted top doctors for 14 years and counting. See the disc difference at sciatica.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to help grow your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Trajan Wealth can offer some of the highest guarantees in the business. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know no one wants to work forever. We all need to retire someday, and I know you've worked hard for your money, so now is the time to guarantee it. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't woulda, shoulda, coulda. Get up to a 30% bonus just for opening an account, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Retire the right way, the Trajan way, with Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you own a home or business that needs the best team of cleaning professionals, Special Ops Clean Team gets the job done. Construction remodels, contractor work, move-ins and move-outs, window and carpet cleaning, tile and pressure washing. No job is too big for Special Ops Clean Team. Every new customer receives 10% off. Text CLEAN to 620-620 to receive 10% off. That's CLEAN to 620-620. Fast, efficient, reliable, and honoring our veterans. Special Ops Clean Team. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bruce St. James here at Peoria Ford with the boss, Pat Hickey. So what's the deal with all these invoices plastered everywhere?
Man, we're having the biggest sale of the year right now. We're having our invoice sale. 1 penny over any new vehicle. 1 penny over. That's it. That's all. 1 cent. You pay 1 cent over invoice. Pick an invoice. Pick your car. Don't even need to talk to me. We're going to make it super simple to buy a car at Peoria Ford.
Excludes fleet vehicles and Raptor Rs. Plus tax, title, license, customer requested ads, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Ends 11/4/24.
Come on, Big Red. Let's make it 4 in a row. I'm Jamie West. Don't miss Cardinals Coffee Talk tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online on the KTAR News app. Joining us in the studio right now is Gatos from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Good to talk with you. You had another war room last night. You've been just full of war rooms this week.
Yep. We had the Wednesday edition of the War Room.
Yeah.
That's every Wednesday, but we had a few of them this week, obviously, because of the election. So it's funny, we've got people calling in who want in on the War Room.
Oh, is that right?
Now we've got people around town who are a name, and they're like, how can I get on that show? How can I get in on the War Room? And I'm like, I don't know. Let's see if you're good enough. We'll put you through a tryout.
I love that. I love that.
That's what you call traction.
You
That's
remember?
good.
You remember early in your career when it was like you call people and they're like, "Will you please come on my show?"
Yeah.
And now
They're like, no.
Now
they're begging to get on the War Room.
I love that. I love that for you.
So
what do you have going on today then? How do you follow that up?
Is Biden responsible for the return of Trump? I
said yes.
I love the blame game. I like to blame people. And
me too.
Listen, I'm ready to see another Trump presidency. We had 4 years off. I mean, we should all be ready again, right? So I mean, the 4
it's like
years
a little
off,
vacation. You go back to
we
work.
took a little vacation. Now we get him back in office. Let's see what he can do. But who's responsible for this? Because you can argue that, hey, listen, Donald Trump is Donald Trump, once in a lifetime candidate, and the guy, nothing sticks to him. He can screw up royally. It really doesn't matter. He ran a good campaign until really the last couple of weeks where I think he went off. He went nuts. But
one way or another, Biden's responsible, either because he wasn't a good enough president that people wanted more of it, or because he didn't get out soon enough to let somebody else get in there.
Yeah.
So one
There's
way or another.
One thing you're missing though that we're going to talk
Oh,
about.
I can't
So a
wait
couple of
for
those
that.
things that you just brought up, yes, but I think there's a big one.
Okay.
That not many people were talking about. So we'll play the blame.
What a good tease. I can't wait. I'm going to be listening on my drive home. I recommend you do as well. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Back tomorrow, 2 o'clock, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
All right, it's Gatos for the Arizona Painting Company. You know what time of year it is, right? Family is going to be coming over to the house. You're going to have guests staying at your home. The holidays. We love the holidays. Okay, get your house painted before they get there. Call the Arizona Painting Company. Paint the inside, paint the outside. You tell them Gatos sent you, you get 15% off. I've used these guys for the last 20 years. You can text the word paint to 620-620, and I will send you that discount of 15%. And when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the Life Source Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's Dom with Venezia's Pizzeria. You know us for delicious family dinners and huge party pizzas. But did you know we are great at feeding a large group too? Our full catering menu has a ton of variety, so everyone will find something they love. And the best part? We don't charge per head. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll handle the rest. Check out our catering menu at venezias.com. That's venezias.com. Venezias, a family and catering tradition.
It's Gatos, and buying a home isn't for the faint of heart. Real estate agents find the right house and negotiate contracts, but they're not licensed to find you the best mortgage. You need an expert at securing the best financing for their clients, like my friends at Lund Mortgage, because they evaluate the right mortgage for their clients, provide rock-solid pre-qualification, and close loans faster than anyone else with the lowest fees around. Get pre-qualified today, start shopping tomorrow. Visit lundmortgage.com.
KTAR-FM.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and if I'm ever hurt in an accident, I'm calling Sweet James. That's right. I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you. Because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance companies offered them $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. They can't guarantee the outcome of a case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, or trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win your case. So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James, 800-9-MILLION for a free consultation. An easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION. That's the firm that wins the most. Sweet James. 800-9-MILLION or at sweetjames.com. Once again, that's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024.
The race hasn't officially been called yet in Arizona, but Donald Trump has a commanding lead over Kamala Harris in the presidential race.
That's a very disappointing outcome for former Maricopa County Democratic Party Chair Stephen Slagaki, who joined Arizona's Morning News.
We've got to get out there and we've got to talk to these voters about the values that we are important to us. And I think we didn't do that this cycle enough to get people to vote for our candidates, unfortunately, and our message just got drowned out.
He was pleased by the passage of Prop 139, which protects the right to an abortion in Arizona. Jim Cross, KTAR News.
And as the votes are still being counted, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says he's willing to look at ideas to speed up Arizona's voting process, but not once to limit access. KTAR's Susan Monday is live in the News Center with the details.
Tess on KTAR News today reacted to the suggestion of Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson to shorten the amount of time voters can drop off their mail-in ballots at polling places. Fontes says life often gets in the way of people getting to the polls on Election Day.
Sometimes it gets stuck under a bunch of utility bills. The kid moves it because you told him to clean that room, and it's Saturday before Election Day. Now what? Now you've got to take a day off of work? No.
Fontes says voter access can't be reduced just so people can get results sooner. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
At least one national conservative group says Hispanic voters helped get Trump into office, but Enrique Muslim Davis with left-leaning group Unidos US says that happened because of the way people view the current economy, which he believes are off.
We're not in the worst recession like many predicted. At the end, we have inflation. It's not good, but we're not as bad as everybody predicted we were going to be.
He adds Democrats need to improve their messaging on the economy and other kitchen table issues. President-elect Trump could hand out a number of pardons when he moves back into the White House, including one for himself. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Election lawyer Tom Ryan explains Trump can pardon himself in his two federal cases about the January 6th insurrection and the classified documents case. Plus,
I
fully expect that when he takes office, not only will he grant himself a pardon, but you will see him grant a number of people pardons, ranging from everybody like Steve Bannon all the way down to the January 6th rioters.
However, Ryan says Trump cannot pardon himself in state cases, including the Georgia election interference case and the New York hush money case. He's scheduled to be sentenced on the latter November 26th. Ryan adds Trump will likely appeal that case. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
For more election news, just go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Time to check on the traffic. Let's go to Chuck Rowe, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's take a look at some ride times. The I-10 westbound about 32 minutes now from the mini stack out to 75th Avenue. 26 minutes on the 17 northbound from the I-10 split to Northern. 51 northbound, 12 minutes to get from the mini stack to Shea Boulevard, and just an 8-minute ride. US 60 eastbound from the 101 out to Val Vista. Now, there was a crash on the US 60 westbound at Dobson Road. That's been moved off to the right. Still a bit slow there from Mesa Drive. I-10 eastbound at 99th Avenue. That crash clearing off to the right. I'm seeing delays back to about Estrella Parkway. In fact, even a little before Estrella Parkway. I heard from Rodney about a crash at Cactus Road at 60th Street in Scottsdale. He says 60th Street is closed, so use 56th or 64th Street instead there. Olive Avenue at 67th Avenue, a crash, and another crash in Glendale, Northern, just east of 59th Avenue. This traffic report brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer, family owned and operated with over 400 employees statewide. Save 10% at americaroofingco.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight. Our low dropping down to around 45 degrees. Tomorrow's high, 69, sunny and 74 Saturday, and 80 by Sunday. It's 64 in Scottsdale right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's a new era in afternoons on KTAR. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's the first hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people call the first hour the best hour.
All right, so, statement. Ready?
Oh, I'm sitting down for it.
Yeah. Biden's legacy is that Trump has never been more powerful.
Interesting.
True or false? That's the statement I'm going to make.
It's hard to argue against it.
Biden's legacy is that Trump has never been more powerful. He's the president again. Well, he will be. He's got the Senate.
And good chance of the House.
He's going to get the House.
Mm-hmm.
He certainly has a Supreme Court. He put everybody on it.
Yeah.
When has he ever been more powerful? Now.
And he doesn't have to run for re-election. He can do anything he wants.
He can do anything he wants. Statement.
I'm ready.
Biden's legacy is that Trump has never been more powerful. So, listen.
It's going to be tough to live that one down.
I like to play the blame game. Okay?
It's called blame storming.
I think it is.
We get everybody in the room together and we decide whose fault it is. Let's blame storm.
That happened. Okay, let's find out who blew it.
Or blame storming.
Okay, can you really blame Kamala?
For what, losing?
Yeah, because I really can't. Thrown into a tough situation. You know, how long did she really know she was going to even be in that situation? Not long.
4 months, 5 months?
You think you think it was that much? Are you serious? You thought it was that much? I thought it was a weekend.
You had to start thinking about it.
Yeah. I do think it's, I love the people out there. They say Joe Biden saved us from Trump. That's what some people say. Biden saved us from Trump. Okay, but what's the second half of that sentence?
In 2020.
Right. If that's how you believe, okay, fine. Biden saved us from Trump. All right, what's the end of that sentence? But then he handed the White House right back to him.
Yeah. I heard the terminology, he Ruth Bader Ginsburg'd it. You know,
wrote that down here.
Oh, I'm sorry that I beat you to it. I didn't see your note.
No, because I've kind of said
he stayed too long.
Yeah,
and you could argue if he, and I guess you'd have to say the whole Democrat apparatus would have to be on board with it. Had said right after Biden was elected, I'm only serving one term, folks.
That's it.
letting you all know ahead of time.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I will not be running for your election. Don't donate money to me. And I'm not even going to endorse anyone. I'm going to let you guys figure it out. I turned it over to the Democratic National Committee. You guys figure out who the next person to run for president is.
Wouldn't that have been better for the Democratic Party?
It wouldn't have been worse.
No.
I can tell you that. It wouldn't have been worse for him.
And again, I'm not going to sit here and blame Kamala Harris. I actually think she did a pretty good job with the hand that she was dealt. You know, she got up there and made big speeches. Now, when she reads a speech, she's really very good. When she debated Donald Trump, she made him look foolish. She got under his skin. She won that debate. Some of you disagree.
No.
I think she won the debate. Yeah. Now, when she gets into...
Shows you how much it matters.
It's true.
Doesn't matter.
When you get into a conversation with her in an interview, she's mostly terrible. But here's the thing. If you want to blame somebody, let's say you're a Democrat out there. You know, don't blame Donald Trump. If you're a Democrat out there, do you blame Biden for pledging to pick a woman to be his VP, shortening his list, right? Because again, do you want to pick the best choice, or do you want to just pick a female? Because I think that's part of it. There was a debate that Biden did with Bernie Sanders in March of 2022, where he said, I'm picking a woman to be his VP. Okay, who are you going to pick? Because the question now that people are asking is, did he choose the most qualified person to be his heir? And could that person have a smooth path to the nomination? Well,
but I don't know how you... Okay, I guess...
Don't you think in his mind he's like, I'm a one-term president 4 years ago, right?
But you know, the what is it? Hindsight's 20/20 vision.
I'm Monday morning quarterback. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
But I don't know if 4 years ago, or whatever exactly it was that he, 4 years ago in a couple months, that he decided on Kamala Harris. You could have predicted what it would look like 4 years later. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, at the time, seemed like a good move. They won the election.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the time, nobody thought it was a bad idea.
I think some people thought it was a bad idea, Bruce.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you going to pick the best person, or are you going to pick a female?
Picked a senator.
Okay.
Former prosecutor.
Right. But were there other people that could have been on the list?
And you could make the same argument that all of them... I don't think... let me put it this way. Mm-hmm. I don't think it mattered.
You don't think what mattered?
Who he picked.
Okay. Now, why?
Because they all would have lost the election on Tuesday.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
With those headwinds, yeah. I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, I mean,
If it would have been Gretchen Whitmer, people would have said, Michigan sucks and it's a horrible state and she did this. And did you know what she did when she was 18? They would have trashed her the same way.
And back then, did you really think after the election and after January 6th that Trump would ever come back into play? Most everybody said, he's done. And now what we've seen is it's the greatest comeback in American history politically. No one has done what Donald Trump has done. But again, when you're in the throes of it, are you going to pick the best person? And maybe she would have ended up being the best person. I think Kamala Harris is a smart lady.
I just think it's a subjective call. The best person. Based on what? It's like looking at artwork going, that one's better than that one.
I don't know.
It's subjective.
Is it subjective?
That movie's better than that movie. No. Subjective. That song's better than that song. According to who? Well, how do you judge that? What's the metric? Do you know what I mean? Because I think you could make an argument for and against almost anybody in that role.
Because I would say,
I don't think Biden was the best candidate to be president, but that's subjective.
Yeah. I would say that, you can ask, was she the best candidate to be vice president? Was she a good vice president for 3 years?
As good as the rest of them.
No, but I mean,
as good as the rest of them.
Was she popular? Did it work out?
Neither was Mike Pence. He almost got hung.
Yeah, but
Mike Pence wasn't popular. He didn't do anything.
But Kamala Harris, if you look at the polls, the most unpopular president in American history. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, it's going so bad for the Democrats. Joe Biden can't speak. We've got to go.
Al Gore wasn't.
We've got to go with.
Dan Quayle wasn't
all
popular.
More popular than Kamala.
Everybody thinks vice presidents suck because they don't do anything.
Okay.
And by the way, the job is to do nothing.
Yeah.
Stand around and wait for the president to drop dead.
Yeah.
That's the job.
Yeah. So a lot of Democrats are looking at this and saying, should Biden have selected someone else?
I just don't know if it would have changed.
Should Biden have gotten out of the race earlier?
Yes.
I think that's an absolute yes.
I think anybody objectively looking at that would have said he stayed too long. And he stayed long enough to be exposed as unable to do the job, right?
But at the age that Biden was at, even before he won in 2020, that vice presidential,
he was old already.
That vice presidential pick is important. It's really, really important because he's old.
Yeah.
What did Donald Trump do?
Donald Trump's the oldest to be elected.
Yes, Donald Trump. But Donald Trump, and listen,
older than Biden.
I don't know how J.D. Vance is going to go. There's certain things he said that make me want to throw up. Other things, I think he comes off very intelligent. Other things, he comes off as dumb as anybody I've ever heard. But
he'll be the worst vice president ever. Don't worry. I already know.
But he did pick someone, right, who can argue a point and can hammer home a point, who can go out there and be the pit bull. She couldn't do that. Now, can J.D. Vance? He's done that so far.
Yeah, but she had Waltz to do that.
And I think, we can go into that. I think that was a bad pick, too.
But I'm just arguing, their strategy was she wasn't the pit bull. He was.
And that's the way it usually is.
Right. The vice president.
Except Donald Trump is the big pit bull.
Right.
And J.D. Vance is a smaller. Right.
Yeah.
But listen, Democrats are asking a lot of questions right now.
Yeah.
Biden, did he hand the keys to the White House right back to Trump because of everything he did from the very start, even before he was the president, picking Kamala Harris? We can talk about it.
I don't think the Harris issue is nearly as big as the staying too long issue.
I can go with that. I can agree with that.
The bigger of the mistakes,
is ego.
Was not saying I'm only going to do one and I'm one and done, and turning it over to a open primary. Let's see who's the best person.
And then we go back to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Ego, right? She wanted Hillary Clinton to replace her
and wanted to stick around for it.
And Obama didn't want to do that. Obama pleaded with her. I need to replace you. You're getting up there in years. You're not the most healthy person.
There's no guarantee we're going to win, right? No. All right.
It's amazing.
This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. How did a plane crash into a car on a valley street? You might have missed it on Election Day, but it's still a story we're talking about. We're digging into it next. We're outspoken here on KTAR.
Hey, at Red Mountain Weight Loss, they want to help you lose weight before the holidays start, okay? Thanksgiving's coming up. We've got Christmas around the corner. You're probably hearing from your friends, what are you doing on New Year's? All that kind of stuff. Listen, there's a lot of calories to be had over the last couple of months of 2024. It's 2024, right? Yeah, it's 2024. Get in before the end of the year. Call Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you're considering GLP-1 meds like semaglutide, great. But here's what you should know. In FDA trials, patients lost 13% of their body weight, but it took them 16 months with just the medication alone. If you go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, they have the GLP Elite program from Red Mountain Weight Loss, and here it is. For just $99 plus the cost of meds, you're going to lose weight, yes, with semaglutide, but you're going to do it faster because of everything that Red Mountain Weight Loss can offer you. It's 15 pounds every month you're going to lose. Get with the program before the holidays. Tell them Gato sent you and go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President-elect Trump says he's choosing his campaign manager to serve as his White House chief of staff. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports.
It's a historic choice. The chief of staff's corner office in the West Wing has always been occupied by a man. But President-elect Trump says Susie Wiles will become the first woman to fill the all-important post. In a statement, Trump calls his campaign manager tough, smart, innovative, and universally admired and respected.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Chuck Rowe, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Our freeway crash list pretty thin at the moment. I am seeing fairly typical delays on the I-10 westbound, starting at the mini stack. It will be on and off the brakes out to about 75th Avenue, if not 83rd. New Surface Street wreck, Indian School Road at 75th Avenue. Also have a motorcyclist that went down at Scottsdale. Princess Drive, east of Hayden Road. Cactus at 60th Street in Scottsdale, a crash. And watch for a collision in Glendale. Olive at 67th Avenue. I'm Chuck Rowe. Now back to the show. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, quick shout out to everybody in Maryvale, the Maryvalians. We appreciate you guys over there listening to the show. We're very thankful for it.
Hey, real quick, you know, with all the talk of was this election misogynistic?
Oh, okay.
Did you see that Trump has named the first ever woman White House chief of staff?
Yeah, his campaign co-chair.
Were you listening to me? I just did that story. Thank you so much.
Little busy in here. Little busy in here, Becky Lynn. Sorry. You know I love you, but
I heard it, Becky.
Thank you very much.
Did you say that she was the first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
because I just saw this come over. Okay. Well, now I sound like an idiot. Go ahead. Thanks, Becky Lynn, for pointing that out to everybody.
Oh, you're so welcome.
I appreciate it.
You know, I remember on Tuesday, while we have all the big TVs up here in the studio just to paint the picture for you, and everything's on election, and we have it on one of the local channels, and there is this huge fire burning in Mesa. What the heck's going on? We're looking. Yeah. It's a plane crash. A plane crashed in Mesa? What the heck happened? Falcon Field. By the way, an airport I've flown out of. Thank you, Mike. A small jet. It looks like tried to abort its takeoff about halfway down the runway. Was still going too fast. Ended up running off the end of the runway, going through a field, going through the fence, striking a car on Greenfield Road.
Oh, gosh.
And then exploding at an orchard of some sort, in a line of trees. Just horrific.
It's horrific all around. I mean, think about the person who is sitting in a car.
You're driving down Greenfield?
And a plane comes and crashes into your vehicle. And think about the people that were inside of the plane, how horrific that last few minutes of life was. Because we still don't know why they tried to abort the takeoff. Obviously, something was wrong. They weren't able to do it. And how many people died? We got 5 in all? 5 people killed on Election Day.
I don't know what it's a reminder of. You know, this we get used to things being safe. We get used to things happening normally. And this is it's a commuter airport. It's I have friends that fly out of there on a regular basis. There's a charity that both Broomhead and I have been involved in that operates out of Falcon Field. And I just saw that, and it just really, it was just difficult. And by the way, it certainly wasn't helped by the fact that, and you've heard me reference Captain Dan, my friend who flies for an airline. I don't think I'm supposed to say which one. It rhymes with American, and he was there, and he was out there trying to gather information, and it was a friend of his flying that plane. It was his. The man flying it was his jet.
Yeah, there's a woman who lost her husband and son, 12 years old.
Yeah, just tragic.
Oh, God.
Without a doubt.
Again, you said it's a reminder. It's also a reminder that anything can happen in this world. And your lights could be turned off in a split second. There was a crash. Did you see the crash on the I-17? This is a different story. A crash on the I-17. We had another wrong-way driver.
Unreal.
I mean, the video of that.
Okay. So we got traffic cam videos, right?
Yeah.
If you don't know, DPS operates a series of cameras around all the Valley freeways.
Mm-hmm.
And it's how they can monitor traffic as well as these wrong-way drivers because we have an alert system now. And I got to tell you, one of the chilling things about this video of the wrong way driver last night on the 17 is they have the video of the driver.
And by the way, 2 a.m.
2 in the morning.
Again.
Oh, of course.
One of the most dangerous times to drive.
After the bars close.
In Arizona.
Yeah. The wrong way driver is in the HOV lane, like they always are. They're trying to stay to the right. They think they're on the right side of the road. They happen to be going the wrong way.
Right.
And the car passes underneath one of those big electric signs.
What did it say on the big electric sign?
It said, alert, wrong way driver ahead, and runs into the wrong way driver, within 100, 200 feet of that sign, maybe?
Seconds?
If that, like 2 seconds later. A reminder, if you see that sign, pull over to the far right and stop.
Go as far right as you can go.
If you see that.
Because the drunk driver or the wrong way driver always thinks they're in the right,
and they stay to the right
lane.
They stay to the right.
They're their right.
Right. It's their right, which happens to be your far left. Yes.
So if you are driving late at night, like at 2 or 3 in the morning, get in the right lane.
Good call. Good call.
Bruce.
Yes, sir.
Let's open up the phones. We haven't done this in a while. So the election is over. Donald Trump is the president-elect. Here's what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Call us if you are a first-time Trump voter.
First-time Trump voters.
Yeah. And tell us why you voted for him.
Really?
Yeah. 602-277-5827. If you voted for him for the first time, maybe, I don't know, maybe I think what we're trying to find out here is what are the reasons? Because a lot of people who haven't ever voted for Trump certainly did this time around all over the country, including Arizona.
The numbers don't lie.
So what's the reason?
Yeah.
Are we going to get 5 or 10 different reasons, or are we going to get 1 or 2 that are about the same? So 602-277-KTAR, 277-5827. If you were a first-time Trump voter, call us and tell us why you voted for him.
All right. We're going to dig into that. It's coming up next right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
Tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Pay tribute to a teacher from KTAR News. Presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. Message and data rates may apply.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com. At the Midwestern University Comprehensive Care Clinic, we take the time to get to know you. Our resident physicians, student, and faculty providers offer affordable, unrushed, and thorough health care. Experience the Midwestern difference for primary care, pediatrics, obstetrics, geriatrics, behavioral health, and so much more. Located in Central Phoenix, just off the I-17 near Bethany Home and 21st Avenue, visit MWUclinics.com today to learn more. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Small roof leaks can lead to big problems. Protect your home from extreme heat and monsoons with Gleason Roofing. Nationally recognized for outstanding workmanship, reliability, and service, a locally owned Valley roofer you can trust. Call 480-338-6644 today for a no-cost roof audit or visit GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. My friends at Lund Mortgage say the mortgage rates are finally moving in the right direction, which is an opportunity to take advantage of your home's equity. Consolidate your high-interest debt with a HELOC to make your financial life more manageable. Or if you bought a house in the last 2 years at a higher interest rate, consider refinancing. Contact the experts at Lund Mortgage to see if a HELOC or a refi makes sense for you. Absolutely free. You could save hundreds or even thousands of dollars each month. Go to lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024.
President-elect Trump says he'll choose his campaign manager to serve as his White House chief of staff. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy explains.
It's a historic choice. The chief of staff's corner office in the West Wing has always been occupied by a man. But President-elect Trump says Susie Wiles will become the first woman to fill the all-important post. In a statement, Trump calls his campaign manager tough, smart, innovative, and universally admired and respected.
Was historic support from the Hispanic community a big reason why Donald Trump won the race for the White House? KTAR's Ballot Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more about that.
Yeah, Becky, research from at least one conservative group shows a record number of Hispanic voters supporting Trump nationwide. But Arizona Director of Unidos U.S., Enrique Muslim Davis, says it comes down to the economy.
They're not going to think of all the other issues like what Trump was saying or people in his campaign. For them, the most important thing is I need to put food on the table.
And he doesn't believe voters are shifting to the right, but they are willing to give Trump a second chance.
Doesn't matter whether they're Hispanic, African American, or Native American. They're just thinking of how do I get by?
Live in the News Center, Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
Buckeye passed some new propositions that are going to fund new infrastructure. Prop 494 funding will allow the growing community to move forward with constructing permanent fire stations near the West Park and Victory neighborhoods, reducing emergency response times there and providing firefighters with modern facilities. Prop 495 money would go toward improving traffic flow, including widening the roads and adding some new traffic signals and lighting at busy intersections. For more election news, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Thousands of people have been evacuated in Southern California after an active wildfire destroyed dozens of homes in Ventura County. Camarillo is one of the hardest hit communities. Homeowner Jan's house of more than 60 years was completely consumed, and she tells ABC News she's thankful she was able to get her 89-year-old husband and 101-year-old mother out alive.
My husband is blind, and I'm responsible for him
So all I wanted to think was get him in the car, get him out, and I just was in action. I mean, I haven't cried yet. That was probably going to come, but I haven't cried yet.
In South Carolina, monkeys are on the loose.
They're not infected with any disease. They're harmless and a little skittish. That's what the Yemassee, South Carolina Police Chief Gregory Alexander says about the 43 rhesus monkeys that escaped from a medical research lab this week. A new employee at the facility is getting the blame for not closing their cage door all the way. Law enforcement officials are using thermal imaging to try to find and re-trap the primates. They say again there's no danger to the public, but they're still encouraging people to steer clear of them and call them if they're spotted. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Let's check traffic. Chuck Rose in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Then we're checking ride times. The I-17 southbound, 15 minutes now from the Loop 101 to Glendale Avenue. 101 westbound, 34 minutes to get from Hayden Road to 75th Avenue. If you're on the 101 southbound from Shea Boulevard to Broadway, that's about a 26-minute ride. 32 minutes on the 347 southbound from the I-10 down to Cobblestone Farms Drive. I did hear about a crash on the 347 at Cobblestone. I don't believe it's causing any extra slowing there. McDowell Road at 36th Street, new crash on the surface streets. Also, Indian School at 75th Avenue. Motorcycle wreck still clearing up in Scottsdale. Princess Drive east of Hayden, and a collision at Cactus Road at 60th Street has 60th Street closed. You can use 56th or 64th. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
45, our overnight low temp, and then tomorrow's high around 69. Warming up a bit over the weekend. 74 Saturday, 80 by Sunday. Currently in Goodyear, it's 66 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Here we are, rolling through your Thursday. Again, appreciate you guys choosing to spend some of your afternoon with us. Thank you very much. The numbers are in. I should say this. We are still counting votes in Arizona. We're still counting votes across the country.
Kari Lake is catching up.
Is she really?
She's catching up.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that.
Still have votes to be counted. But
counted.
We do have a bit of a picture, at least some statistics of who voted, broken down by different groups, how they voted, etc. And it made us wonder. You know, there were a lot of, and again, the numbers don't lie. There were a lot of first-time Trump voters this election, 2024.
Yeah.
The question is, what motivated you? Why?
Yeah. Who are they? And we've asked you to call in. You can feel very safe here. You know, you've got your music. We're all ready. Okay. So if you are a first-time Trump voter, call us at 277-KTAR. Tell us why you voted for Trump, okay? And let's find out the reasons. Linda in Phoenix on KTAR. Hi, Linda.
Hi, how are you?
Hi,
Good.
Linda.
This is the first time you voted for Trump. Tell us why.
Yes, I'm African American, and all of these years I've always voted Democrat. Now, last 2020, I voted for Biden, and something inside of me said to vote for Trump. I did not do it. However, this election, I decided to do it because something just wasn't right with the things that I was hearing that was going on
Give me
on
a specific.
TV and about how
give me a specific.
Okay, for instance, they were saying that if you are MAGA, you're stupid and you're dumb, you don't have many brain cells in your head. And I've even had people say, well, why in the world are you voting for Trump? You know, being black, you should be voting for Biden. And it's like, well, no, that's not why I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump because I believe in things that he's saying. I was one of those that was really buying into all of the stuff that they were saying on The View and all those other TV programs. And I just got to the point where I wasn't buying it anymore. And then this past July, when he was, you know, nearly assassinated, that just put me over the edge. I was like, something that this man is saying must make sense.
Okay. I think
for some reason they're trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing that you said too was the Democratic rhetoric pushed you
towards him. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Linda, thank you.
Martin in Phoenix on KTAR. Martin, it says you're a big-time Democrat, but you voted for Trump. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, tell us why.
Quick story, long story short. So far, we've paid maybe close to $13,000 in lawyer's fees to get your work permit.
Okay.
Could you say that part again?
Say that
I missed
again.
it. I apologize.
We've paid close to $30,000 to get wife a work permit to work here legally.
Okay.
In the U.S. And you have the Democrats just sending it out to people that are coming from El Salvador, from Central America, just sending it out to them like candy, and not having to go through the process. And that really upset us, So we thought that wasn't fair. And another thing, we have a neighbor that lives like 3 houses down from where we live. They're getting food stamps. They're getting access. They're getting cash benefits. As soon as they just walked into the U.S., 3 months later, they have the residency and they get all these benefits. Now, I don't think that's right.
All right. So, and it says here your wife needed a work permit. You've been spending $13,000 to get that done. Does that make more sense to you now, Bruce?
I guess, but I would only say people that here illegally can't get food stamps. By the way, that's only for U.S. citizens, full stop, period. I mean, you've never been able to get food stamps if you're undocumented.
Taking calls from first-time Trump voters. Why'd you vote for him? Here is Kyle in Mesa, KTAR. Why'd you vote for Trump? First time, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm an independent. Haven't voted Republican since George W. Bush.
Wow.
And I was tired of the Democrat Party playing all these identity politics. If you're Black, you should vote this way. If you're a woman, you should vote this way. If you're Hispanic, you should vote this way. And why are they treating people based on race, but the color of their skin, their gender? That's ridiculous. You should vote on politics, on issues, on policy, and not on what you look like or where you come from.
Yeah, like putting everybody in a box, putting different people in different boxes. Joel and Tolleson, or as Bruce calls it, Tolleson. Joel, you're a first-time Trump voter. Do you want the YMCA music, or are you okay?
Yes or no?
I'm good without it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you're getting it anyway, apparently. You don't have a choice. We were just asking to be nice.
All right, Joel, why'd you vote for Trump first time?
Well, you look at what's going on abroad. You got Russia, Ukraine, you got China, and they weren't doing anything about it. Biden is very soft on external issues, I think Trump coming in, he'll fix the economy first off, I think. And second, he'll probably bring those wars, those aggressions to an end. Everything going on with Israel, the Middle East and all that, I think he'll calm them down a bit.
I don't know how. I mean,
I'm saying they've been fighting in the Middle East for over 2,000 years. I don't expect it to stop anytime soon.
I honestly think, Bruce, when Trump says, "I'll stop it in a day," there are a lot of people that actually believe that.
Oh, I'm sure they do. And by the way, they weren't fighting when he was president. Oh, yes, they were.
Yeah,
they most certainly were killing each other.
All right, last one. Martin
certainly.
in Scottsdale, first-time Trump voter. Why Trump, Martin?
Let me just preface by saying 4 years ago, it would have been absolutely inconceivable I would have considered doing so. 3 quick reasons. Number one, I respect the right to privacy up to 12, 15 weeks. But when it's up to the moment of delivery, as Walsh had in a Minnesota bill, even when there's no indication of health risk to the mother, and I think Harris had the same position, vaccine mandates, which he had as governor of Minnesota for state workers, despite screaming that the government didn't belong in healthcare decisions. And number 3, all of the innocent victims like poor Jocelyn in Houston, that mother of 5 in upstate New York, Lake and Riley in Atlanta, and a few more this past weekend. It was only going to get worse as far as I could see with the border. And Harris and Biden weren't doing anything about it. I mean, something needs to be done.
Border's huge. They just dropped the ball for 3 years. And what Kamala really should have said was, when they asked her about the border, and instead of saying, well, Trump is the one that crushed Sinema's bill, which is true.
It's true.
What she should have said was, listen, we didn't do a good job on the border for 3 years. We finally did get our act together. We made some moves. We got some executive orders. And I'll tell you right now, that'll never happen on my watch.
Yeah, don't you
think
she
never did that?
Her inability to criticize anything that Biden did was a problem.
Terrible. One of the reasons she lost.
She couldn't give space, daylight between the two of them.
Wouldn't have changed a thing, she said.
Yeah.
Democrats heard that she wouldn't have changed a thing, and they
Horrible,
just said,
right?
"Oh crap, this is not good." All right. Hey, thanks for the calls. First-time Trump voters. Fantastic. I hope you feel at home. Oh, jeez. Come on now. Coming up next, former NFL player Jason Kelce. You know, Taylor Swift's boyfriend's brother.
Okay, now they know who you're talking about.
Did you see he purposely smash someone's phone?
Yeah.
He says he met hate with hate. Was it the wrong thing to do? Next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about a life changer loan and a chance for you to get back in control of your finances. You see, you might think you're in control of your finances, but if you take a look at that mortgage statement, how much is going towards principal, paying off your home, and how much is going towards interest? Yeah. Okay, let's talk about getting back in control again. And a life changer loan can do just that for you. That's right. A life changer loan lets you pay down, pay off, even borrow back against your home's equity. You become instantly much more liquid. The more disciplined you are, the quicker you pay off your house. You know, the average person can pay off their home in less than 10 years with a life changer loan. As a matter of fact, most do it in less than 5, saving themselves tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. That's right. Pay off your home without changing your spending habits with a life changer loan. Check them out, lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic. It's just math.
For all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons. Whether you need an AC tune-up, a water heater fix, or a drain cleaning, they are the ultimate pros here in the Valley. Parker & Sons is trusted, dependable, and prompt, and they do the job right the first time, every time. I trust them so much, I sent them to my parents' house, and they had such a good experience, they called Parker & Sons again the next day to have them come back and do something else on their to-do list. So give them a call at 602-2-REPAIR, 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is David Kimmerly with Sanderson Ford. Black Friday sales are everywhere as it becomes one of the biggest sales periods of the year. With it being the day after Thanksgiving, it's fitting to say thank you. We're thankful to live and prosper for the past 70 years right here in Glendale, Arizona. I'm thankful for our 500 employees who take care of our customers, making us America's most awarded Ford dealership, and I'm very thankful to you, our customers, for without your support, we couldn't give back and support our community with events like Operation Santa Claus. So we're saying thank you with our Black Friday thank you sale the entire month of November.
New 2024 F-150 trucks, 3.9% APR financing for 60 months with up to $4,000 cash back. Similar savings on over 900 new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot.
So don't miss the Sanderson Ford Black Friday thank you sale. Thank you.
OAC through Ford Credit. Up to $4,000 cash back requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle. Offers expire November 30th.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New today, the Arizona Supreme Court has decided not to take up Kari Lake's lawsuit in which she claims she is the rightful governor of Arizona. Similarly, the court rejected appeals from Abe Hamadeh and Mark Fincham, who were also challenging 2022 election results in the Attorney General and Secretary of State races. President-elect Donald Trump's victory this week could be his get-out-of-jail-free card. Election lawyer Tom Ryan says that he expects Trump to pardon himself in his federal cases, especially after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled sitting presidents have partial immunity. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads now. Here's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's go to the West Valley where there are a couple of new freeway crashes. One in Glendale, the 101, Alwa Freeway southbound. Camelback off-ramp, the right lane is blocked with that. That'll add a bit to the slowing that starts back at about Northern Avenue. I-10 westbound after Estrella Parkway, that crash off to the right, slowing there from about Bullard. This traffic report brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Customizable permanent exterior lighting to make every day a holiday. Buy now and have them before Christmas. Get your free quote at aztrimlight.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Hey, are you thinking about selling your home? Whoa, stop what you're doing. You need to call my realtor, my friend, Carol Royce, with your home sold guaranteed realty. That's right. Carol's exactly who I went to when I was selling my home. And why? Well, let me guess. You want to sell your home quickly, right? And you want to get the most money possible. Well, of course you do. That's why Carol Royce can help you. Not fly by night, not new to this, been doing it in the Valley for a long time, knows the ins and outs, and can deliver for you. As a matter of fact, Carol will guarantee in writing she can get 100% of the market value on the sale of your home, or she'll pay you the difference out of her own pocket. In writing. Yeah. Okay, so call Carol Royce, just like I did. It's easy, 480-776-5231. That's 480-776-5231. 5231, or just visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Learn everything you need to know at carolhasthebuyers.com. As always, terms and conditions apply.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley real estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Do we know how the legislature is going to look in Arizona? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Broomhead sounds tired there. He's worked
been
some
here
crazy.
Late.
Yeah.
We're leaving. He's coming back in.
Yeah. Pablo, can you play that again from Broomhead? Do you have that? Play it again.
How are the races in Arizona shaking out? We'll have details on the next Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m.
I'm not going to tell you I need a nap.
I'm pretty sure he did that as he was driving out the park.
Sounds about right, Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so are you up to speed on this whole Jason Kelce brouhaha? Jason Kelce is a former Philadelphia Eagle foosball player.
Yeah, he was in charge of the tush push.
He was a center.
Yeah.
He was big in that. And he also happens to be Taylor Swift's boyfriend's brother.
Correct.
Okay. Well, he got into a bit of a brouhaha over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you what, we actually have the audio of him.
Let me play it.
Go ahead.
So he's walking on the street, right?
He was leaving a football game.
Okay. Oh, I got the wrong one.
You most certainly did.
My bad.
I chose to greet hate with hate, and I just don't think that that's a productive thing. I really don't.
Okay. Here's the smashing of the phone.
Hey, Kelsey! Kelsey, can I get a fist bump? Kelsey, can I get a fist bump?
All right, so somebody called Jason Kelce's brother a bad word.
Yeah.
And Jason Kelce turned around, got the guy's phone.
Because he was filming him while he was asking the question, yelling at him.
Smashed it on the ground and walked away.
Well, he used the same word back to the guy.
I chose to greet hate with hate, and I just don't think that that's a productive thing.
He said, who's the blank now?
Yeah. All right, so, It's tough if you're Jason Kelsey. Yeah. Because you're famous. You're on commercials now. Your brother's dating Taylor Swift. And
podcast.
Somebody says something about somebody you love.
Your brother.
And uses a derogatory name.
Yeah.
Are you just supposed to just keep walking? Because if you're famous, you're going to get in trouble, right? If you're famous and you do something like that, you're going to get, when I say trouble, it's going to be everywhere. People are going to talk about it. And yeah, he met hate with hate. But if somebody said that about my brother, I don't know. I don't know if I do something different. And then I think I would regret it later. I think I might do the same thing and then regret it later.
I'd encourage you to say it about my brother. But there are people that I would might have a different reaction to.
How would you react, though? Someone says, like, it's your wife or it's your girlfriend or something.
Well, as you know, I have a new internal motto. My previous internal motto was aim low, you can't fall off the floor. Okay? Because I like to set expectations. My new one is I'm never the better man. I'm never the better man.
I've heard you say that. You mean it, obviously.
I believe I am never the better man. So if you're expecting me to be the better, the bigger person, no.
How do you react then?
You go low, I go lower. I go for your knees.
Even if somebody's filming you?
I could care less.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. It seems to me like if you come after somebody in this day and age with a phone and you've got it stuck in their face and you say something hateful or mean.
To get a reaction.
That is, to me, that's a form of assault.
It's called fighting words. And you probably got a good argument in court. But here's one of the things I think, and it was a younger person who was approaching Mr. Kelsey.
Trying to get a reaction. Exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
And here's what I think happened. This is the bleep around and find out stage. And that was the find out stage where people think you can talk to somebody in real life the same way you would talk to them on Twitter. And you found out that if you would have tweeted that to Jason Kelsey, nothing would have happened. You say it to him to his face, he grabs your phone, smashes it on the ground, and you're a moron.
Who's the winner here, though?
Jason Kelsey.
The winner is the other guy.
Why?
Because that guy's probably going to win some sort of a court case. He got exactly what he wanted.
That's fighting
I think
words.
he's a loser in life, but I think he got what he wanted. He probably makes some money off of it.
If Jason pays for the phone, what's his case? I mean, seriously, he didn't hurt him.
Never know. Lawyers can argue anything.
I got to tell you, well, Kelsey apologized to a lot of people. Like Goldberg the wrestler. He responded to him, goes, he should have body slammed the guy. He goes, yeah.
He's a football player. Getting to the three-point stance.
He's like, are you kidding me? Hey, checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's on top of that. And we're going to talk a little bit. Gatos yesterday shared a heart-wrenching story about the text chain inside your family after the election that went horribly wrong. How do you move forward with family and friends post-election? Not only an update on that, Gatos, but maybe some tips for others. It's coming up next. We're outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, America Roofing is ready to come to your house and ready to evaluate your roof. When's the last time you had your roof looked at? You know, a lot of times it's, well, when I bought the house. You know, they come over and they do that thing where they check all this stuff, and yeah, there was somebody up there. That was like 10 years ago. You got to get your roof checked. You don't know what's up there. You don't know what's going on. When's the last time you were in your attic? Oh, it's been that long. Is your attic, is there some damp spots? Oh, you don't know. Yeah, listen, I get it. Life is crazy. Life is busy. But you know what? You need a roof over your head, and you need one that's going to keep you dry. And so all I say is this, okay? Call America Roofing, because it's a free evaluation. They come and they get on your roof, they get in your attic, and they check things out. And they'll tell you the truth about what's going on. 602-960-ROOF. 25 years in business. Local company. Gatos approved. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Teacher Dan here. Back in the day, I was a pretty active weekend warrior. I was playing golf, hiking, hunting, and fishing. Then one day, a nagging back condition got a lot worse. Next thing you know, I couldn't do any of those things anymore. That's when I discovered the Desert Institute for Spine Care. These are board-certified, fellowship-trained spine surgeons. From the minute I met the team at DISC to the completion of my back procedure, the team made me feel comfortable every step of the way. Learn more about the Desert Institute for Spine Care by texting SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they've won $500,000 in an auto accident, $745,000 for a trucking accident, and $4.5 million for a hurt in a slip and fall. Sweet James delivers these kinds of wins regularly. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but you should have Sweet James on your side. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You love the fall in Phoenix, but you hate to paint, so do what your neighbor Michael did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary with stucco finish, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and the stucco would just look like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate.
The process with Rhino Shield and their crew, they were just very conscientious. We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
Way better than paint. Backed by a 25-year warranty. Right now, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced, and we save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
You've decided to finally go after your dream and get a degree, but where? I'm Jamie West. Think about this. Do you want classes that are available 24/7, affordable tuition, personalized support to help you go back to school successfully? Well, then the easy choice is nonprofit WGU. WGU is an online accredited university that makes higher education accessible for real people with real lives, just like you. So what are you waiting for? Apply today at wgu.edu.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Still putting off your estate plan? For many people in hospice care, one of their biggest regrets is leaving behind a legal mess for the people they love. Whether you pass unexpectedly or spend your final moments in hospice, do you want your loved ones dealing with a complicated estate settlement that costs time and money in probate court and potentially wipes out their inheritance? You can put those worries aside because RJP Estate Planning can help you create a living trust, ensuring your assets bypass probate and are smoothly passed to your loved ones. And if you're 55 or older, you can save 55% on a living trust. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families. Protect yourself and the people you care about before it's too late.
To save 55% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by November 7th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024.
President-elect Trump announced today that Susan Summerall Wiles will be his White House chief of staff. ABC's Catherine Falders reports from West Palm Beach, Florida.
In Republican circles, there's been chatter that she would be the best pick for this job. Of course, there's all sorts of jockeying, lots of back and forth, but it's significant, and it's sending, at least what the Trump transition team is trying to do, is send a message that by appointing Susie, the chief of staff, the next chief of staff in the White House, that somebody who's been in politics for a long time, they want to posture, at least while all these different names are being thrown around for cabinet positions, that she will be the gatekeeper.
How does President-elect Trump's big win impact all the pending litigation against him? KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with the answer.
Trump will have the power to pardon himself in his 2 federal cases, but not the Georgia election interference case or the New York hush money case.
There is a thought that no man is above the law, even if you're a sitting president. If you are in a civil lawsuit or a state jurisdiction lawsuit, that gets to continue against you, even though you are a sitting president.
Election lawyer Tom Ryan adds President-elect Trump will have no impact on the so-called Arizona fake electors case here, saying those charged acted on their own, not on behalf of the president. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
As Arizonans continue to wait for election results, there's already talk of changing up the system for next time. Senate President Warren Peterson is suggesting one way to speed up the process is to shorten the time voters have to turn in their mail-in ballot at polling places from day of to the Friday before Election Day. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes tells KTAR News, not so fast.
What it would do is it would reduce access that voters currently have, and I'm not a fan of that.
Fontes tells KTAR News that voters have a lot going on in their lives, and he does not support limiting their voting options. New today, the state Supreme Court has decided not to take up Kari Lake's lawsuit in which she claims she is the rightful governor of Arizona. Similarly, the court rejected appeals from Abe Hamadeh and Mark Fincham, who were also challenging 2022 election results in the Attorney General and Secretary of State races. The lead has changed again in the race for Arizona's District 6 seat in the U.S. House. The most recent ballot drop from Pima County has put Democrat Kirsten Engel back in the lead by 68 votes over incumbent Republican Juan Ciscomani. In the race for Arizona's U.S. Senate seat, Democrat Ruben Gallego now leads Republican Kari Lake by more than 57,000 votes. We're awaiting more results to be reported by Maricopa County later tonight. For more election news, go to KTAR.com/Arizona votes. Well, the stock market saw a massive surge yesterday when Donald Trump officially won the election. Caleb Silver with Investopedia says the trend could continue at a cost. He tells Arizona's Morning News Trump's economic plans would include tax cuts and tariffs.
There's a lot of government spending coming up. That's also very bullish for the stock market. And there's just a risk-on appetite as he probably intends to keep interest rates low and may try to even put the Federal Reserve under the executive branch control if he gets his way.
Silver says Trump's plans will also increase the national deficit, potentially by $7 to $8 trillion over 10 years. Let's get a look at traffic. Going right now to Chuck Rowe, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's take a look at some of those ride times that trip out toward the West Valley. The I-10 westbound from the mini-stack to 75th Avenue, about 36 minutes now. I-10 eastbound, 17 minutes from the I-17 split to Ray Road. The 51 northbound, 15 minutes from the mini-stack to Shea Boulevard. The 202 Santan Freeway eastbound, just a 12-minute ride. That's from the 101 out to Gilbert Road. Now, we do have a crash on the 101 Iowa Freeway southbound. The Camelback off-ramp, that crash has been moved out of the right lane. Still some action there off to the right. I-10 westbound after Estrella Parkway, that crash clearing off to the right as well. 7th Street at Deer Valley Road, new Surface Street crash. Also 99th Avenue at McDowell. Baseline at State Route 85 in Buckeye, a crash and a collision at McDowell Road at 36th Street. This traffic report brought to you by Connecticut Water by Aquazona. Your fall home improvement plans should include Connecticut Water. Call 602-910-6570 or aquazona.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Clear in 45 overnight, sunny and 69 for high on Friday. Right now in Tempe, it's 63 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's a new era in afternoons on KTAR. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, second hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people say second hour is the best hour, Gatos.
Well, can I give you an update and then maybe you can help me?
Oh, please.
Because some of you are going through the same thing that I'm going through. And I think we have some ways to move forward. And what I'm talking about is we've and I mentioned this yesterday.
You did.
So we have a text thread,
family text chain,
but it's between my dad, my brother, my sister, and me. So it's 4 people.
All blood relatives.
Right. You got Dad in the mean streets of the New York, New Jersey area with my sister.
Okay.
You got my brother, the doctor in Atlanta, and then you got me out here. Okay. What we don't do on the text thread, and we've never done, is talk politics.
So what do you use it for?
Well, family stuff. Hey, I did this. Hey, we got this done. Hey, check this out at the house. What do you think of this?
Okay.
Hey, I had a great, my dad has a new girlfriend for a year now. He goes, hey, I had a great dinner with,
Okay.
And so that's the group text.
It's just to kind of keep up on everybody's goings-ons.
But we don't do politics.
Don't do politics.
The reason we don't do politics is
boy.
you won't find anybody more left than my brother and my sister.
Okay.
My father is a very, very big Trump supporter. Doesn't think he's a decent human being. But he really does like Trump, and he's always been a Republican. So the reason that we don't do political stuff is because it gets nasty.
Right. Well, why go down that path? We know how it's going to end.
So election night, midnight here in Arizona, 2 a.m. back east.
Oh, boy.
My father decides he's going to send a picture of the champagne that he's drinking.
Oh, boy.
And I got the text. I said, my brother's not going to take this well. This is gloating.
Yeah, rubbing it in, whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and my brother takes this stuff very seriously, and so does my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So here's the text message of the champagne.
Got it. You're literally...
I saw it at midnight.
Okay, it's literally like a glass of champagne sitting on the table. Got it.
And
okay,
I got that at midnight, and I said, when I wake up and everyone else sees this, I'm scared of what's going to be said.
Ooh.
And so, unfortunately, and I'm just going to leave it at this, one of my siblings responded at 7:11 a.m. It hurts me to even...
So they wake up.
Yeah.
This is what they see when they wake up. They obviously didn't see it at 2 in the bleeping morning.
Yeah. Dad, I say this with love, but shut the blank up.
Oof.
We don't use that type of... We don't do that.
Even from New Jersey?
No, not with Dad.
You guys don't talk that way.
Not with Dad.
Okay, I thought that was like how you said I love you in New Jersey. But okay.
So then it's a little bit of back...
She said it with love.
With love.
It went back and forth. You're just like a Trumper. You show no empathy to those in pain or despair. Now, my brother hates the way this election worked out. Okay? My father loves it. So I decided, okay, this is bad. Dad, you shouldn't have sent it. What are you doing? Know your audience. But also to my sibling, I'm like, can't say that to Dad.
You can't talk that way to Pops.
Okay. So I did call my father last night. And
this is a normal thing for you. After the show, you call Dad, just kind of a checking in, Dad.
Every night, right? Every weeknight?
Yeah. Because I used to do it with my mom, who was always not feeling good for such a long time and all that kind of stuff. So, every night I call my dad. And so I called him last night, and it was a really bad conversation.
Really?
I don't think that he feels bad about what he did.
So he has no remorse? He's
not really. And
No?
I think he wanted to spike the ball. And I said, Dad, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? And here's what I'm getting, not only from my dad, but from other people who are Trump supporters.
Okay.
They took this really personally. They took this election really personally. They didn't like being called garbage by Biden.
But your siblings didn't do that to your dad.
I said that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay,
No,
I'm
no.
giving the argument. I'm
Great
like,
point.
I was like, unless they did,
That's what I said.
Yeah.
It almost feels to me like when if you're out there and you don't like Trump and you're calling him Hitler, or you're calling him a Nazi, or you're calling him, we got all the names. I'm starting to believe, and maybe I'm just really late to the game, or I'm really wrong, but I'm starting to but I know this, is that if you are a Trump supporter, this was really personal to you. This election wasn't just an election. It was seriously personal, and you really wanted your candidate to win.
I think that's true, though, on both sides.
Okay.
I really do. I think for the Democrats, it was intensely personal, too.
Sure.
For a lot, I mean,
For women, it was.
And I think
because they wanted to see
they'd like to see a female president for the first time, finally. And I think for a lot of younger voters, too. But I do think that's been part of the problem. For both sides, it's been a personal issue.
And it's so emotional.
Yes.
It's so emotional because Trump gives you,
lots of ammo.
Yeah, he does. It's if you love him, you want to go to war for the guy. If you hate him, You stew in that.
You want to go to war against him.
Yeah, you stew in that. So what I've at least discovered from my dad, and this has not been the norm, by the way, with him.
Yeah.
This was really personal. He was overly passionate about it. And I'll just be real, too. I totally believe he's on Fox News 24/7.
That's not helping.
I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good at all. Because, we know what they do. They ratchet it up. And CNN does it for the other side. But they ratchet it up.
Try to get people outraged.
He's been more outraged than ever.
Yeah. So it's working. And he's their demo, though.
He is their demo.
Yeah.
Old white guys. Get them all ginned up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got to tell you, I don't know when they're going to talk. I don't. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I did not get the feeling.
As in, it's not only not getting better, it's potentially getting worse.
It's not better.
Oh,
Didn't you say, though, you told your sibling that they needed to apologize to you, and they did?
No.
No, they didn't.
No.
Oh, so
we have a standoff.
Oh, we do. Oh, my.
I'll wrap it up. I think what my dad did was bad. I thought it was terrible.
Yeah.
Don't spike the ball, because there are people that really are worried about a Trump presidency. And if you know that, why would you do that? Why would you start something? Why would you do that? And it's just strange. And he's not like that. He's so decent.
Normally, yeah.
Yeah, and I just felt like he had to spike that ball.
I've seen a lot of ball spiking on Twitter, Facebook, etc. So it's kind of rampant out there.
But on the other side,
but again, with your family.
Yeah, that's right. But my brother,
you want to do it on Twitter or whatever, random people. Or
well, maybe your dad didn't have anybody else to do that to, so he knew he had a
my
waiting
brother,
audience.
My brother and sister could not. My brother and sister could not have acted worse.
Well, they
responding.
They bit.
Yeah.
But
he was trolling. This is called trolling. You can tell you that.
Why would
you
he
were
troll?
trolling,
right? Why would
and
you
they
do
bit
that?
on the troll?
Yeah. And it's not like him to ever troll. He doesn't do that. And it's not like my siblings to react like that. And that's what an election with so much hate on both sides can do. And I'll tell you, I don't think these sides are talking anytime soon. And I really am upset about that. But there are a couple things we can do, right?
Yeah, well, and
families are going through it.
Yours is probably not the only one. I'm going to go, and this also may extend to friends as opposed to just family. And how do you move forward like this? And I saw some suggestions.
Don't talk politics. It's that simple.
Certainly, avoid the subject might not be a bad one. But also they said, I thought this was interesting. Prioritize your really important relationships. Work, home, church, whatever it is. What are your really important relationships? Mm-hmm. And work to make sure those are good. And I'm thinking of, the ancillary, the outreaches. Hey, let them be however they're going to be. Just give yourself some time from them.
Time out.
Who is it important to have in your life? Make sure you're.
And if you're on the other
them.
side of this, you be careful where you step so you don't step in it.
Well, just don't be surprised if you're not hearing from somebody for a while. Hey, you coming over? Nope.
What has happened to us?
Yeah. But they just say it's like boundaries. It's okay to have boundaries. Maybe there's places you're no longer going to go or people you don't want to be around right now. Okay. And that could go for both sides. It's okay to have boundaries. It's perfectly okay.
I think
you're so much luckier if you're like me and you don't have any friends. You don't have to worry about it.
I think the
Who
tough
am I
part
running into?
is if you are close to someone and they are the opposite.
Yeah.
Whereas, like for me, I could talk to my siblings who are totally liberal and be fine. I could talk to my father, who's a big-time Republican and a Trumper, and be fine. I can have that conversation. Maybe it's because of what I do, but I'm also an independent. And I do like some things from the left and some things from the right. I'm not so far to one side that I can't have the conversation. But I think if you are going to put a massive Trump supporter who is so passionate about Trump, and you sit,
they're going to wear the hat over.
You can wear the hat over, and you're going to sit in the same room with the Democrat who just, their team lost the election, and this is what they're really passionate about right now. That's a total disaster because I don't think people can do it right now.
Yeah,
I don't think people can do it.
All right.
My family can't.
Yeah.
I hope that this
I
doesn't
wish for
happen
the
to you.
best. I wish for the best.
All right, coming up next is the cell phone ban in your kid's school. Hurting more than helping.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that. It's coming up next. We're outspoken here on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage Team, everybody. I want you to call them, and I want you to get the process started of getting pre-approved for a loan. And why use the Lund Mortgage Team? Well over 30 years of experience right here in the Valley. We saw, what was it, a couple months ago, that the Fed cut interest rates by half point. Becky Lynn, what did the Fed do today? They cut interest point. They cut it again.
Quarter
didn't
of
they?
a point, yeah.
Another quarter of a point. Quarter of a point. It's going to make it easier for you to buy a house. You're a first-time home buyer. You want to buy. Maybe you don't like the current house you're in. You want to buy another place. You want to move. You know, maybe your neighbor is a Trump supporter or a Kamala supporter. You don't like that, so you're going to move. Just call the Lund Mortgage Team. They'll get the whole process started for you. Invaluable financial advice. Their job is to find the right mortgage for you as the interest rates change. This is going to help you purchase that house. LundMortgage.com, 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Arizona votes. The lead has changed again in the race for Arizona's District 6 seat in the U.S. House. The most recent ballot drop from Pima County has put Democrat Kirsten Engel back into the lead by 68 votes over incumbent Republican Juan Ciscomani. In the race for Arizona's U.S. Senate seat, Democrat Ruben Gallego now leading Republican Kari Lake by more than 57,000 votes. We're awaiting more results to be reported by Maricopa County later this evening. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home with Chuck Rowe. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Looking at a couple of new crashes in the East Valley. One in Chandler, the 202 Santan Freeway westbound at McQueen. The right lane is blocked there. Also, the 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Dobson Road. The right lane is blocked with a crash. Had a wreck. It looks like it's cleared from lanes now. I-10 westbound before Riggs Road. The left lane had been blocked there. And a Surface Street wreck 7th Street at Deer Valley. This traffic report brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools wants to create your outdoor oasis. No matter the budget, visit them today at dolphinpools.us. I'm Chuck Rowe. Now back to the show. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Chucker. Hey, and a quick shout out to everybody in Mesa. We Mesatonians, we appreciate you guys spending a little bit of time with us today. Good on you. All right. We've heard about these cell phone bans coming to schools, right? You've heard about it. And I saw some data recently, Gatos, that it was from a principal, school administrator saying, you know what? School's a better place without those phones. Kids are engaged. Kids talk to one another in the hallways. It's like we've gone back in time. You know, there's a normalcy returning. But not everybody is excited about the cell phone bans. And as more and more schools and school districts are trying to enact them, they're getting some pushback. Not from the kids, from the parents.
Yeah, that's your problem. Mom and Dad, I think this is your issue. I don't think it's your kid's issue. I think you want to know where your kid is 24/7. You want to be able to contact your kid 24/7. And guess what? You can't do it. You can't do it because in some schools there's a school ban. So yeah, some parent, and this is what the parents are saying. Oh, well, it's having a negative impact on my kid's well-being.
My kid,
no, it's not your kid. It's your well-being. It's your well-being, Mom and Dad.
They said the kids are stressed out without their cell phone. No, it's you. It's
Mom
you
and
that's
Dad
stressed out. Yeah. It's not the kids. And by the way, they did this in one school district. They sent out, a questionnaire. Like 7,000 parents. Ready? 20% of them. 20% were against the cell phone ban and using examples like, my poor kids are stressed out and, how do I communicate? They can't communicate. We struggle to coordinate pickup times. One of them even said, what if they need to text me about advice for a school bully? No, you punch them in the nose. There's no texting.
You move on.
There's no texting on this.
No, you go. Yeah, I mean, so I think I think part of it is that we anything that we want, it's immediate.
Ooh,
right. If we're hungry, Uber Eats, we get something in 20 minutes. If we don't know the answer to a question, Google. If you are walking around your house and you're like, I wonder what I should wear. It's a little chilly out. Alexa, what's the temperature in Phoenix? And everything is so right there.
Yeah.
And now you're like, wonder what my kid's doing. Well, I can't text my kid.
I got to wait for lunch, or I got to wait for the bus ride home, or pick them up. Yeah, can't do that.
You can't do what you want to do immediately, and people get crazy.
Again, and I can absolutely envision this the way I saw these administrators talking about what happened when they banned cell phones. Is, they said the hallways used to be quiet because people would walk from class to class with their head down, looking at a phone. Guess what?
They started talking?
There's a hubbub. There's murmurs. There's people talking in the hallways.
You don't have a choice.
They're looking face to face at one another. Lunchtime, they said the lunchroom is completely different now that people have to have a conversation as opposed to just sit down with their food and look at TikTok videos.
Yeah. You can look next to you, whoever's sitting there. I don't know if you're at the cool table, though.
Who?
Like if
Me?
you're not
No,
I'm just saying everybody.
Oh, I thought you meant just me, Jen.
You're not at the cool table.
Of course I was at the cool table.
Well, of course. But you look to the left of you. All right, just talk to that person.
Yeah. Think about this. They also said they were always had their little earbuds in, or they had they're listening.
Yeah.
No.
That's gone.
Can I ask you something? Why does everybody have to have their earbuds in?
I don't
Are you
understand
still
it.
listening to music every 5 seconds of the day?
No, hold on. If you're listening to us, don't ever take them out.
But
Keep
they
going.
look kind of strange, don't you think? I think in future generations, like millions of years, are going to go, yes, back in the day, humans had little white gadget
Oh, but
things
now
that
we're just
were
going to have it
growing.
installed
Yeah,
in our
it'll be
ear.
installed,
Don't get me wrong.
They'll
It'll
think
be
that was part of our
optional
anatomy.
equipment. Yeah.
I think people wear the earbuds all the time because they don't want to get stuck in a stop and chat. They don't want to talk to anybody because as soon as you see the earbuds in, you know that you're never going to say a word to that person, whether you know
feel
them
like
or not.
even if you said Bill, like they wouldn't even stop
they
because
won't hear you.
they won't hear you.
Yeah, or you can fake and say, put your finger up like you're on the phone or something like that.
I'm on a very important call.
Yeah, it is.
I haven't had an important call in decades.
I don't get any important calls. I don't even remember the last important call I got. When's the last important call you got, Becky Lynn? Yeah,
Get
none.
important call. Ed McMahon's never called me with the money. That never happened. Remember?
No, never got
Never
that.
at the Publishers
Used to
Clearinghouse.
wait.
Yeah, never happened.
We got a lot of parents who are now saying, you know what? I don't think it's such a great idea to take the phone away from my kid.
Weak sucks.
In a
How did we
classroom.
survive?
Yeah.
How did we survive?
All right, coming up next. Let's play the blame game.
Oh, I love the blame
Is Biden responsible for the return of Trump? It's Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
The KTAR News app. It's your portal to a world of Arizona news and information from Arizona's news station. Listen to podcasts, stream KTAR News live, read breaking news stories on the KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning.
Hey, I'm rolling around in a brand new 2024 Ford Bronco Sport. My buddies at Peoria Ford threw the keys at me. He said, try this sucker out. I got to tell you, pretty darn impressed. I've never driven one of these before. Not only does it have great room, great gas mileage. I mean, I'm enjoying not stopping all the time for gas. It's roomy on the inside, drives nice. It looks awesome. I got it parked right on the parking lot. Got people going, hey, did you get a new car? I should be so lucky. All right. Even got a cool color called Cactus. I didn't think about it until I looked at it. I go, it's the color of a cactus. It's brilliant. You looking for one of those Bronco Sports? Man, the deals are going on right now. How'd you like $5,000 off one? Okay, got your attention, right? Hey, head over to Peoria Ford. You can look at their entire selection of Bronco Sports, plus all the other awesome cars they have at PeoriaFord.com, or you can just stop by. It's Peoria Ford, easy to get to from anywhere, and worth the drive, all right? Just off the 101 at Bell Road. Remember, you buy your car anywhere other than Peoria Ford, well, you paid too much.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. I've been hearing many of my colleagues endorsing Y-Refi, so I wanted to find out for myself. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Well, Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. There's no attack on principal if you ever need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in Y-Refi is an investment in America's future. People all over the country are earning a strong fixed rate of return with Y-Refi, And they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Only 2% of roofers in the country have qualified as Master Elite, an award Gleason just received for quality workmanship and consumer satisfaction. Don't let small roof issues turn into big problems. Ensure your home or business is protected with the no-cost roof audit. Schedule today at GleasonRoofing.com or call 480-338-6644.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. While you're enjoying the evenings out, vacations, when you're out of town for the weekend, burglars are working overtime knowing that no one is home. They have been breaking into houses using Wi-Fi jammers. They bypass alarms and cameras, and that's why I recommend Bulldog security screens. They are all of your windows, all of your doors, custom measured, and they build these security screens that look amazing on the exterior of your home. Now listen, here's the great thing about it. They don't obstruct your views, and they look terrific, but they protect like a fortress. I was at their factory in Tucson, and they challenged me to try to break through these screens. I used a sledgehammer. I broke a baseball bat trying to break in, a 2x4. I even threw a bowling ball and wasn't able to break in. What I'm saying is they protect like a fortress from French doors to windows to your front and back door. Go to BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Always demand the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024.
We're hearing from at least one conservative advocacy group that a historic number of Hispanic voters supported Donald Trump this election. KTAR's Ballot Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, while election data is still being processed here in Arizona, conservatives nationwide are already saying Hispanic voters helped get Trump in the office. But Enrique Muslim Davis with left-leaning group Unidos US says it really came down to a smaller group of undecided voters who picked Trump in the last minute.
45% knew they were going to vote for Trump. 45% knew they were going to vote for Harris. We had 10% that were undecided, and at the end, they decided to give Trump a chance.
And on more Hispanics choosing Trump, he adds Democrats need to improve their messaging on kitchen table issues like the economy and housing. Live in the news center, Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
New batch of election results from Pima County means another change in the race for Arizona's District 6 congressional seat. Democrat Kirsten Engel now leads Republican incumbent Juan Ciscomani by 68 votes. As for the U.S. Senate race, Democrat Ruben Gallego has expanded his lead to nearly 54,000 votes over Republican Kari Lake. And more results are expected from Maricopa County later this evening. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says he's willing to look at ideas to speed up Arizona's voting process, but not ones that would limit access.
Fontes on KTAR News reacted to the suggestion of Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson to shorten the amount of time voters can drop off their mail-in ballots at polling places. Fontes says life often gets in the way of people getting to the polls on Election Day.
Sometimes it gets stuck under a bunch of utility bills. The kid moves it because you told him to clean that room, and it's Saturday before Election Day. Now what? Now you got to take a day off of work? No.
Fontes says voter access can't be reduced just so people can get results sooner. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
And for more election news, go to KTAR.com/Arizona votes. Dozens of homes destroyed. More than 14,000 residents have been evacuated in Southern California as a wildfire rages in Ventura County. Ventura County Fire Chief Dustin Gardner says the flames are consuming everything in its path.
Bushes are burning, grass is burning, hedgerows are burning, agricultural fields are burning, and structures are burning.
With the official end of the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season still 3 weeks away, another storm has made its way into the Gulf of Mexico. ABC's Jim Ryan says coastal residents from the southern tip of Texas to the Florida Keys are keeping an eye on Rafael.
Slamming into Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane Wednesday, Rafael quickly weakened to Category 2 status as it lashed the island with 105-mile-an-hour winds. It's now cleared Cuba and is drifting toward the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. Some computer models have it making landfall on the Texas coast. Others have New Orleans in the crosshairs. And some forecasts predict that Rafael will die a slow death in the central Gulf. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
We'll see how the road home looks right now. Chuck Rowe is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a fresh set of ride times here. The I-17 northbound, about 25 minutes now from the I-10 split to Northern Avenue. I-17 southbound, that's 16 minutes from the 101 to Glendale Avenue. US 60 eastbound, 11 minutes from the 101 out to Val Vista. The 347 southbound, if you're heading down toward Maricopa, that's about 34 minutes for you now from the I-10 down to Cobblestone Farms Drive. Crash on the 202, Santan Freeway westbound at McQueen. That was moved out of lanes. We do still have this wreck, motorcyclist down here on the 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Dobson. The right lane and the very far right exit lane are blocked there. I-10 westbound after Estrella Parkway, that wreck in the clearing stages off to the right. And just a reminder that the closure remains on Greenfield Road near Falcon Field. That's shut down between McKellips and McDowell. You can use Val Vista or Higley instead. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
We're expecting an overnight low around 45 degrees with clear skies. Sunny on Friday with a high of 69, but we're warming up over the weekend as we climb to 80 on Sunday. It's 62 now in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Here we are. Oh, we still have that way overproduced over there, Pablo. I don't know what you're doing.
There's still votes to count, man.
They're still coming in, for goodness sakes. They're still calling races left and right.
I'd like to congratulate Kari Lake.
On what?
Well, right now she's currently losing her Senate race.
Yeah, not good. And she really hasn't made up much ground. It's the gap stayed kind of even.
But on the very same day, she re-lost the governor's race in court.
She did. The state Supreme Court refused to take up her challenge that she's actually the governor.
That's tough to do in one day.
Yeah, you lose the governor, and if they call the Senate race today, she'll be the first person
ever
in American politics to lose a governor, gubernatorial, and Senate race on the same day.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer person. I'm really rooting for her.
Yeah.
As I've said before, I'd like to see Kari Lake win. It means we won't have to see her here anymore. She'd be in D.C.
doing nothing.
She'd be in a do-nothing Senate.
In a Congress that does nothing, passes nothing, gets nothing done.
It'd be fine. Kari, you know me.
Yeah, but she would sit there and she would be on TV saying all this crazy
fine.
stuff, and people go, people in Arizona are crazy.
They already think we're crazy.
Yeah, they've already started calling us the Florida of the West. Well, and I don't think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't think they mean that lovingly.
Probably not.
So anytime, you guys at your business, I'm sure you've had this before, where you get a meeting together, everybody, we're in the conference room, okay? We get a 9 a.m.er because something hasn't gone right. And we're going to have a blamestorming session. That's what I call it. Let's get in the room. Everybody in here, and we're going to point fingers until we figure out who the hell to blame for this. And the D's are doing that right now, trying to figure out how the heck did we lose to Trump?
Joe
again.
Joe Biden.
Oh, really? Joe Biden is the problem, full stop, period.
Well, I mean, the message coming from the Democrats has been garbage. We know that. But it is Joe Biden. If you want to think about it, Biden's legacy is that Biden's legacy is that Trump has never been more powerful and popular.
Tough to argue.
And that's an easy one to figure out. It's selfishness and ego.
On the part of
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Yeah. Joe Biden is, very similar to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Listen, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, historic, will never be forgotten in American history. I get it. Ego. She
stayed too long.
She didn't want to leave. She wanted Hillary Clinton to replace her. How'd that work out? How'd that work out for abortion across the United States, Roe v. Wade? We know exactly how that worked out. But you have these people who are old, and they're in D.C., and they're either on the court or they're in the White House, and they never want to leave. And Joe Biden's totally responsible for the return of Trump.
So, okay, I hear exactly what you're saying.
I can go on.
Well, no, but I'm not doing the devil's advocate thing. Can you understand how maybe 2 years ago, let's go before the race heated up, if you will.
Yeah.
And Biden's like, Trump's going to be convicted of felonies. He's facing all these criminal trials. He might be in jail. I'm going to win this next race in a walk. Who cares if I don't know what time of day it is? You can see where they might have been projecting that it was going to be an easy race.
I don't mean to say this to be mean.
Oh, boy. But it's going to be mean.
But he was starting to lose his mind.
But you don't know that.
Of course I know that.
No. But when you're the one it's happening to, you don't realize it.
Well, then why did everybody cover it up in the White House?
That's their job.
You had to go to him and say, listen, Mr. President, you're not sharp anymore.
They covered up for Ronald Reagan.
I get it.
That's what they do.
Hey, cover up. Don't tell anybody, and guess what happens? You'll lose the next race.
Right. Reagan just wasn't running again. Yeah, it was the end of his second term that he was starting to.
People within the Biden administration obviously should have known, and they did. We all knew it, how he was slipping, and it was fast, right?
It was obvious.
It was a year or two in, easy. And no, he's fine. Oh, I meet with him all the time. He's super sharp. No, he's not.
Yeah, but okay, hold on.
Do you want to keep
as the vice president?
But do you want to keep the White House?
You can't
yes or
answer
no?
that question with this guy's done. Put a fork in him. He's washed.
Why not?
You can't do that.
You should do that. And you know what? Since you didn't, you lost.
Okay, maybe. But you think she lost because she didn't come out and say Joe Biden's too old to be president?
I don't blame Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay.
I think Kamala Harris did as good a job as anyone could have done. Was she the perfect candidate? Of course not. She can't even do an interview. But she came out on fire. She got people excited. She had a great Democratic National Convention. She beat Trump in that debate. That was clear. She goaded him. It was
Shows
hilarious.
you how much debates matter.
Well, debates do matter because
there's only one debate that's ever mattered.
Joe Biden's debate.
Joe Biden losing that debate.
Yeah.
It's the only presidential debate that has ever mattered.
Yeah.
They just don't matter. We put a lot into them, but they don't matter.
Joe Biden waited far too long to get out of the race.
Agreed.
And then he handed it to Kamala, and it was like, you're giving me like 3 months? That's it?
But neither party will learn from that. Neither party will do that. How about this? Do you think Trump, knowing he can't run again, although he'll probably try, knowing he can't run again, saying, all right, hey, ours, we're going to have a robust primary, and we're going to have a great successor. You're going to decide. You think he's going to do that?
He doesn't care about that.
Well, maybe Biden didn't care.
I think Biden does care about that. But I think he cares about himself more.
Well, giving up that power is probably...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you didn't give it up. What Biden should have done is a year or two in realize, you know what? I can't do this. And we even saw they changed his schedule and everything. I can't do this. Okay, where do we go from here where we can where the party will be strong? Hand it over.
I don't know if they would have won the election.
Give it to Kamala. Let her be the president, and then let her go into the election against anybody as the president. But he didn't want to do it. He had to be dragged out by Nancy Pelosi. If you're looking for someone to blame, if you're a Democrat, honestly don't blame Kamala. Not her fault. I thought she did a pretty good job. I think a lot of people, considering the circumstances, almost an impossible situation. It's Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden. You waited way too long.
Could have dealt with it a lot better. But that would have meant admitting to yourself some realities that
everybody knew already.
But that he doesn't want to admit to himself. And as the president of the United States, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Might have screwed his legacy, screwed his party, all that, but...
Right.
You know,
he should have thought
he wouldn't
ahead
be the first one.
And said, do I really want to sit here in the Oval Office with Donald Trump and hand the keys over to him? No. He didn't want to do that. Now that's exactly what he's going to do.
Seems that way. I've got good news for smelly people.
Really?
Yeah. You're no longer going to get kicked off of American Airlines planes for smelling.
I can't wait to hear that.
Oh, yeah. It's about to get ripe on that next American Airlines flight you take. We're talking about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken here on KTAR.
Aria Dental Implant Center. Fantastic people over there who are going to help change your life. And, you know, we got the holiday seasons coming up. Holiday season, right? Christmas is around the corner. We got Thanksgiving first. But here's the deal. How about a brand new set of teeth for the holidays? What if you were to show up at Thanksgiving, you know, at your family's house? You know, the house where you go for Thanksgiving on that Thursday, everybody eats turkey except you because you can't chew it. They have all this other wonderful food. You smell it. It's so good. You have broken or missing teeth. You can't enjoy it. What if you were to call Aria Dental Implant Center, then you mention Gatos, you get a free consultation, you go and you sit with Dr. Joe, who's the best in the business, trains and lectures around the world on dental implants, and he's your doctor. And he's going to take care of you. And you will have a brand new set of teeth, a smile to show everyone for the holidays. All you have to do is go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
The good old days, they weren't that long ago. They were back when your PR was just a number that you were going to destroy the next week anyway. Now, forget gains. You're lucky to maintain. And it doesn't have to be that way. Vital for Men, Arizona's preferred TRT clinic and complete men's wellness center, has 3 locations where you can schedule your free testosterone level test now at vital4men.com.
Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
The Berg Simpson Law Firm, located right here in Phoenix, Arizona, has a national reputation and a proven track record. If you've been injured, don't leave the important choice of legal representation to just anyone. The Berg Simpson Law Firm has proven results, and you can check for yourself at BergSimpson.com. That's B-U-R-G Simpson.com. They're your fighters for justice when the game is on the line. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives. Call 602-777-7000. That's 777-7000. Berg Simpson is responsible for this advertising material.
'Tis the season for decking the halls, but Rias Air Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical says don't forget to deck out your home's heating and plumbing too, so you'll be safe and comfortable through the holidays. Right now, get our fall AC and heating maintenance, a water heater flush, and an electrical safety check, all for just $169, a savings of almost $300. This is our best fall offer ever. Call Rias today or online at reeis.com and ensure your home is Rias holiday ready.
Call Rias.com.
Looking for an award-winning relationship for your vehicle's service needs? Welcome to Desert Car Care of Chandler. Don't take our word for it. Just ask your neighbors or check out all their testimonials and awards they've won. Their philosophy is simple: on time, certified, convenient, and award-winning automotive service backed by an industry-leading 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty on parts and labor. Desert Car Care of Chandler. Just south of Chandler on Dobson, providing you the automotive experience you deserve. Check them out at desertcarcare.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. President-elect Donald Trump's victory this week could be his get-out-of-jail-free card. Election lawyer Tom Ryan says that he expects Trump to pardon himself in his federal cases, especially after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled sitting presidents have partial immunity.
It delayed the January 6th indictment, and now Jack Smith is winding that case down.
And he explains special counsel Smith is winding down the J6 case and the classified docs case because the Department of Justice can't prosecute a sitting president. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on the road to home now. Here's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Spotted a new crash in Glendale, the 101 Hour Freeway southbound at Cardinals Way. The right lane is blocked there. That'll slow you down from about Northern Avenue. The 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Dobson Road, the right lane and the exit lane still blocked. Crash there with a downed motorcyclist. Brake lights will start at about McClintock. This traffic report brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Join Beatitudes Campus November 10th for the Power of the Purse auction and fashion show. For more info and to get your ticket, text PURSE to 620-620. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. The Ak-Chin Indian community is small, but mighty, with award-winning enterprises like the amazing Southern Dunes Golf Course, all of the family fun that can be had at the Ak-Chin Circle Multitainment Center, and of course, the beautiful staycation spot that is Harrah's, with its newly renovated pool and multiple award-winning restaurants on site. The Ak-Chin Indian community built all of this to give back to this great state. When I first met Ak-Chin Chairman Robert Miguel, he talked about his experiences growing up in Maricopa, growing up to want to give back, and stresses to me that the Ak-Chin community will continue to do whatever they can to have a positive impact on the state of Arizona and the kids of Maricopa. Go experience all of their enterprises, Harrah's Resort, the Ak-Chin Circle Multitainment Center, and Southern Dunes Golf Course, because through them, Ak-Chin gives back to all of us. That's why we say, we all win with Ak-Chin.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Most pollsters are claiming their margin of error was close enough and that they're going to say the U.S. polling is back, baby. Do you believe that there weren't any surprises? The 2024 shocks tomorrow at 2 on the Chris and Joe Show.
All right. Appreciate it there. Hey, can I do a quick little, a public service announcement, if you will? I'm just thinking. There's going to be something kind of neat tonight, and I think it's going to be something that people around here are going to like. ESPN has a new documentary on Pat Tillman, and it's going to air tonight. So it's basically the story of Pat Tillman. It's brand new, and I think for a lot of folks around here, they're really going to want to pay attention to it. So
he would have hated this.
Absolutely,
he did not like attention.
No, but it is a pretty compelling story. Yeah.
Great American, no doubt about it.
But it's ESPN 60. It's called Pat Tillman, Life, Death, Legacy.
I'm glad you told me. I'm going to watch that tonight then.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm interested in it.
Me too.
Without a doubt. So I started just a minute ago by saying there's good news for smelly people out there.
Jeez.
Yeah. American Airlines will no longer kick you off the plane if you smell bad.
Wait a second.
Sorry, Captain Dan. Captain Dan's texting me. Sorry, Captain Dan.
American Airlines, if you stink to high you know what, you get to sit on that plane?
Yeah.
That's a bad job by Americans.
So here, see, what had happened was...
We're talking BO.
Whatever.
All right.
You might remember there was a flight that originated here where they kicked 5 black men off the plane.
That was awful.
Because of the flight attendant said they smelled something. And by the way, these 5 guys weren't even sitting with each other and didn't know one another.
That was not a good deal.
Well, I think as part of learning from our mistakes, no longer will gate agents or flight attendants initiate kicking people off planes.
Do you think that's why they made this thing?
Because
of the 5 men?
Absolutely, and they got sued to high heaven. This also goes for inappropriate, whatever you might deem
gear,
clothing.
Well,
not dressed appropriately.
Like Southwest, I think has that.
But they're saying that the cabin crew and the desk, they're not going to do it. Now, if you as a passenger complain about the person next to you stinks to high heaven, okay, now a passenger's made a complaint, that's different. They're not going to originate the complaint.
Okay, so at least there is a way out to get the guy next to me who stinks off the plane, right?
Yeah.
Or get yourself a different seat.
But they're saying it's going to be a high bar for non-safety, non-security related concerns.
So taking off your stinky flip-flops and letting us see...
Not a safety or security concern.
Could be a safety concern because if anything were to happen, you need to have shoes on in order to go down the little slide.
Do you know what
thing.
a pessimist I am? Do you know the level of pessimism I have, Becky Lynn?
Yes.
It's like high.
Yes.
I used to take my shoes off on planes.
What?
I keep my socks on. But I would always wear my shoes for takeoff and landing so that I could escape the burning aircraft.
What's the matter with you?
I was like, I got to at least have my shoes on. So takeoff and landing, the most dangerous times, I want to be able to get out of the wreckage.
See, you could be completely showered and, smelling okay, but you take you take the shoes off and your dogs are all out there. I mean, then you don't know. You could stink.
Weren't you on a plane recently that had some turbulence and people didn't have their seatbelt on?
That wasn't recent, but people hit the ceiling.
So I would imagine
I always wear my seatbelt on the plane.
The shoes would go flying up in the air, and then you would know where they are, and then when you had to escape,
I don't think the worst
shoes.
part is finding my shoes.
I'm telling you.
I don't think that's my worst.
Keep the shoes on.
But I think it's interesting. So basically what they're saying is they're not going to, employees of the airline are no longer going to be your smell cops.
They're trying to protect them.
Yeah,
they're saying, we're going to take you out of the process.
Yeah. I sat next to a guy who dragged himself out of a grave.
What do you mean?
What?
Oh my gosh! He dirty hands, dirty fingernails. He smelled like he was up for 48 days.
I really wish you wouldn't talk about Jim Sharp that way. It is really. We talked to him today. I thought we made up.
Clothes were ragged. No, I mean it was bad. It was bad. And I'm like, do I say something? And honestly, scary looking dude. Really, like 6'8".
And what are you going to say? Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You need a bath.
No.
I want to come back to the point that I actually like this because we've heard these stories of people getting kicked off planes for stupid reasons. Who was the football player? Terrell Davis, remember? And he said he did
nothing wrong either.
He tapped the person on the elbow, and they had him kicked. They said he assaulted him and stuff. So I want the bar to be a little bit higher to get run off of an airplane.
This is bad because I have a very sensitive nose.
Oh, you do.
Oh,
I got to tell you.
Hey,
folks, I can't even. You think like bloodhounds can sniff stuff out? They have nothing on the Gato's nose.
On me. No,
your schnoz is legendary.
Both nostrils, man.
It's
fire those things up.
It is at least, there's a reality show in here somewhere, but it's at least a couple times a week that Gatos and I'll go somewhere. He'll go, you smell that?
Yeah.
I smell basil right now. I go,
That
what?
would be,
what do you mean you smell basil? What are you talking about?
A great segment. What does
Gatos
Gatos smell?
Oh, my Lanta.
We would have to track it down.
Just never ends.
I smell great ratings right now.
I love it.
So I can't speak for other airlines. You might be smelling and kicked off of Delta or United or Southwest, but American says their employees no longer going to run you.
I think if it's bad enough and you're sitting there and the person next to you smells like death, I think it's enough for that person to say, okay, I'm going to get up and get out of my seat and say, you know what, this guy, he just stinks. And then you go from there.
I think a lot of people are afraid to do that.
Not me. If you stink, I want you off the plane.
Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's on top of that. And coming up next, little presidential essentials, including who voted in Arizona and how did they vote? We got the number breakdown for you. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Buying a home isn't for the faint of heart, but with the right experts, it can be a breeze. Real estate agents find the right house and negotiate contracts, but they're not licensed to find you the best mortgage. You need an expert securing the best financing for their clients, like my friends at Lund Mortgage. They're Arizona's best because they evaluate the right mortgage for their clients, provide rock-solid pre-qualification, and close loans faster than anyone else for the lowest fees around. Go to lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
I walk to honor my loved ones.
I walk to save lives.
I walk to raise heart rates and life-saving funds for the American Heart Association. So can you.
Sign up, step out, and share why you walk at the West Valley Heart Walk on November 16th at Goodyear Civic Square. Together, we can put an end to heart disease and stroke one step at a time. Register today at westvalleyheartwalk.org.
Are your wiper blades streaking, skipping, or squeaking?
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts and they'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts. Stop by today or learn more at O'ReillyAuto.com.
As most of you know, I'm a patient of the Schwartz Laser Eye Center where I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. My colleague and Sun's PA announcer, Vince Murata, also a client of Dr. Jay Schwartz. And now we can add Sun's play-by-play announcer, Kevin Ray, to the mix. K-Ray recently had the clear lens exchange using the second-generation light-adjustable lens to correct his vision. This incredible technology just came out earlier this year, and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has it. With 3 locations in the Valley, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center help you. Call Dr. Jay Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Still putting off your estate plan? For many people in hospice care, one of their biggest regrets is leaving behind a legal mess for the people they love. Whether you pass unexpectedly or spend your final moments in hospice, do you want your loved ones dealing with a complicated estate settlement that costs time and money in probate court and potentially wipes out their inheritance? You can put those worries aside because RJP Estate Planning can help you create a living trust, ensuring your assets bypass probate and are smoothly passed to your loved ones. And if you're 55 or older, you can save 55% on a living trust. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families. Protect yourself and the people you care about before it's too late.
To save 55% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by November 7th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and we know the secret. Our unique weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight, get healthy, and get your energy back naturally, safely, and effectively. If you'd like to lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no drugs, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects, visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation in person or virtually.
Jamie West here, and after hiding my bathroom scale for more than 2 years, I'm now excited to step on it every morning. Thanks to Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, I've lost more than 20 pounds in just over a month with no drugs or shots. Get started now and think about how great you'll look for the holidays. Call for your free weight loss consultation in person or virtually, 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
We're a 2 Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E. 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and 0 tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
At ABC 15, we stand for what's right. We tackle tough issues and drive real change. We listen to you and make sure your voice is heard. We investigate and follow through. Watch ABC 15 News at 6.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024.
President-elect Trump says he'll choose his campaign manager to serve as his White House chief of staff. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports.
It's a historic choice. The chief of staff's corner office in the West Wing has always been occupied by a man. But President-elect Trump says Susie Wiles will become the first woman to fill the all-important post. In a statement, Trump calls his campaign manager tough, smart, innovative, and universally admired and respected.
Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, lost the 2020 race, and now gets a victory in 2024. Arizona State University presidential historian Brooke Simpson tells Arizona's Morning News the circumstances surrounding Trump's return to the White House are unusual not unprecedented.
It has happened before, and that would be the case of Grover Cleveland, who is both the 22nd and 24th President of the United States. He was a Democrat.
Trump will be sworn into office in January. President-elect Trump could hand out a number of pardons when he moves back into the White House, including one for himself. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to tell us more.
Election lawyer Tom Ryan explains Trump can pardon himself in his 2 federal cases about the January 6th insurrection and the classified documents case. Plus,
I fully expect that when he takes office, not only will he grant himself a pardon, but you will see him grant a number of people pardons, ranging from everybody like Steve Bannon all the way down to the January 6th rioters.
However, Ryan says Trump cannot pardon himself in state cases, including the Georgia election interference case and the New York hush money case. He's scheduled to be sentenced on the latter November 26th. Ryan adds Trump will likely appeal that case. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
New today, the Arizona Supreme Court has decided not to take up Kari Lake's lawsuit, in which she claims she is the rightful governor of Arizona. Similarly, the court rejected appeals from Abe Hamadeh and Mark Fincham, who were also challenging 2022 election results in the Attorney General and Secretary of State races. For more election news, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. After the early season snowstorms, Arizona Snow Bowl near Flagstaff is opening up tomorrow. That's 2 weeks earlier than expected. Sunrise Park near Greer plans to open on November 29th. The Phoenix Veterans Day Parade is Monday. One baseball legend says everyone who can should attend.
Former Arizona Diamondback Luis Gonzalez is this year's Celebrity Grand Marshal, receiving the honor alongside the 7 veteran Grand Marshals. Gonzalez says he's grateful to be given the opportunity to represent his community and showing thanks to the veterans.
This is an opportunity for the people that live here in Phoenix to say thank you for everything that they've done for us. They're unsung heroes. They don't go out bragging or boasting about it, and we have so many of the veterans that live amongst us now that we don't even know a lot of them have even served.
Gonzalez says attending the parade honors veteran sacrifices. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Today on Wall Street, the Dow fell a fraction of a point, closing out at 43,729. S&P was up 44, NASDAQ up 286. And for more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check traffic now with Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's go right to Scottsdale. There's a new crash here on the 101 Pima Freeway southbound at Talking Stick Way. A motorcyclist down there, and everything's blocked except for the HOV lane. So if you're trying to get through, get all the way to the left to get past this, and it is starting to back up there, southbound 101, starting at Via de Ventura. Now, the 101 Alwa Freeway southbound at Cardinals Way, the right lane still blocked with a crash there. Stay to the left. The 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Dobson Road. That earlier crash moved off to the right. It is still slow from about McClintock. 67th Avenue south of Glendale Avenue, a crash, and still that closure. Greenfield Road is shut down for that plane crash investigation near Falcon Field between McKellips and McDowell. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
45, the overnight low temp, and then 69 should be our high on Friday, but we're warming up through the weekend, and by Sunday, 80 could be our high temperature. Right now, in Gilbert, it's 62. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's a new era in afternoons on KTAR. Hey, welcome. Bruce and Gatos, Outspoken, final hour number 3.
It's by far the best hour. A lot of people say that.
You know, I was watching you earlier in the office before we came here on the air at 4, and you were like, you were neck deep in exit polls.
Who? You were asking me.
I was watching you.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Because, you know, I can go through the exit polls, but it's like, you know, you were going through it, and you're like, oh, my gosh, this is interesting. I'm like, okay.
I think it is interesting.
And then you were like, and then 2 seconds later, wait, you got to see, this is even more interesting. And I'm like, why don't you just do it on the show?
Okay, so let's do this on the show.
All right, so here's Bruce. He's got all the exit polls, and he thinks they're interesting. Oh, my. Was that a good setup?
No, it was absolutely not a good setup.
Let me try again.
Do it over.
Let me try
We'll
again.
edit this part out.
All right. So there are some exit polls out there that are fascinating. Like, super fascinating. And Bruce is going to pick out 3 of them. I don't really know. He's got it.
I might do more than 3.
He's got the top 3 ones that you need to know. How about that?
There you go. Let's look at Arizona. I'm not even going to look nationally.
Don't look nationally.
Let's just look here in Arizona.
This is where we live. Yeah.
A state which, have they called Arizona yet?
Trump's going to win.
Trump's going to win, right?
Yeah.
And here's why. Are you ready? So we'll do the here's why.
All right.
This is all the exit polling data that we have right now. Check this out. Trump won with men, right? That's
absolutely
53%. Okay.
Only Arizona. We're talking. Yeah,
Arizona.
53% of men voted for Trump.
But men are only 46% of the voters in the state of Arizona. Women are 54% of the voters. So Harris must have done good there, right?
No,
50-50.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So Trump won with men by 3 points and tied Harris with women.
Do you have a thought about why that is? That he tied with women and did so well?
Women didn't vote for Harris just because it was a woman. Mm-hmm. Maybe they didn't vote because she's a woman.
Misogyny on the side of women?
I don't know.
We don't want a woman running for president, and that's coming from other women.
Well, what was the statistic? Democrats have lost 2 elections in the last 24 years.
Yeah.
When they ran a woman.
Right.
Oops.
What again, we can try and figure out why that is.
Yeah.
But is America ready for a female president?
Okay.
I think I certainly am.
All right, so how about this?
I think a lot of us are.
Race and ethnicity.
All right.
62% of the voters in Arizona are white.
Got a lot of white people here, Bruce.
Trump got 56% of that vote. Not unexpected, right? What if I told you that Trump got 42% of the Latino vote?
I would say that sounds very high if you look at historical numbers when it comes to Republican candidates.
What if I told you the native, black, Asian, they put it all in one group. They call it non-white. So everybody who's not white or Hispanic. Trump got 43% of them. Black, Asian, native, any other ethnicity.
Yeah. Well,
because Democrats have always been like the party of the minorities. If you're only 6-4 on that, not so much.
Well, it's interesting. Earlier today, and you can check the podcast, we were talking to first-time Trump voters.
Yes.
People who never voted for him before, but did so this time.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a black woman call, say that she voted for him. She didn't like the rhetoric that was on the left. We had a Hispanic man call. And from what I took from that phone call was the Democrats are letting way too many people into this country. And I don't think he seemed like he was very much against that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That came across.
And I'm trying to think of any of those are the 2 that stuck out to me.
So here are some interesting things with age breakdown. And I don't know if this is surprising other than this part. Harris won 64% of the under 30 vote.
Under 30, Harris dominated.
Trump won every other age group. 30 to 44, 56. 45 to 64, 52. 65 plus, 56. Over 50 in every other age group. Harris only won the 18 to 30s. I guess you would have to say 18 can't vote later than that. Now, here's something we'd heard about. Were all the R's going to vote for Trump and were all the D's going to vote for Harris? Right? Remember this, the Haley voter?
Right.
They do exist.
I'll give you my opinion real quick.
Yeah.
If you're a Democrat, the number percentage-wise of Democrats voting for Trump is going to be minuscule.
How about 1%?
Yeah, that's about right. Is that what it is?
It was 1%.
Okay, so that's
99% of Democrats voted for Harris.
Not a surprise.
92% of Republicans voted for Trump. 8% for Harris.
Say it again. 92%.
92% of Republicans voted for Trump. 8% of registered Republicans voted for Harris.
So if we were to talk before the election, hey, Kamala, you're going to get 8% of Republican votes. Is that good or bad? Is that high or low?
Biden had more.
Biden had more of everything.
Without a doubt. And then the independents, right? The non-affiliate, party non-designated, PNDs, we call them here.
Other.
Trump won them 51%.
I mean, that's close then. I mean, Kamala didn't do bad with independents. You're talking
She got 45. No, she got 45.
45.
Because the others voted for a third party.
Okay.
Somebody other than
they
the two
threw
of them.
their vote away. I got it. I got it. That's what you really wanted to say.
Trump won the non-college group, no college degree by 55%.
Do you remember Trump's famous line?
I love the uneducated.
I love the uneducated.
He got them 55%. Harris won the college grads with 52%.
Okay, so if you really want to look at it, the Democratic Party, it certainly isn't the working person's party anymore.
No,
not even close. If you look at a lot of the numbers, it's people who are pretty well off. They're making a lot of money. You can even say they're rich, and that never used to be the case.
No, it
never used
changed.
to be the case.
It absolutely changed.
Absolutely
right?
has changed. Yeah.
I got some of this. They asked some questions, by the way.
Okay.
We got time for yeah.
We're going through Arizona
exit polling. All right. Should abortion be legal in all or most cases, or illegal in all or most cases?
Mm-hmm. We're going to say legal.
69% of Harris voters said legal in all/most cases.
Okay.
Only 30% of Trump voters did.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So there is a divide in that.
Sure.
Should undocumented immigrants be offered a chance to apply for legal status or be deported? 78% of Harris voters said legal status. 94% of Trump voters said deported. Again.
Big difference.
Big difference in there. So I just thought that was, looking at some of these numbers, if you're the Harris campaign, it's not what you wanted to see. You didn't do well certainly didn't do well enough with women, which are the largest voting bloc here. You didn't win independents. Trump won independents. And other than the under 30 crowd, you underperformed with every other age bracket.
It was a blowout everywhere. It was a blowout in all counties. It really was in most places, and it was just that does shock me that it was such a blowout. I think everybody's a little bit shocked that it was such a blowout.
I got an interesting text, 620. Mm-hmm. I'm a woman, and I didn't vote for Harris.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Not because she's a woman.
Right.
She said, it's because I don't think other world leaders would take a woman president seriously.
If you go to Saudi Arabia, right?
My only point I guess I was making is there's a ton of other countries Mexico has a female leader.
Yeah.
Right?
Saudi Arabia wouldn't like you if you're female or gay.
Variety of things. So anyway, those are the exit polls. Did you find them interesting?
But hold on, that's why you voted. You didn't vote for Kamala because there are some people in the world
that might not take
that don't like women. Well, screw those guys. Vote for who you want. Vote for who do you think's going to do a good job.
I'm just sharing a text.
I'm just saying.
You're yelling at me.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Hey, coming up next.
Okay.
If you've gone to a concert I'm going to be kind to them, in the last 30 years. If you've enjoyed live music in any way, shape, or form.
I like live music.
You got this guy to thank. We're talking to Danny Zalesko. It's coming up next. Outspoken here on KTAR.
Hey, the Arizona Painting Company is awesome. They've been here for well over 20 years. They've painted my home in the last couple of months. The outside of my house looks brand new and just fantastic. My wife and I love the paint colors. They actually helped us pick the paint colors, and they can do that. They'll come to your house for a free estimate if you mention Gatos. They'll walk the property, measure, and they're going to ask you what the different places to paint and different colors and all that stuff. Do you have an HOA-approved color? They can help you with that. If not, whatever you want to paint it with. So here's the deal. They use the best paint, and this is so important. They use the best paint. The product that they have withstands the Arizona sun. The desert, we're in the sun almost all the time. It's always 100 degrees. Not right now, but most of the time it's 100 degrees. You don't want that paint to peel, and so they go out of their way to make sure that they've got this certain type of paint built to withstand Arizona's extreme weather without cracking or peeling. So let me send you a discount. How about getting your house painted before the holidays? Really spruce it up. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:16, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The lead has changed twice in the last hour in the race for Arizona's District 6 seat in the U.S. House. The most recent ballot drop from Pima County briefly put Democrat Kirsten Engel back in the lead, but additional results have now put Republican incumbent Juan Ciscomani back on top by 305 votes. In the race for Arizona's U.S. Senate seat, Democrat Ruben Gallego now leads Republican Kari by about 52,000 votes. We're awaiting more results to be reported by Maricopa County a little later this evening. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads now. Here is Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Yet another new crash, this time on the 51 southbound. Just before Coulter, the HOV lane is blocked there, and it looks like fire department just showed up, and they are blocking a part of the off-ramp as well. You can exit there. You'll just have to work your way around the fire trucks. 101 Pima Freeway southbound at Talking Stick Way. That wreck still blocking the right lane, and 101 Alba Fria Freeway southbound at Cardinals Way. The right lane blocked with a crash there. This traffic report brought to you by Ever North Care Group. Your health is everything. Get integrated primary care with Ever North Care Group. Schedule a visit today at evernorthcaregroup.com. I'm Chuck Rowe. Now back to the show. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, real quick, let's give a shout out to Queen Creek. All of you down there, the Queen Creekians. Thank you guys very much for being a part of the show. All right. So, Gatos, I don't know if you know this or not. I'm not saying for any other reason, but I've been involved with a charity called the Joy Bus. It's a fantastic organization that delivers fresh, chef-inspired meals to homebound cancer patients.
How wonderful.
Yeah. And they have their own diner, and the restaurant goes to fund the charity and do great events, all right? And we have an amazing event coming up celebrating the lifetime achievement of a legendary concert promoter and cancer survivor himself. Joining us right now is Mr. Danny Zalesko. Danny, how's it going?
It's going great. You guys sound dynamite on the radio. I'm listening to you.
Thanks, well, I appreciate it. Danny and I go way back. We've worked many a concert together. And I set it up this way, Danny. I said, if someone's gone to a live music event in the last 30 years, I'm being kind, by the way, you probably had a hand in it, for goodness sakes. You were the concert promoter here in the Valley, and everybody came through you.
This is true. Things change over time. I'm still very, very active, but after 50 years and 14,000 shows, I'm still getting up in the morning and doing it.
Here.
Who's the biggest diva you had to deal with? That's what I want to know.
Spill the dirt.
All right, give me some dirt.
Oh God, I don't know. The dirt question is an old one. I'd love to go for James Brown and Chuck Berry. I mean, they were the dynamic duo.
Really? See,
yeah,
that's...
I can't talk about anybody I'm still working on.
Right? Yeah, you might have to book them again. They're going to go, hey, whatever. So,
all right,
I think what's amazing.
I'll change it. Who's the most awful person that you worked with? How about that? Is that better?
You know what? It's mostly people that aren't on the stage. There are people behind it. There's great people out there that put together these tours for people, but there's some people who think they're the guy in the ticket. And they want to act like they think they should, and they fail miserably. For the most part, though, especially as the years have clicked off, while it is a business, it's still music, and there's a lot of people out there that appreciate both angles, and for the most part, by and large, everybody's really cool. I haven't had a goofy blow up in years.
Not since
I remember one time Bette Midler wanted to kill her wardrobe assistant because she had a cold and didn't tell her. It was 5:30. I had to find a hair and makeup person to have her ready by 7:30.
Oh,
well,
gosh.
listen, Danny, not only do you have 1,000,001 stories about the music industry, that goes without a choice, but you're a cancer survivor yourself. And I think that is also one of the reasons why I think the Joy Bus is important to you, too. And we have an amazing event coming up. It is a week from this Saturday, the 16th, at the Joy Bus Diner itself. And we're going to be honoring you with a Lifetime Achievement Award, not just for your amazing work as a concert promoter, but I know that was a hell of a battle you had with cancer.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it was out of nowhere. It happened when I was 48, which is exactly 21 years ago, like this week.
Wow.
And I spent my birthday in recovering. But, you know, the thing that saved me was when I felt this pain in my stomach. So many people make the mistake of going, oh, it's gas or, you know, it's indigestion or it's something. And they go, it'll move on. It'll be okay tomorrow or whatever. And they learn to live with it instead of getting it checked out because they're busy or whatever reason there is. And fortunately for me, I didn't like it. And I went in right away, and it took them a while to figure it out. And I needed a colonoscopy, and that's what actually saved me was that I went in and got that. They saw it, and they cut it out, and I had to do chemo for 6 months.
Yeah,
it was a tough time, but I won't say it was awful because I got in there early and I was saved.
Here. I mentioned that when you were going through your cancer journey, and everyone's cancer journey is unique to themselves, I think the impression a lot of folks have is, well, there must be some huge team of people around you all the time. They were wearing wristbands and you were surrounded by love and supported all times. But I know the Joy Bus found out that there's a lot of people out there that kind of go through this entirely by themselves. And that's kind of the mission of the Joy Bus and why we're raising money for them next Saturday.
Well, they're fantastic. I'm really happy that they reached out because of this reason over the cancer thing, and I hope it can bring some attention to being checked early and staying on top of that, because they do have so many different ways these days of detecting things as well as treating them. But the earlier that you're detected with any problem, especially cancer, the better chance you have of it not being a death wish.
Here.
And it's a hard thing to talk about. It's a harder thing to get, and it's a harder thing to get over. So my suggestion is, I was 48 at the time, like I said. I think you should be 40, 42 when you start getting colonoscopies every 5 years.
Great.
You never know. You just don't know what's going on. And this stuff can sit in you for a couple of years while it could have been detected. And then, you find out maybe sometimes too late. I mean, how many people do you know or have you heard about died from colon cancer?
Right.
And that's one of the most lethal there is. But it's detectable, and that's the main thing. You got to be proactive with that and stay ahead of it instead of waiting until you're doubled over in pain.
Great advice.
And Danny, I think that everybody should know that a colonoscopy is not a big deal. I know it sounds kind of
scary.
Of course it does. But, a few years ago when I got mine, I went on the air and I said, listen, this wasn't a big deal. I was worried for nothing. You literally take a nap and it's over. You feel zero.
Yeah.
And it's such an easy thing to do, but people are freaked out by it. And I'll be the first to tell you, everybody, don't get freaked out by it. It's not a big deal at all.
No.
It's not a big deal. It's super easy. Super easy.
I love the fact that you're in conditions that are supervised by professionals.
Right.
I personally, this is a personal thing, I personally don't mind getting knocked out.
That's the best part of it.
It's such a great sleep, but it's kind of twilight. But I go out and you wake up and they tell you what happened.
Yeah.
So the first time I did it, and I'm so glad I did it, I didn't get good news. But the good news I got was I knew about it, and I was able to deal with it, and here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're alive and well.
And you're here to tell us about it.
Yeah. I had it. I had another form of cancer, a melanoma, 2 years ago, which I didn't like going through. It wasn't supposed to be as bad as this one, and it wasn't in most ways. But it's frightening when you hear that thing, and the first thing you do, pull up those bootstraps and get it done, get it taken care of, and you'll be okay.
Yep.
Danny, looking forward. I'll be there next Saturday. I tweeted out the link at the Bruce St. James. It's also on our Outspoken page.
I retweeted it for you.
Retweeted it for us. Thank you. Where you can get tickets. Join Danny's We Celebrate an Amazing Life Evening Star promotions. Danny Zalesko presents. I mean, all the stuff. And again, you say 50. You said 50, so I can say it. 50 years of some amazing concerts.
It's weird to say the 50 thing because I know people can add. I'll tell you what, and especially because of the nature of this charity event, I'm more proud of it than ever. I mean, for me to be able to say I'm 70 years old is a big deal. If you knew what I went through,
here.
I hope anybody listening who's even thought about it and hasn't done anything about it will listen to what you just said. It's not that big of a deal. Go in there and make sure you know that you're clean.
Yes.
And you get to hang out longer.
Absolutely.
We're going to hear great stories from Danny. I will be there as well. Danny and I have some stories we can share about the hip-hop acts we had to deal with, and they didn't all end positively. We'll have that conversation at another time, and certainly off-air. It's going to be a great night, a Lifetime Achievement Award celebrating Danny Zalesko. Danny, you have a wonderful night, and see you next week.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Make sure everybody comes.
You got it. So it's the Joy Bus presenting this. They're going to have all the Arizona Chopped champions serving dinner that night, which is really cool. Great food, great music, and some great stories.
So I'm getting my colonoscopy.
Yeah.
Sitting there, ready to go. They got you in the gurney and all that.
Okay.
Doctor comes up to me and he goes, it's a true story. I'm a big fan.
The doctor said that to you?
Yes. The one who's going to do the colonoscopy. And I said, that's great. You're going to see a part of me that no one's ever seen before. And it's true.
I believe you. I believe you.
I got to tell you, my colon is clean.
It's fantastic.
And it is beautiful.
Okay. Hey, checking the headlines are on the way. We're going to be talking a little bit, thankfully, not about Gatos' colon, but we might talk about your family.
I got pictures.
Coming up now. Oh, God. It's on the way here on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's time to get a Connecticut system. Absolutely time to get a Connecticut system. Go with a company like Connecticut, family owned and operated here in Phoenix since 1987. You're going to hear a lot of different people talk about Arizona's water. How they can fix your water problem, how they can make your water taste better in your house, how they can get the water in your house to feel good on your body. Now, you're going to hear some of that, right? Yeah, from, people who will give you an 800 number. They don't live here. Then you're going to call that number, and you're going to be like, yeah, here's the deal. And they're like taking your phone call from Colorado. It's ridiculous. Go with someone who's here in Arizona. 37 years in Arizona, Connecticut. All right? Get a Connecticut system. It cleans everything out that's bad from your water. And the water experts who will be at your house, they live here. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Aquazona.com.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or online at Amazon.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Small roof leaks leaks can lead to big problems. Protect your home from extreme heat and monsoons with Gleason Roofing. Nationally recognized for outstanding workmanship, reliability, and service, a locally owned Valley roofer you can trust. Call 480-338-6644 today for a no-cost roof audit or visit GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, everyone. Tom Chambers here. Do you trust this economy? What if there was a secure, collateralized investment that actually helped people? You've probably been hearing my colleagues and I talking about investing in YRefi for a while now. Yes, it's true. You can earn up to a 10.25% fixed rate of return, and you can turn your income on or off. Compound it, whatever you choose. And yes, it's also true that there are absolutely no fees, and you can have peace of mind that there is no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back. Folks all over the country are earning a high fixed rate of return, and they don't care what happens in the stock market because your YRefi investment is not correlated to the stock market or the Fed. YRefi investors get their monthly statements with no surprises. Just go to investYRefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com, or call 888-YRefi24. That's 888-YRefi24. One more time. That's 888-YRefi24. And tell them Tom Chambers sent you.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with my friend Wayne from AMCO. Hey, Wayne, let's talk about some back-to-school TLC for your car.
Sure thing, Dan. You know the last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles, so it's best to have your car checked out now.
Well, that's a great idea, but where should people go if they need a place that's reliable and affordable?
That's easy. Head to your closest AMCO. We specialize in back-to-school auto repairs, making sure your car's in tip-top shape for the busy school season.
Now, that's cool. What kind of services do you offer, though?
Dan, we do it all, from transmissions to oil changes, brakes, engine light checks, even engine diagnostics and repairs. Plus, we offer a special back-to-school discount for students and teachers.
That sounds perfect. Do you need to make an appointment?
Not at all. We have same-day service in most cases, so just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amco.com.
Wow, now that's convenient. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:33. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024.
Was historic support from the Hispanic community a big reason why Donald Trump won the race for the White House? KTAR's Ballot Overstoles is live now in the News Center to tell us more about that.
Research from at least one conservative group shows a record number of Hispanic voters supporting Trump nationwide. But Arizona Director of Unidos U.S., Enrique Muslim Davis, says it all comes down to the economy.
They're not going to think of all the other issues like what Trump was saying or people in his campaign. For them, the most important thing is I need to put food on the table.
And he doesn't believe voters are shifting to the right, but he does believe they are willing to give Trump a second chance.
Doesn't matter whether they're Hispanic, African American, or Native American. They're just thinking of, how do I get by?
Live in the News Center, Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
President-elect Trump's team is moving quickly to execute his day one priority, a crackdown on illegal immigration. ABC's senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Sources tell ABC News one of Trump's first orders of business will be to rescind any Biden administration policies that expanded opportunities for migrants to live and work in the U.S. We are also told Trump's aides are focused on how to carry out his promise of the largest mass deportation operation in American history. When asked how much that would cost, Trump would only say, it's not a question of a price tag. It's not. Really, we have no choice. Sources tell us the operation would initially target undocumented immigrants who have committed crimes.
President-elect Trump is set to be sentenced in his New York hush money case on November 26th, but election lawyer Tom Ryan says Trump will likely appeal, and he expects Trump to pardon himself in his federal cases, the January 6th insurrection case and classified documents case. As Arizonans continue to wait for election results, there's already talk of changing up the system for next time. Senate President Warren Peterson is suggesting one way to speed up the process is to shorten the time voters have to turn in their mail-in ballot at polling places from day of to the Friday before Election Day. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes tells KTAR News, not so fast.
What it would do is it would reduce access that voters currently have, and I'm not a fan of that.
Fontes tells KTAR News voters have a lot going on in their lives, and he does not support limiting their voting options. For more election news, just go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. In sports tonight, Phoenix Suns just keep on winning. They're now off to a 7-1 start to the season after last night's victory over the Miami Heat. They're going to hit the road now for a game tomorrow afternoon against the Dallas Mavericks. On the gridiron, the Arizona State Sun Devils host the University of Central Florida on Saturday. And on Sunday, the Arizona Cardinals host the New York Jets at State Farm Stadium. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time for a check of traffic once again with Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The 51 southbound before Coulter Street, the off-ramp partially blocked with a crash there. They cleared the HOV lane. I'm now hearing about a new crash. I haven't had a chance to look this up on camera, but the 51 northbound transition to the 101 westbound, and they say there's a fire involved there as well, so we'll keep you updated on that. In the meantime, the I-10 westbound before the US 60 in Tempe, there's a crash off right in the Collector Road. 101 Pima Freeway southbound at Talking Stick Way. That earlier crash has been moved off to the right. Still a few lingering Surface Street issues. A crash Camelback Road at 67th Avenue, Higley Road north of Chandler Heights Boulevard, and 67th Avenue just south of Glendale Avenue. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Tonight, a chilly 45 for our low, and then tomorrow's high 69, climbing to 74 on Saturday. We're at 64 now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Yeah. All right. Gatos.
Bruce.
Oh, gosh, a good day today. Having such a fine time.
Are you having a fine time?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, you don't say that all the time.
Having a fun show? Are you kidding me? This is the best gig in the world.
Come on, man.
It's 3 hours a day. Hold on a second. Monday through Friday.
It's amazing.
It's almost 15 hours a week I got to work.
You work.
Kidding me?
Yeah.
Anyway, you know that the last couple of days have been difficult for some people, especially if your choice for president lost. You could be a little upset. You could be despondent. And what would make it worse is
if your neighbor were to play this song
on a loop with the speakers in the backyard
doing the Trump dance.
And it can be difficult for people post-election. Think about your family and your friends, that there can be some strife. And how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I just got a message, email from a woman who was talking to her 15-year-old who, has seen some of the things that Trump has said. And, her 15-year-old daughter is scared. And, and so this mom had to talk to her daughter and say, hey, listen, everything is going to be fine. It's going to be a little different and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, there are things.
Like talking them off the ledge.
Yeah, there are things that are happening between families. And that's kind of a moment where it's a mother-daughter moment. But there are also moments where, you're talking to your totally liberal brother, and he's gone off the deep end, and he's crying, and his wife is crying because Kamala lost. And then, you get somebody on the other side in your family who's a Trumper, and they're like, listen, why don't you just get over it? And then they scream at each other, and you've got a family disaster.
I think you have to, I was reading about something, and it's something that I obviously don't know nearly enough about. It's called boundaries. And I apparently need more of these in my life. But the argument is, or the suggestion is, and these are from the kind of the professionals out there.
Yeah.
This is a time, especially if you are uber emotional about this, and there are people out there, and I get it.
Either side.
prioritize who's important in your life.
All right, so if you're a Trumper and somebody important in your life voted for Kamala,
if you want to continue to have them be important in your life,
maybe don't spike the ball on them.
You need to be mindful of how you act, and vice versa.
I agree, vice versa, absolutely.
And vice versa. If you are overly emotional about this, maybe there's some people that if they don't act in an appropriate manner, you need to draw a line.
But what if that example that I just gave you, telling the Trump supporter, don't spike the ball on the Kamala supporter, what if 4 years ago, those two people, right? The Democratic supporter spiked the ball on the Trump supporter. Do you have to, as the Trump supporter 4 years later, spike the ball on the Democrat?
Again, how important is this friendship to you? How important is this relationship to you?
I got to get him back, though, right? I gotta return the favor.
But again, I think that's important when you think about it in that context.
Yeah.
If it's some acquaintance,
spike
it. Be my guest, or never talk to them again. I'll show you. Delete them and block their calls or whatever.
Right. Take them out to lunch and wear a MAGA hat.
But if it's an important relationship to you, you would be mindful, just like you would over any other sensitive information situation, wouldn't you? And if by the way, if they don't respect that, I would just say probably somebody you don't need to have a relationship with.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people who are excited about Trump.
Oh, yeah.
And then I've talked to a lot of people who are horrified by this. And it's like, I feel like a psychologist. I don't know. What am I supposed to tell everybody?
Let's get on the couch. We're gonna bring the mood lighting down a little bit.
Yeah. Because, again, maybe it is because I have the mindset of an independent where, all right, I see what happens.
Somebody wins and somebody loses every election.
I vote for R's and I vote for D's.
Yeah.
I don't like either party. And
hey, some people I voted for won in this, and some people I voted for didn't win. I'm okay with that.
Right. And that's kind of the way it goes. And I'm just, maybe I'm just ready to live with what we're going to see for the next 4 years. I also want to say we did get 4 years of the crazy off. So we
kinda.
We pretty much.
Well,
did.
he was still there.
Yeah, but not for the first few years.
Okay.
Now you got to now it's going to be ratcheted up. This thing's going to be a blank show.
Full blown.
Oh, I'm ready to look at this thing. This is going to be incredible. Hulk Hogan is going to be like the Secretary of State.
UN. He's going to be the ambassador to the UN.
Kid Rock is the
running wild.
Secretary of Defense. This is going to be fantastic.
It'll be great.
All right, coming up next. This is a terrible local story. We're gonna go into it. How did a plane crash into a car on a valley street that maybe we've all been on? Talk about it on the show. Stick around.
Trajan Wealth. Now that the election is over, stock market's been bouncing around a little bit. That's good. We'll take it, right? But if you're getting closer to retirement age, you got to start making some serious decisions. You got to start making some smart decisions to protect the money you've saved up until now. It's called risk tolerance. You're aware of it. But how much do you know about it? The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you. And they can help you right now. They can help you come up with a strategy, a plan that meets your risk tolerance, takes into account your timeline, your expectations of exactly what retirement's going to be like. You can go from being anxious and worried about retirement, sitting back a little bit. I like to say sleeping easier. And it all starts with a phone call to Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300. And keep in mind, your consultation is free. 480-990-3300 and online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit Parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. While you're enjoying the evenings out, vacations, when you're out of town for the weekend, burglars are working overtime knowing that no one is home. They have been breaking into houses using Wi-Fi jammers. They bypass alarms and cameras, and that's why I recommend Bulldog security screens. They are all of your windows, all of your doors, custom measured, and they build these security screens that look amazing on the exterior of your home. Now listen, here's the great thing about it. They don't obstruct your views, and they look terrific, but they protect like a fortress. I was at their factory in Tucson, and they challenged me to try to break through these screens. I used a sledgehammer. I broke a baseball bat trying to break in, a 2x4. I even threw a bowling ball and wasn't able to break in. What I'm saying is they protect like a fortress from French doors to windows to your front and back door. Go to BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Always demand the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
How can I get ready to buy a home? When is a good time to refinance? Who can I really trust? This is Amy Batten with Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on KTAR News 92.3 FM. I would love to answer these questions for you. Please visit my website at keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com to make an appointment for your free and painless home loan consultation today.
Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18643, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News Flash.
646, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A new batch of election results came in this afternoon from Pima County, and it briefly put Democrat Kirsten Engel back in the lead in the U.S. House District 6 race, but more results that have since come in have put Republican incumbent Juan Ciscomani back on top by 819 votes. And as for the U.S. Senate race, Democrat Ruben Gallego now leading by about 52,000 votes over Republican Kari Lake. More results expected from Maricopa County later tonight, and we will bring it to you. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the traffic. Here's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Last time around, I mentioned a crash on the 51 northbound ramp to the 101 westbound. That is now out of lane. Still just a little bit of residual slowing as you approach the interchange there. 51 southbound before Coulter Street. That crash in the clearing stage is off right. And on the 101 Pima Freeway southbound at Talking Stick Way, that crash off right as well. This traffic report brought to you by Copper Star Home Medical Supplies. From Surprise to Mesa, Copper Star Home Medical has 5 medical supply stores. Find them online and let the reviews speak for themselves. CopperStarHomeMedical.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Hey guys, if you ever wonder if you're past you, have you noticed your strength and energy declining? Mike Broomhead here. I ask myself the same thing. That's why I started using M-Drive with clinically studied ingredients to support testosterone, energy, and strength. I'm using M-Drive to get back to my prime, exactly what I needed. I'm refusing to let age beat me. Slowing down is not an option. M-Drive is the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts. Get M-Drive at Sprouts or mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com.
ABC 15 Arizona. Here when it matters most. We listen when you need answers.
She reached out to let ABC 15 know for help.
When you demand solutions.
The ABC 15 investigators went directly to those in power.
And every story we tell.
She asked the right questions. That made a difference.
And every investigation we uncover.
We've investigated the case extensively.
We stand with you. We stand for what's right. Weeknights on ABC 15 News at 6.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, every day, 8:50. I hop on with Broomhead. I'm at home on the Gatos 3000. We have a chat about the Big Q.
Yeah.
It's at KTAR.com. Bruce likes to try and guess.
I do.
Here's today's question.
I'm ready.
Will Trump follow through with his mass deportation plan? Yes or no?
It's a difficult one. I think people want him to. I know he can't. But I'll say people say yes, 58%.
69% yes, 31% no.
It's absolutely not going
to be honest with you,
I hate to break it to you.
I'm doing a deep dive on this. I'm actually really looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's constitutional.
It's not.
I
can help you with that.
Yeah. But, all right, so you already looked into it, so screw it. I'm not going to work on it. Why am I working on it if you already know?
Feel free. Yeah.
How would it work? And to be honest with you, I'm trying to think through my head. Okay, who am I okay with getting deported? Honestly. We're not talking amnesty.
Yeah.
You snuck in here and you've been here for 6 months. You know, you're probably you're gone. I'm fine with that. If you've been here 5 years, you committed crimes, and you're still here, we need to get you out.
Mm-hmm.
What about somebody who's been here for 5 years and has a family now? That's where it gets tough. Okay, you snuck in. All right, but you've been here for 5 years. Did you pay any taxes? We'll have to look at that. Do you own like a business? Are you helping society? Are you paying your? That's where we have to look. I don't think either we're going to be really specific in who we select to stay or leave, or it's just going to be one big broom, because that's not fair.
But it's just not possible.
I don't think it's possible either with the manpower. Plus, what does it mean to the economy if we do start
craters?
Yeah, but some people have to leave. We can't keep everybody here. There's going to be people that are going to be leaving this country. And I'm wondering what the parameters are from that, because I haven't heard.
You'll have to change the asylum laws. You'll have to change the immigration and asylum laws.
I'm fine with that,
which, by the way,
too.
I'm fine for.
Let's do it.
Anytime Congress wants to get started on it, just let me know. Let me know.
Here's a question.
Because if they change the asylum laws, and they change the amount of time, they change the standard for claiming asylum, they change the amount of time it would take to adjudicate it, well, then you could turn people around quickly.
Remember when Kamala said, on day one, I'll sign that immigration bill that Trump tossed in the garbage, the one that Sinema wrote?
Yeah, Sinema and Langford.
What if that's hanging out on Trump's desk on day one? Could he sign that and say, I'm the one that signed it? It's a good...
Well, it hasn't passed the Senate yet,
right?
Or the House.
If it went back through, he stopped it once. If he wanted it to go back through,
right, if he wants the credit for it,
I'll sign it.
Yeah,
that'd be something he would do. I didn't want him to sign it, but I'll sign it.
I want to get the credit.
I want to get the credit.
Yeah.
And again, I guess I'd be fine with that because it would pass, and it's going to help.
Listen, we need
something.
Absolutely need to address the nation's asylum laws. One, there's asylum lawyers that admit it. They're like, this is crazy the way we have it right now.
And the other thing
makes no sense. But you walk across the border in Nogales or Douglas or Tijuana or El Paso, and you run into Border Patrol, local police officer, wherever, and you go, asylum in any language in the world, then the law kicks in. You don't have a choice. The law kicks in.
Right.
U.S. law.
The other thing is
what it is.
You can't just, okay, you're here illegally. Okay, now there's due process.
Exactly.
And so where are you going to keep that human being?
Right. We currently let them go into the United States.
Where are we going to keep you?
Yeah.
We want you to leave.
Because it could take years for them to get in front of a judge.
There's a backlog of judges.
If only we had more judges.
Yeah.
Didn't
you tell me, though, you're not allowed to have judges?
Charge. No.
Didn't you tell me you're not allowed to have more than a certain amount of judges?
No.
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
Well, no, we're limited by money.
Okay.
Congress would have to approve funds to pay for this infrastructure, whatever you want to call it.
Hey,
more judges, more whatever.
Here's the thing, though. Like, Trump's not running again. If he wants to figure out immigration and the border, he may actually figure it out. Because he doesn't have to run on it again. He doesn't have to make money off of it again. He doesn't care who the next president is. He could be the one that waves his hand.
And credit where credit's due, if you actually had a politician that actually did what was right and not what was politically expedient.
Because you're going to run again sometime.
Right, because you're worried about what the votes are going to be.
Exactly. He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Could be good and bad. And it'll probably be a little of both. That's fair.
We'll find out.
That's fair.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Look through the double pane bulletproof glass and thank everyone it takes to put the show together. DJ Pablo over there. Blame him for the music. And he's always playing that YMCA song, for goodness sakes. Our producer, Nick Sadowski, doing his job. The pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all of the news and information. And, of course, the Chucker, Chuck Rowe. He's with all that traffic driving you home. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, lucky I put up with you.
Hi, I walk to honor my loved ones.
I walk to save lives.
I walk to raise heart rates and life-saving funds for the American Heart Association. So can you.
Sign up, step out, and share why you walk at the West Valley Heart Walk on November 16th at Goodyear Civic Square. Together we can put an end to heart disease and stroke one step at a time. Register today at westvalleyheartwalk.org.
And now some holiday cheer from Trevec Remodeling and Roofing.
It's 10 days till Christmas and all through your place. The family's coming, so let's add some grace. New countertops, backsplash, and floors that gleam. A cozy fireplace to complete the scene. Even the guest bath refreshed and bright. 5 days is all we need to make a beautiful sight. With friends and family soon to appear, imagine their faces as they cheer. Your home's so lovely, festive and bright. How did you do it all overnight? Whether it's countertops or a bathroom uplift, our team can give your space a quick holiday shift. In just 5 days, we'll make it shine so you can enjoy your home in time. So hurry now, give us a call and get your home ready for the holiday haul. Call Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at 480-367-1171 or go online to Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec, together building dreams for more than 20 years.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The World Series of Rodeo is coming to Phoenix, Arizona, presented by Fritos.
And a little bit of chicken fried.
3 nights of World Championship rodeo action. Country music acts Zach Brown, Old Dominion, Brooks and Dunn, Turnpike Troubadours, Hank Jr., and Whiskey Meyer. The Hondo Rodeo Music Fest, where the best compete for $1 million purse. And legends of country music perform under the stadium lights at Chase Field, November 7th through the 9th. TheHondoRodeoFest.com. TheHondoRodeoFest.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Did you wake up with joint pain? Does it hurt when you do even the most routine physical activity? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds, and QC Kinetics can get you there. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain. This is an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. The protocols developed by QC Kinetics are life-changing for so many people, tens of thousands of satisfied patients. Yes, you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Discover your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is absolutely free. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now. Arizona Votes 2024. The Count.
Okay, here we go. It's President-elect Trump has announced that a campaign manager, Susan Summerall Wiles, will be his first White House chief of staff, a first for a woman.
In Republican circles, there's been chatter that she would be the best pick for this job. Of course, there's all sorts of jockeying, lots of back and forth, but it's significant, and it's sending, at least what the Trump transition team is trying to do, is send a message that by appointing Susie, the chief of staff, the next chief of staff in the White House, that somebody who's been in politics for a long time, they want to posture, at least while all these different names are being thrown around for cabinet positions, that she will be the gatekeeper.
That's ABC's Catherine Falders. President-elect Trump's election win won't impact the so-called Arizona fake electors case. Election lawyer Tom Ryan explains Donald Trump cannot do anything about it.
None of them are entitled to any kind of qualified immunity. They were acting on their own. They were not acting on behalf of the president, although they may claim that.
Ryan adds he expects Trump to pardon himself in his federal cases surrounding January 6th and classified documents. However, Ryan says Trump cannot pardon himself in his Georgia election interference case or in the hush money case. Trump is set to be sentenced in the hush money case on November 26th, but he will likely appeal. As ballot results continue to roll in at this very minute, several key Arizona races aren't over just yet. KTAR's Brandon King is live at the KTAR decision desk.
Peter, the big story tonight is Tucson's 6th congressional district in the race between Republican incumbent Juan Ciscomani and Democratic challenger Kirsten Engel. Ciscomani is now trailing in the race. The newest numbers from Pima County put Engel ahead by just 209 votes. Meanwhile, in the race for Scottsdale's CD1, the incumbent Republican David Schweikert leading Democrat Amish Shah by around 9,400 ballots. Roughly 50 precincts from across Arizona are still to be counted, the majority of them in Maricopa County. Elsewhere, the race for Arizona's next senator still leans in Democrat Ruben Gallego's favor. Lake is gaining a bit of traction, but still trails Gallego by around 55,000 votes tonight. Brandon King, KTAR News.
And keep it right here for all the latest election results as they come in right now. We are processing them just for you. Arizonans continue to wait for election results, and there's already talk of changing up the system for next time. State Senate President Warren Peterson wants to shorten the time voters have to turn in their mail-in ballots at polling places from the day of to the Friday before Election Day. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes tells KTAR News, not so fast.
What it would do is it would reduce access that voters currently have, and I'm not a fan of that.
Peterson wants voting results announced faster. Fontes adds voters have a lot going on in their lives, and he doesn't support limiting their voting options. The Phoenix Veterans Day Parade is Monday, and KTAR hosts will be there. So will a baseball legend.
Former Arizona Diamondback Luis Gonzalez is this year's Celebrity Grand Marshal, receiving the honor alongside the 7 veteran Grand Marshals. Gonzalez says he's grateful to be given the opportunity to represent his community and showing thanks to the veterans.
This is an opportunity for the people that live here in Phoenix to say thank you for everything that they've done for us. They're unsung heroes. They don't go out bragging or boasting about it, and we have so many of the veterans that live amongst us now that we don't even know a lot of them have even served.
Gonzalez says attending the parade honors veteran sacrifices. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And just a repeat of what we announced a moment ago, Ruben Gallego is still leading in the race for U.S. Senate against Kari Lake, but his lead dropped by about 12,000 votes in Maricopa County in the last election ballot drop, that is. However, he still leads in the race overall by 55,000 votes. I'm Peter Seymour on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, everybody, welcome to it. I'm Barry Marks, and it's KTAR special election coverage. Thank you for being here. Day number 19 of the post-election coverage. That's what it feels like, but we're excited to be here. We are getting more ballot drops from counties around the state of Arizona. I'm Barry Markson, and we are joined today by our powerhouse panel. We have Stan Barnes from Copper State Consulting, and Stan, I got to tell you, first time you and I have met in person, and this is exciting for me. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, Barry, it's really good to be here. I love the voice. I listen to you all the time. I did not know you did the show in your pajamas. That's an interesting thing. Your viewers may not know, or your listeners.
See, Stan, that's how Stan drives people to the video. That's how you get people there. And of course, you can listen to us on air. You can watch us online or on the app at KTAR.com and at KTAR.com. 24 hours a day, we have the election dashboard. You can check out everything there as it's updated by the Secretary of State, by the county. We update it on KTAR.com. So just have that bookmarked and check that out throughout the day, and you're going to be updated around Arizona. Also joining us on the panel, Chris Merrill and Joe Huizinga from the Chris and Joe Show every afternoon, 2 to 4 here on KTAR. Gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Appreciate it, yeah.
Appreciate that.
Put on our best lingerie for you.
I appreciate that, too, I think. All right, we have lots to get to already today, folks. We're waiting for a Maricopa County drop that's going to happen. What I'm understanding is it's going to be about 120,000 additional votes from Maricopa County. Yesterday, we had 2 drops, one right before 7 o'clock of about 120,000, and then another drop after 9. We're being told by the county today that there will be just one drop. It'll be this one that we're supposed to see here shortly, and then that's it. And I asked why. Why do we have 2 yesterday and 1 today? Because I thought that was a good question, right? Why are we slowing down? Are people taking sick days? What's going on? And the answer I got is they're trying to, and Stan, you'll understand this, they're trying to cure the signatures. They need to cure issues they have by Sunday. That's the deadline. So they're backed up, right? I mean, we know they're backed up. As of yesterday, before this drop does, they had only reported the in-person voting on Election Day and mail-in ballots through Wednesday of last week. That's where we were. Normally, we would have received mail-in ballot reporting through Friday or even a little Saturday at 8 p.m. on election night. So we're way behind. So they did 2 drops yesterday, 1 drop today. But the issue is they have to make sure they want to check the signatures first, because if when they go to verify the signatures there's an issue, they want to have time to call people and check if it's their signature so their vote can be counted. So they're doing that first. They're prioritizing the signature verification and little deprioritizing the actual counting right now, because they don't want somebody's vote not to count because there's a signature verification issue. That's what I'm hearing. So we can check the accuracy of that later with the folks in the room, but that's what I'm hearing right now. And that makes sense, because the last thing you'd want to say is, we're getting the initial votes in as quickly as we can, but a whole bunch of, here's 10, 15,000 people whose signatures we never even got a chance to call them on, and now their vote doesn't count. So that's one of the reasons we're seeing less of a drop today. They're prioritizing that verification process. All right, so we're going to wait for that. As soon as we have that, we'll report it to you. But, gentlemen, I will tell you that heading into this hour, in the last 60 minutes or so, we had vote drops in Navajo County, Pinal County, Pima County, Cochise, Mojave, and the latest thing I saw, and Chris, I know you have some, Joe, I know you have some different information, but the latest thing I'm seeing in Arizona is Ruben Gallego's lead now down just a little bit from where it was yesterday at this time, down to about 50,971 votes, basically 51,000 votes lead over Kari Lake.
Yeah, it was funny. Just before we went on the air, I saw 44,000. You'd mentioned 50,000. Secretary of State side, I believe, had what, around 55,000?
55,000, yeah.
So 3 different results, all in the span of 10 seconds that we were looking at. Oh, Chris, have another different number?
Yeah, I made it 4 different, because I'm at the Secretary of State side now, and results.arizona.vote, and they're showing a lead of just under 44,000 for Gallego.
So here's what happened. Maricopa County just dropped. We just have it now. They posted 70,429 votes. I don't know if that's it for the day or not, but that's what they just dropped. 70,000 new votes from Maricopa County. Lake picked up 57% of those votes to get Gallego's 41%. That's a net increase to Lake of 11,633 votes. So that may be what drove it down to the 40.
What do you have on the totals?
And that's a 472,000 ballots remain to be counted in Maricopa County.
So, but for Gallego and Lake, do you have a total there?
I don't have that.
I got
here.
1.3 for Gallego.
That's what I have.
1.256 for
That's
Gallego.
what I have.
Okay, so 44,000. So right now, from yesterday at this time, Kari Lake has picked up about 10,000 votes statewide. When we count all the counties, everything that's been reported over the last 24 hours or so, she's picked up about 10,000 votes. So the issue is, are there enough ballots out there that she's going to pick up more? Now, what I was told on the way in today is that this batch of Maricopa County votes they knew was going to be heavily Republican. I don't know how they knew that, but they knew there were more Republican ballots in this little tranche here than we've seen before, and that we're expected to see after. Historically, when you go back to 2016, 2018, which was the last time we had normal mail-in ballots in Arizona, before 2020 and 2022, when the Republicans said don't vote by mail. In those, normally, Republican ballots were heavier in the early releases, and Democratic ballots were heavier in the later releases, and certainly in the drop-offs on Election Day. They call those the late earlies, the one that early mail-in ballots, but the ones that arrived the last. Mm-hmm. Those are more heavily Democratic generally. That doesn't mean it's going to be that way this year. We don't know yet, but that's generally what they see. So as of right now, Kari Lake trailing Ruben Gallego in the Arizona Senate race by about 44,000 votes. I don't know if we're going to get any more from Maricopa County tonight. We'll try to confirm that one way or the other.
Yeah, well, listen, this surprises me. And Joe and I talked about this in our program earlier, every day from 2 o'clock until 4 here on KTAR, shameless plug. And I predicted Trump by 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And I thought Gallego by 6 or 7. We had Mike Noble from Noble Predictive Insights. He said, look for it to be more like 4 or 5 for Gallego, but he agreed probably in that 3 to 4 for Trump. And so on both sides of that equation, a little bit closer for the presidential race, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but definitely way closer for Gallego Lake.
Down under 2% right now, and just under 800,000 total ballots left out there across the state, and 472,000 from Maricopa County.
Actually, I'm wrong based on the updates. Trump at 52.5%, Harris at 46.5%. So
it's a 6 points.
So 6 points.
There.
So that's right where I thought it was going to be.
So,
the Gallego race is close. Gallego Lake race is closer.
Yeah, and Gallego Lake are now, Gallego's at 49.8% and Lake at 48.1%, so just under 2 percentage point different there. So Lake is underperforming Trump in Arizona right now with the votes that are in and counted by about 8 points, just under 8 points, which is somewhat consistent with what we were seeing in some of the polls. Not early polls, not where she was down by 13 or 15.
Right.
Stan, I think we all knew that wasn't going to hold, right? I mean, you're not going to see that in Arizona.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where that came from, but we all understood that no one wins a race like that in Arizona in a contested world. But it is interesting to see that when the first dump came in on Tuesday night, that the spread between Gallego and Lake was pretty far, and everybody waved it off like, oh, well, that thing's cooked, and Kari's getting what she deserves somehow. But at every single dump since then,
it's gotten closer.
It's getting closer and closer. Now, in my perception, I haven't done the math on it, but she's not rising as fast as Schweikert did or as Siscomani did in Tucson. They seem to catch up and pass before everyone else. But Lake's done it slower, but methodically, yes, more and more. If there's 800,000 votes and there's a 40,000 vote delta, and she gets 55% of it, I can't do the math in my head, but that sounds plausible.
Yeah,
that she could actually catch up, and especially if they lean out the way they might, because as it turns out, this time, to Barry's point, it seems like it's a Republican voting day or a Republican late early day. They seem to be doing better in the late going.
And how close does it have to be for a recount, too?
Yeah, 1/2 of 1% is the new state law. So recount, but as we know, recounts don't really yield big flips or anything.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Kari's making a race out of it when we all kind of wrote her off. Like, no, she's not going to get the McCain constituency, and she's going to fail out. But here she is. We're all holding our breath about it.
How do we see the difference? I mean, how do we explain the discrepancy between Lake and Trump?
That's a fascinating. I love that question. I mean, that's the social science, political science question. I was talking to someone today. I had my physician. I was getting a checkup. He pays attention, and this man on the street, focus group of one. He said she just angered people on a personal level. Now, we know that the McCain constituency, whatever loyalist that is, don't like her, and they don't forgive her for the governor's race.
But they didn't like Trump either.
They didn't. Fair enough, but this feels more personal. Trump is still yet a little abstract, I think. He's an international, national figure.
He's
was
an Arizona
president.
guy.
And
right.
And Kari Lake was our TV anchor, and she went out of her way as an Arizonan to kneecap John McCain.
Okay.
And, Trump doing it is, I don't know, somehow in its own atmosphere, but Kari Lake is like a Phoenician that is doing that. It just feels personal.
Okay.
And I think that plus the way she got into the sideways thing with Jeff DeWitt, the party chairman, and all that, for Republican loyalists, I think that burned off a lot of capital. But there's McCain people in Arizona, and there's a great big network of them that will never forgive her. The Trump race, the presidential race, is in the clouds and bigger than all of us, but that woman that you could drive to her house in Phoenix, that feels more personal somehow.
And it wasn't just McCain, if you think about it. She attacked Matt Salmon. She attacked
Doug
Ducey and Karen Taylor Robeson, and just nasty personal attacks beyond what you would need to do. And I think that just turned off a lot of people, certainly some Republicans and certainly some independents. Yesterday, during the debate, during the election show, one of our panelists pointed out that there are tens of thousands of people who are simply not voting in the Senate race. So people who vote for Trump and they're leaving the Senate race blank. And that's the difference. There may be some voting for, maybe Republicans are switching over to vote for Gallego, but there are tens of thousands just not voting in the Senate race. And those are Kari Lake votes that she's not getting.
Yeah, undervotes.
Yeah,
I mean, that
exactly.
shouldn't be that way for her.
Right.
If Ruben Gallego should not win by any normal Arizona metric.
Yeah.
He's a liberal congressman.
That's exactly true. All right, you're here for KTAR special election coverage. Our panelists, Stan Barnes, Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, all going to be back in just a moment. We're going to get an update from Peter Seymour standing by in the KTAR News Center. I'm Barry Markson. Let's get the update from Peter right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 7:16, this is what you need to know right now.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
The race for Congress in Tucson and southeastern Arizona has flipped again. Incumbent Republican Juan Ciscomani trailing his Democratic challenger, Kirsten Engel, and she leads just by 209 votes. Scottsdale Republican Congressman David Schweikert still has a 4-point lead over challenger Amish Shah. Arizona's 7 other congressional races have been settled. In Arizona's U.S. Senate race, Democrat Ruben Gallego holds nearly a 2-point lead over Republican Kari Lake. That's about 44,000 votes worth. This hour's drop of 70,000 ballots from Maricopa County tightened the race in Lake's favor. And President Trump still enjoys about a 6-point lead over Kamala Harris in Arizona. His race could be called later this evening. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Arizona votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, welcome back. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Markson. Thanks for joining us today. On the panel, we have Stan Barnes. He's here from Copper State Consulting. Chris Merrill and Joe Huizinga from the Chris and Joe Show, 2 to 4 in the afternoon every day on KTAR. Thanks for joining us here, gentlemen, on the panel. We're just getting some interesting news. Another drop from Maricopa County. We had drops from many counties around the state within the last 60 minutes. The current status of the Kari Lake race against Ruben Gallego. Gallego's still up by about 44,000 votes. He's dropped about 10,000 there. Kari Lake making up some room. The question is, are there enough outstanding votes to be counted, and what percentage of those does Kari have to get to make up the difference? There's still another 800,000 votes to be counted, I think, or maybe 700,000 at this point.
Yeah, there's definitely enough votes out there. I'm not sure on, again, she has to make up 44,000 in a difference, and she made up, about 5,000 to 6,000 this time? And we figure, how many did they get through? Just over 100,000?
Well, she made up 10,000 votes since yesterday at this time. So
okay.
She's made up 10,000. She went from about 53,000 to about 9,000 votes. It's definitely getting close.
I would rather be Kari Lake right now in that race. Hold on,
Then what?
Then Kelly Cooper, who's running against Greg Stanton, right?
Yes.
Because, listen, Cooper's only down by 17,000 votes.
Okay.
But that's one district as opposed to the whole state.
Right.
I mean, I would much rather be in her shoes where I've got 500,000 votes to count rather than, 100,000, if that.
Well, but doesn't the problem become GOP votes versus Democratic votes, too? And you look across the state and the Kari Lake strongholds, I don't think that there are nearly as many as, Maricopa County, 472,000 votes. Figure she maybe goes 50-50 there. There's a ton of votes there. But you look at some of the more outlying counties, Coconino County, 6,000 votes. Cochise County, about 35,000 votes. Graham County, 7 votes left to count.
7?
7.
What are their names? Give me their names.
But the point is, the further out you go, yeah, you would expect those to come in for Kari Lake, but the counties with a lot of votes left, don't you? I think at best she would probably be happy with 50-50 there.
Yeah, and she can't win with 50-50.
No, she needs...
Right. She lost Maricopa County, losing Maricopa County, losing Pima County, and that's where most of the votes remain.
Yeah.
So unless she somehow miraculously is doing better in that universe, then she's just going to be where she is.
Yeah.
So we had a bunch of those conservative districts report within the last 60 minutes or so, and they were heavily for Kari Lake, but not as much as she needed, according to some of the prognosticators, to make up for what Gallego was going to do in Pima County. So in Pima County, for example, Gallego, in their drop today, Gallego was at about 67% of the vote, 67.8% of the vote, and then in the other counties that are more conservative, Lake got good numbers, but not as much as they would expect in those counties. So it was not good for her, and that's going to be the difference. This last drop in Maricopa County was very good for Kari Lake, but again, what I'm hearing is this is going to be the most Republican drop from Maricopa County from now through the end. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm being told by folks who seem to know this stuff. So if that in fact is true, and that was her best day, it's going to be close. I don't know if she's going to make it, but it's going to be close. The other race that's super interesting, I want to hear your thoughts on this, is the congressional race between Juan Ciscomani, who's the incumbent, and Kirsten Engel. And this is a repeat of the election 2 years ago in District 6. Right now, Engel has retaken the lead. Juan Ciscomani had the lead yesterday and throughout most of the race, and she's leading by just 209 votes, Chris. 209 votes. I mean, that is close. Stan, let me ask you this: that's obviously it's a close district. It goes back and forth. What can we expect from the remaining votes there?
Yeah, the Ciscomani camp right now is scanning the system and seeing where are the rest of the votes, because if they're in Cochise County or other parts of rural of that district,
right,
then he's going to win those. And 200 votes out of 300,000 votes is a pretty fractional number, a very tiny number. And any kind of ruralness in that district is really going to help him.
Right.
I mean, she's an urban liberal to the extent we have them in Arizona. She's a great person. She was in the legislature. I know her well. And I mean, two really good people. Ciscomani's a great guy too. But that's a very split situation. Where are the remaining votes? If they're in the rural part of that Southern Arizona district, Ciscomani's going to retake. If not, she's going to hold it. That's the simple fact.
And when we look nationally, this is one of the seats that the Democrats are hoping to flip in trying to retake control of the House. I don't know that they're going to be able to get there, but this is a seat that they're definitely looking at. The other one that Democrats had hoped to flip, District 1, David Schweikert's seat, it looks as it hasn't been called yet, but it certainly looks as if Schweikert is going to hold on there. He's up by about 3 points, 13,600 votes right now. Seems to me that's going to be enough for him.
Yeah, he was down from 8 o'clock on Tuesday until all night, and then he's been gaining and gaining and gaining. Every single drop, he gains more.
I ran into Schweikert last week, and I said, "How's it going? What's going to happen?" And he said, "We're going to win by 2 points." And gosh darn it, he's going to be pretty close to that.
The guy is good at math, and this is the way he wins almost every single election cycle. Yeah. This is the way he wins.
He knows what he's doing.
He does. He does.
It's kind of amazing. Joe, do you think? I mean, with Kari Lake being as close as she is, potentially going to win this race, it's literally her hanging on to Trump's coattails, right? I mean, it's kind of the what do they say? High tides raise all boats. I said that wrong, but
you're close.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. I mean,
we know the spirit of it, right? Yeah.
Rising tides
definitely
raise all ships.
There you go. Rising tides raise all ships. So, but Trump has so outperformed what anybody expected, and not just that he won the 7 swing states, but if you look at how he did in New York and in Illinois and in California and New Jersey, Democratic states that still stayed Democratic, but he did so much better. It's striking, and it seems to me Kari Lake's just benefiting from that.
Oh, no doubt about it. That Kari Lake has outperformed what all the pollsters thought, and most thought she would do here in Arizona. She kept proclaiming for the last month or two that her internal polls, and what did she say about AI? But she kept saying that she had internal polls that had her up.
Yeah,
I have yet to see any credible poll that had her up, but to be within 2%, and I think this is going to get tighter. I think it's not out of the realm of possibility that it gets within about 10 to 20,000 votes. Really? I don't think it's going to flip. But if you look at some of the other counties that are out there, I definitely think she will pick up a majority of those votes. But is it going to be enough? And if that was the the largest Republican-leaning drop from Maricopa County, that's not a great sign for her that she didn't make up enough.
I don't know for sure that's true, but that's what I've been told.
That's what you were told.
Chris, you were shaking your head.
Yeah, no, the math just isn't there for her right now. I mean, there would have to be, and to what Stan was saying here, the math has to be she does well in Maricopa County because she will do well in the rural counties.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but what's well? Is well 50-50?
If she does 50-50 in Maricopa County, that would be enough, probably. But if she doesn't pull at least 50% in the remaining districts to be counted in Maricopa County, just because of the pure size of it, I mean, we're talking she'd have to pull 70, 80% in some of these other counties, and I don't know that she's going to get. I mean, she's going to get great numbers out of Yavapai, for instance, right?
Yeah.
That's solid. You can bank on that. So Yavapai has 45,000 ballots out right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see her pull 30,000 of those ballots, right? Which gives her a 15,000 vote jump. But I don't. You're going to have to make up. You're down by enough right now. You're going to have to make that up in Maricopa County, and it's just not going to be there.
No. Let me ask Stan this question before he has to go. Stan, is there any pathway that you see in Arizona changing subjects in the legislature where the Democrats take either the House or the?
No, as a matter of fact, just the opposite. After all the exercise by Democrats to flip the legislature, and the governor's raised millions of dollars and spent that. Something we don't see every day in Arizona. The state House of Representatives is right now 31 Republicans, going to go to 32, maybe 33. There are a number of Republicans challengers that are within 100 votes of beating the Democrat. And so the state House might grow from 31 to 33 or 34, depending on the end of the night. In the Senate, they're holding at 16. They might have 17, depending on what happens in southern Arizona.
Not even a chance of a tie.
Not even a chance of a tie. So the Senate is going to be 16 or better. The House is going to be 32 or better. The Republicans have increased their grip on the legislature.
All right, another 2 years coming up of deadlocked Arizona with a Republican legislature and a Democratic governor. Stan Barnes from Copper State Consulting, thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here.
Really appreciate
Good to see
that.
you guys.
Chris Merrill, Joe Heisinger from the Chris and Joe Show, they're going to remain in some form and fashion as we continue on this evening, joined by a new panel. Stay with us. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTR's continuing special election coverage.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Real estate is shifting towards a buyer's market with sellers more willing to negotiate. This could be the time for you and your family to buy. Rates will always fluctuate, but what matters most is what works for your budget and who you work with when it comes time to getting a mortgage. Go to Lund Mortgage for invaluable financial advice, save thousands of dollars with great rates and the lowest fees. When trying to make the numbers work for your budget, every dollar counts. Get pre-qualified today at lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Fall in Phoenix, and if you hate the paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate. And the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And and once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, get Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 7:30. Good evening. I'm Peter Seymour.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
The latest ballot drop has tightened Arizona's U.S. Senate race and a congressional race. KTAR's Brandon King is live at the KTAR decision desk.
The results of 72,000 more ballots have been announced tonight in Maricopa County. Those numbers bring Democrat Ruben Gallego's statewide lead over Republican Kari Lake to around 43,000 votes. Elsewhere across the state, the race for Tucson's congressional 6th district is still razor thin. Incumbent Republican Juan Scamani is trailing Democratic challenger Kirsten Engel by only 209 votes. And in Scottsdale's District 1, incumbent Congressman David Schweikert has increased his lead over Democrat Amish Shah to 13,000 votes. Now, Donald Trump has not officially won the presidency in Arizona, though he is leading Kamala Harris by around 155,000 votes in the state. There are roughly 50 precincts still to be counted by the Arizona Secretary of State's office. Live from the KTAR decision desk, Brandon King, KTAR News.
Thank you, Brandon. And President-elect Trump's team is moving quickly to execute his day one priority, a crackdown on illegal immigration.
Sources tell ABC News one of Trump's first orders of business will be to rescind any Biden administration policies that expanded opportunities for migrants to live and work in the U.S. We are also told Trump's aides are focused on how to carry out his promise of the largest mass deportation operation in American history. When asked how much that would cost, Trump would only say, it's not a question of a price tag. It's not. Really, we have no choice. Sources tell us the operation would initially target undocumented immigrants who have committed crime.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott, and it looks like a historic number of Hispanic voters voted for Donald Trump this election.
While election data is still being processed here in Arizona, conservatives nationwide are already saying Hispanic voters helped get Trump into office. But Enrique Muslim Davis with left-leaning group Unidos US says it really came down to a smaller group of undecided voters who picked Trump in the last minute.
45% knew they were going to vote for Trump. 45% knew they were going to vote for Harris. We had 10% that were undecided, and at the end, they decided to give Trump a chance.
On more Hispanic voters choosing Trump, he adds Democrats need to improve their messaging on kitchen table issues like the economy. Ballot Overstoles, KTAR News.
President-elect Trump's victory this week could also be his get-out-of-jail-free card. Election lawyer Tom Ryan expects Trump to pardon himself in his federal cases, especially after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that sitting presidents have partial immunity.
It delayed the January 6th indictment, and now Jack Smith is winding that case down.
And then Ryan also explains special counsel Jack Smith is winding down the January 6th case and the classified documents case because the Department of Justice cannot prosecute a sitting president. More election news. For more of that is, head to KTAR.com/Arizona votes. Some 14,000 Southern California residents have fled from a growing wildfire that's destroyed 132 homes and structures in Ventura County.
The embers and the wind have been so ferocious it's cast them miles ahead of the fire itself, and that's a concern going forward. Where else is the fire burning where the firefighters can't see? This is not nearly over yet, we're told.
That's ABC's Matt Gutman near the fire line. One fire captain there equated fighting the mountain fire to putting out a blowtorch with a squirt gun. At one point, the wildfire was burning 2,000 acres an hour. The Federal Reserve cut interest rates another quarter point today, and that could help drive down borrowing costs for things like credit cards.
The average APR right now is about 25%. This Fed rate cut, it could move things a little bit lower in 1 to 2 billing cycles, but you can also take matters into your own hands. Call that credit card company, ask them to lower your rate. It can actually work, and especially if you've received anything in the mail with a lower APR on it, tell them about that.
That's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis. I'm Peter Seymour on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, welcome back. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Markson. as we continue to bring you the latest from Arizona and around the country as we keep counting votes here in Arizona. We have another 750,000-ish votes still to be counted. We've had some drops in Maricopa County as well as Pima County and many of the many of the more rural counties around the state. We'll continue to bring you updates as that happens this evening. Joining us right now on the panel, Matt Grodzki is here, a Democratic strategist with Matters of State Strategies. Chuck Coughlin is here, political strategist with High Ground Inc. And, of course, Joe Huizenga, the co-host of the Chris and Joe Show, 2 to 4 here on KTAR. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so we just saw a drop here in Maricopa County after the drops from other counties around the state. And kind of what I always, this is in my simple mind, not the big political mind here, but I always see Pima County kind of balance out the rural counties. So I figure as long as that stays pretty consistent, and then Maricopa County decides it. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's how it always seems to me.
I think that's a fair assumption, given the heavyweight status that Maricopa County punches in.
And what we saw just before the Maricopa County drop is Pima County did a big drop, and Gallego got about 68% of that vote. And it offset a lot of what happened from the other counties, Mojave County, and a lot of the other ones that came in. And then Maricopa County came in, and Kari Lake made up about 12,000 votes there. She netted a really good amount of votes there, and it closed Gallego's lead down to about 44,000. It's the closest Kari Lake has been so far. So let me go to Matt Grodzki, our Democratic strategist. Does Kari Lake have a chance still to win this Senate race?
I certainly has a chance statistically, but I think that they've known for a while that this was going to be close, and I think that Congressman Gallego is going to walk away the victor from this. I mean, obviously it hasn't been called yet, so would caution any determinative things, but I think this is his.
All right, Chuck Coughlin, our Republican strategist, what do you think? Is that correct, or can Kari Lake still come back from this?
The fat lady's already sung on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
It's not possible.
Not possible?
No, I said that the other day to a New York Times reporter who called me. I said the margin in Maricopa County, he's always been ahead in Maricopa County the whole time.
Gallego has.
Yeah. Yes. Why would you expect that to change? There's nothing in the history of all the data here. It's going to get closer. It will, as these numbers indicated, but that margin's just too big.
So all as we understand it, all of the in-person voting on Election Day in Maricopa County has now been counted, and I think around the state. We had some of that today. Why do you think Kari Lake in Maricopa County? Trump's winning Maricopa County. Joe, you just told me by 4 points?
No. So on election night, Garrett Archer had Trump in Maricopa County 48.5% and Kari Lake 44.4%.
So why is Kari Lake underperforming Trump, not just in Maricopa County but statewide? Why is that underperformance happening?
I mean, it happened in the last cycle too. I mean, Kimberly Yee outpaced her on a statewide basis, and Rachel Mitchell beat her in Maricopa County.
But she ties herself to Trump. She's the lady Trump.
There's Republicans that just aren't going to go there. And news flash, she's not Donald Trump. Right. I mean, Donald Trump is the one, as Paul Benson, my office calls him, he's the unicorn. He is the one guy that is Donald Trump. Everybody else is a guy with a hat on.
Well, I agree with that. I think he's his own phenomenon. I think she's lit herself on fire, given all the 2022 stuff. She might lose actually 2 elections again today, given that this might get called for Gallego, and the Supreme Court just ruled on her gubernatorial complaints. So I think she's hurt her brand in that whole operation. And I also think that within the Republican Party, Trump had been pretty upset with her publicly and privately for a while. So I don't think that did her any favors either.
All right, we've got Matt Grodzki here, our Democratic strategist. We've got Chuck Coughlin here, our political strategist with High Ground on the Republican side, and Joe Huizenga is here, co-host of the Chris and Joe Show. Let me ask you, the experts here, just one other question, because I'm just fascinated by this. Why was that just, if we're doing these drops by time, right? Like I think now we're probably somewhere in Thursdays. These are the mail-in ballots that were received by last week on Thursday. Why was that such a heavy Republican batch of votes, and people are saying it's going to be more Democratic going forward? Why is that?
Well, I think there's a lot of different reasons for it, but before Election Day, we had started to see a trend that was going back to pre-pandemic, pre-big lie behavior where, Republicans were voting earlier and Democrats were waiting longer to vote, right? And Republicans were voting by mail. So I think that that's one of the very many reasons why you're seeing that and why people are predicting that that's what the
But is it that just the Republicans generally get their mail-in ballots in earlier and the Democrats are having more fun and doing something else they get in later?
I mean, taken historical norms and we throw them on their head here whenever we're talking about this stuff. Because prior to 2020, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Republicans would outpace everybody, and Democrats would catch up on Election Day. Trump shows up, starts bad-mouthing early ballots. The whole scene flips, and Democrats outpace Republicans, and then Republicans catch up on Election Day. So now we're back in some twilight zone period here where these normative behaviors are changing. And I take it that first batch of early ballots that dropped through that Tuesday timeline were Harris was up. I mean, there was a period there where those votes, those early, the early votes from Tuesday before,
right,
Democrats performed pretty well in. There were some solid numbers there across the board that, for a fast second, Democrats are like, "Hey, this might not." This
but ever since
good.
then, it's been pretty red.
It's been a red tide that has flooded the marketplace since then.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting. But is anybody else noticing, by the way, that the Republicans are doing so much better overall, and maybe as part of Trump not telling everybody just to vote in person? I mean, how many votes do you think he lost in 2020 because people waited to vote in person and life happened and they didn't get there?
I had a guy used to work with me, working for the RNC. It was just they're pulling their hair out when he was doing that in 2020 because they knew he was shooting himself in the head.
Yeah.
Every time he said to people, "Don't turn your ballots in and go vote," they're losing votes.
Yeah.
And it was just a dumb thing to do. He had no knowledge that Arizona's been doing this since, the dawn of time.
He only lost by, what did he lose, by 11,000 votes? I mean, that's so easily that he really could have won Arizona. I don't know about the other
states.
Could have
sabotaged himself.
It's incredible. It is a weird strategy, Chris, if you think about it. It's like having a store.
I'm Joe.
Or Joe. You're the same.
It's been a long time.
We're interchangeable. Don't worry. He'll be here soon enough.
I've only known Joe for like 100 years. But Joe, it is interesting, right? It's like having a store and people come in and they want to buy something and spend money in your store. Like, no, come back on Sunday. And then you come back the next day. No, come back on Sunday. And you're just hoping they come back on Sunday. It's crazy. But I will say this, and no one's talking about this. Does this mean is Trump done saying there was corruption in 2020? Because nothing's different. He told people not to vote in 2020 because mail-in ballots were cheating and corrupt and fraudulent. And he said, no, now use them. Go vote as early as you possibly can.
Yes, because
nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
That's why he's done with it.
Yes. Everything was fine.
Joe broke the
my
code.
goodness.
There's no cheating when you win,
Yes,
Barry.
it is
for
incredible.
God's sake.
How can that be possible? Oh my God! All right, Joe Huizenga, do you have now? Hearing the experts here, do you have a projection about what Kari Lake's going to be able to do?
Mathematically, I mean, if there's 781,000 votes out there, I say yes, there is a chance. But I'll lean towards what Chuck said as well. And when you see 470,000 of those roughly from Maricopa County not looking great, and then the next biggest batch, 136,000 Pima County, really not looking good, about the equivalent number from all of the other counties, you figure those wash each other out.
Yep.
So she is going to need Maricopa County to break hard. Yeah. And you would need it to be a lot like this drop that just came in.
Well, 50-50 doesn't make it work, right? It's got to be a lot bigger.
No, she'd have to get something
Yeah.
like 80% plus, and that's just not going to happen.
Right. All right, short break. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, I want to talk about this. We're going to go national a little bit and talk about what a lot of people are talking about now. Is Trump going to do the things he said he's going to do? And how bad is it going to be? And are the Republicans in the Congress going to let it happen? And what we're going to break this down. We're going to predict the whole next 4 years here in the next segment. So get ready.
How much time do you have?
Get ready. Matt Grodsky is here. Chuck Coughlin is here. And, of course, Joe Huizenga. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR special election coverage. Stay with us.
And now some holiday cheer from Treybeck Remodeling and Roofing.
It's 10 days till Christmas and all through your place. The family's coming, so let's add some grace. New countertops, backsplash, and floors that gleam. A cozy fireplace to complete the scene. Even the guest bath refreshed and bright. 5 days is all we need to make a beautiful sight. With friends and family soon to appear, imagine their faces as they cheer. Your home's so lovely, festive, and bright. How did you do it all overnight? Whether it's countertops or a bathroom uplift, our team can give your space a quick holiday shift. In just 5 days, we'll make it shine so you can enjoy your home in time. So hurry now, give us a call, and get your home ready for the holiday haul. Call Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at 480-367-1171 or go online to Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec, together building dreams for more than 20 years.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Sundays at 9 a.m., right here on KTAR News.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit. And enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, welcome back. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Markson. Thanks for joining us. We're here till 9 o'clock tonight. Joined on the panel right now by Matt Grodzki, a Democratic strategist with Matters of State Strategies. Chuck Coughlin is here. He's a political strategist with High Ground, Inc., and on the Republican side. And, of course, Joe Huizenga, co-host of the Chris and Joe Show, 2 till 4, right here on KTAR. All right, so let's break this down. Trump's going to be the president. He's going to be the president again, number 47. And, you know, he made a ton of promises in the campaign. He's going to try to keep some of them, I think. Steve Bannon came out yesterday and said that Project 2025 really is the outline of what we're going to do and a list of what we're going to do. But I don't know that Trump's going to do that. I've heard he's upset with the folks at who wrote that thing, the conservative think
Heritage.
tank,
Yeah.
Heritage. He's
Foundation.
upset with them. So we'll see. I mean, is Trump are they really going to start rounding up what they call illegal immigrants and put them in camps and ship them out of the country? Is that really going to happen?
I think they're certainly going to try it. You know,
You
they're
think
going to
so?
at least try to give the appearance that they're fulfilling those promises.
Or are they just going to say everybody, or are they going to say people who are criminals in their old country and
That's
try to
that's where it's going to start.
Okay.
You got to believe that it starts with that.
Yeah.
It starts people with criminal records other than illegal entry into the country. That will start with that because he's going to have to put something up on the bulletin board about who he's sending away based upon illegal and criminal behavior.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do that. And so that's going to come.
I'm a little upset he didn't say Mexico was going to pay for the transfer of the people. That would have been better.
That's so last season.
I'm out of the prediction business with the former and president-elect. Until he actually does it, I would say we'll see. It wouldn't shock me if he does, but if you try to guess what he's going to do, you're going to be right maybe half the time, wrong maybe half the
I agree
time.
with that.
It's like
But
betting in Vegas.
He's going to
Good
try
luck.
and put something up on the board.
Yeah, well, it's an easy
pledge.
thing for him to start doing like that. To say, I'm going to go after the people who had a criminal record before they got here, and then if the courts say you can't do it, he can yell at the courts again, and the courts are corrupt. But at least he tries. What about things like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, those sorts of things that are they sound great on the campaign trail, but they drive up the deficit.
Well, but you're going to that would require legislation, right? That would require some cooperation from his colleagues in the Senate and in the House. And so that's a roll of the dice if that happens. I'm waiting for the point in time where somebody in the Republican Party starts talking about the deficit again, or what was the Republican Party. It doesn't exist anymore.
They only talk about it when there's a Democratic president. As soon as there's a Republican president, the deficit, it's an investment. There's
a giant hole there.
Yeah.
We know that. I mean, we know that by virtue of polling data and that there's a giant piece of the country that's upset and concerned about that. And so at some point, somebody's going to have to raise that.
Why did it go that way, though, Chuck? Because it didn't used to be that way until what?
No.
So when did it change?
Oh, is it post 2012? Is that when the switch happened, or what do you think?
Well, I mean, the bottle, the cap on the bottle came off during the COVID thing. That clearly was it. But Trump did it before that with his tax cuts in 2016. When he, as Bob Robb and other people have written extensively, he's not a fiscal conservative. He's a big spender debt guy, and that's who he is. And so, that's not who the Republicans have historically been. But then I say, the Republican Party doesn't exist anymore. It is a cult of MAGA. It's him. That's the thing that I think is fun to talk about is political identity today is who are we? I had several people come up to me and say.
It's fluid.
Well, right. And I think that in that there's opportunity, right? There's opportunity for somebody in that Republican world to say, hey, time out. But it will require courage because it will be contrary to where he's at.
And you saw John McCain do that in the first term. And I think back to Chuck's earlier point, he had control of Congress last time when he started his first term, was going to go after Obamacare, and they were going to get that done. Couldn't get it done, right? So there's a lot of these promises here, and you would think that it would be a cakewalk with a Congress he controls, given his party has it. But I don't know. We'll see.
So do you think the Republicans are going to honor the filibuster in the Senate? I mean, most of the Democrats weren't going to honor it. I mean, Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, they saved the filibuster. Are the Republicans going to honor that?
I don't think so. I mean, the second he's pissed about something and starts threatening them, I think they get rid of it, but that's my guess.
Is there going to be a Republican in the Senate or some that will stand up, like you said, John McCain? And I mean, the others that did it, we have a couple here, but they lost their job. I mean, they're gone.
Right.
I mean, Flake is gone. I mean, anybody who stood up to Trump is gone.
The only thing I would say about that, and then I'm curious to hear Chuck's point, is we've got a better map as Democrats in the next midterm section when it comes to the Senate. So they might be inclined to not be so hardline if they're worried about their seats. But go ahead.
Well, I think that there is plenty of opportunity here for somebody, but it'll be interesting to see where it comes from or if it comes at all. That because he's right, that there is a serious amount of political intimidation coming, but of the senators that have 6-year terms that are just beginning now, is there somebody there that is fiscally conservative has some tension or relationship with that part of the party that used to exist that has the courage on his own righteousness to stand up and start talking about it.
I question whether any Republican has that courage. Mitch McConnell was no fan of Donald Trump. He didn't like a lot of what Trump was doing, but he refused to stand up and really counter him.
It's going to be another generation. It's not going to come from that generation. It's going to be something crazy. Like, is it Josh Hawley? Is it somebody?
Well, it's not going to be Josh Hawley.
Well, I don't know.
Well, could it be somebody from the McConnell generation who is ready to be done, even if
that's true.
They lose?
That's true. Point. I'm going to cash in my chips. I'm out the door anyways.
Yeah.
But it's this whole fluid identity right now that's just, I mean, I don't know who the Democrats are anymore, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who do they represent? The Republican Party, the thing that's just been really echoed with me lately is just how much the Republican Party is just today's working class party. And it doesn't message that way. I mean, it's traditionally broken completely with the country club Republican. That is not part of the show anymore. It's the Walmart Republican that we're talking to. We're talking to a working class base of voters who are not Republican or Democrat historically, don't have close ties to either party. These are MAGA voters. These are people that
Trump voters.
I'm going to put the country first. I don't care about any identity politics other than my identity identity as an American and a Donald Trump supporter. That's all I am.
All right, let me ask you this. I raised this yesterday, and it's a dream in my mind. It's a less than a 1% chance of this happens. Is I think Trump can be a transcendent president. He can actually do things that no other president can because he brings the far right. He has this control over people, this spell over the Republican Party.
Now.
No. Yeah. So if Trump comes in and says, we're going to have real immigration reform, we're going to build more wall, but we're going to do something with the DACA folks, we're going to do something with the asylum system, we're going to do something about speeding up things at the border, he could really accomplish that because he can bring the hardliners who say, we're not giving anything, you have to do 100% of what we want. He can bring them to the table, and if he gets a few Democrats to come on board and figure out how to do it, he could do it.
If he wants a real legislative win, sure.
Yeah, but do you think is there any, I'm saying 1%, is there any chance he does that?
Yeah, Stephen Miller.
Well, I mean, he won't let him do it.
I think that's where you got to go. That's been his voice on all this stuff.
But Miller's not going to do any of that.
But he's the most consistently voiced person in that. So
yeah.
There, and then some kind of discussion with some legislative leadership about what the reality is.
I'm just hoping that somebody gets in Trump's ear and says you have an opportunity to go down in history as one of the most effective presidents.
You're thinking like a rational human being.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that.
Somebody said to me today, this is going to be a boomerang presidency. And it's not going to be boomeranging off of other people. It's Trump boomeranging off himself. Yeah. It's like, how consistent can he be? We know he's not.
Yeah.
Right? We know he goes from one position on one day to next week it's a different position on the same thing.
He can also be the guy, Joe, who does entitlements. He can be the guy who says, I'm going to figure out Social Security. I'm going to be the guy like Reagan. Reagan did this. He increased the retirement age 20 years out.
All that's possible.
And it had to be done. He can do it because he has the political capital.
Well, he could have been transcended in the first term by focusing on infrastructure. He wasn't, right? And I think it depends on if he wants a wedge issue in the midterms and if immigration needs to be that issue. He might not want to solve that problem.
He's got more gas in the tank this time, though.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no doubt in my mind he's got more gas in the tank.
And he's not going to run again. He doesn't have to worry about re-election. So if he wants to create a legacy for himself, now's the time. He can actually do that here if he wants to.
He could do it, but
Joe's looking skeptical.
Well, what does he want?
Pay attention long enough to actually do it?
What does he want?
Yeah.
And will people line up behind him and see it through in 4 years?
Yeah, no, that's true. All right, we're going to take a short break. Peter Seymour is here in the KTAR News Center. We'll get an update on the vote count, and we'll bring that back for you as well. And then on the other side, the panel is going to talk a little bit about in Arizona, the Arizona legislature. Is that going to flip over? Are we going to get any change in that? And what happens if it doesn't with a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature? I'm Barry Markson. Stay with us. So much more to come. We'll let you know whether Kari Lake has picked up any more votes as they're continuing to be counted today, and let you know if she has a chance to pass Ruben Gallego in that Arizona Senate race. It's KTAR special election coverage. Stay with us.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
So here at Moving Team 6, obviously we're a big proponent on military. So every time we have a veteran that comes in for an interview, we automatically get them into training and see if it's going to be a good option for them. We don't turn them away. It's always an option to try them out. If they've served our country, the best thing that we can do now is serve them and get them going. We're trying to work for our company. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work for them, that's fine. At least we know that we tried and we wanted to serve them back. We're big proponents on self-discipline, showing up, having a great attitude, working hard. If you work hard, we're going to take good care of you.
Here at Moving Team 6, another thing that we love to do is serving our community. That is huge. Serving charities, communities, especially where we 100 Club, that is big for us. But we want to serve our vets and we want to give back as much as we can. But community is so key for us.
We only hire the best at Moving Team 6. Visit us online at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's Gatos, and I'm sitting here with my buddy Mike, who went to Aria Dental Implant Center, and they changed his life. So when you walk through the door, you meet Dr. Joe, and you think, what?
Well, with all the people that are there and how kind and attentive they were, and especially Dr. Joe, when he talks to you, he really talks to you. You make a connection with him almost immediately.
Tell us about life before Aria and now post Aria. So much better now.
Yeah, so much better. Before, I always very conscious about my teeth, smile with my mouth closed. And now I smile more openly and I laugh. They're nice and they're straight and they're good. Basically, I feel more confident in the way I look and the way I smile.
They're beautiful, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with them.
You should be. You look good. Do what Mike did. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center, locally owned, and they're helping folks in Phoenix regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars compared to other dental implant centers. Go see Dr. Joe, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
KTAR News, now.
It's 8 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Peter Seymour.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
Ballot results continue to roll in. Could it mean a comeback in one race and a flip in another? KTAR's Brandon King is live at the KTAR Decision Desk.
Peter, the big story tonight is Tucson's 6th congressional district in the race between Republican incumbent Juan Ciscomani and Democratic challenger Kirsten Engel. Ciscomani is now trailing in the race. The newest numbers tonight put Engel ahead by just 209
Arizona votes.
Meanwhile, in the race for Scottsdale CD1, the incumbent Republican David Schweikert leading Democrat Amish Shaw by around 13,000 votes. Roughly 50 precincts across Arizona are still to be counted, the majority of them in Maricopa County. Elsewhere, the race for Arizona's next senator still leans in Democrat Ruben Gallego's favor. Republican Kari Lake is catching up, but still trails Gallego by around 43,000 votes. Brandon King, KTAR News.
How does President-elect Donald Trump's big win impact all the pending litigation against him?
Trump will have the power to pardon himself in his 2 federal cases, but not the Georgia election interference case or the New York hush money case.
There is a thought that no man is above the law, even if you're a sitting president. If you are in a civil lawsuit or a state jurisdiction lawsuit, that gets to continue against you, even though you are a sitting president.
Election lawyer Tom Ryan adds President-elect Trump will have no impact on the so-called Arizona fake electors case here, saying those charged acted on their own, not on behalf of the president. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
President-elect Trump has also chosen his campaign manager to serve as his White House chief of staff.
It's a historic choice. The chief of staff's corner office in the West Wing has always been occupied by a man. But President-elect Trump says Susie Wiles will become the first woman to fill the all-important post. In a statement, Trump calls his campaign manager tough, smart, innovative, and universally admired and respected.
That's ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy. New today, the Arizona Supreme Court will not take up Kari Lake's lawsuit in which she claims she is the rightful governor of Arizona. She lost that race 2 years ago. Similarly, the court rejected appeals from Abe Hamadeh and Mark Fincham, who are also challenging 2022 election results in the Attorney General and Secretary of State races. Hamadeh has won his congressional race this year in the West Valley. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says he's willing to look at ideas to speed up Arizona's voting process, but not to ones to limit access.
Fontes on KTAR News reacted to the suggestion of Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson to shorten the amount of time voters can drop off their mail-in ballots at polling places. Fontes says life often gets in the way of people getting to the polls on Election Day.
Sometimes it gets stuck under a bunch of utility bills. The kid moves it because you told him to clean that room, and it's Saturday before Election Day. Now what? Now you've got to take a day off of work? No.
Fontes says voter access can't be reduced just so people can get results sooner. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
The Federal Reserve making a quarter-point interest rate cut.
Not that aggressive half-point cut we saw in September, but the second interest rate cut we have seen now in the past 4 years. The Federal Reserve making clear with this announcement that they believe inflation has come down enough, is close enough to its 2% target, that the economy economy can handle another interest rate cut.
That's ABC's Alexis Christoforous. And if you like baseball and giving thanks to our veterans, the annual Phoenix Veterans Day Parade is the place to be on Monday. Former Arizona Diamondbacks player Luis Gonzalez is the Grand Marshal. He'll serve alongside the 7 veteran Grand Marshals. He calls it an honor to give his thanks this way.
To me, the biggest impact that you can make as an athlete is what you do off the field. And for me, it's all about community and giving back. And just being able to cherish this moment with so many of our great true American heroes, the veterans, it's going to be very special.
KTAR hosts will also be there on Veterans Day in downtown Phoenix. This goes for the parade runs from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'm Peter Seymour on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, welcome back. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Markson. Thanks for being here with us. Hour number 2 of the big program today. We've got a powerhouse panel here with us. Joe Huizenga is here, co-host of the Chris and Joe Show, 2 to 4 on KTAR. Matt Grotzky is here, Democratic strategist with Matters of State Strategies. And Chuck Coughlin is here. He's a Republican political strategist from High Ground, Inc. Thanks for being here, one and all.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about this. What happened? I mean, this is... we knew it was going to be close, right? The polls ahead of time. I hate being too tough on these pollsters, but the polls we kind of knew it was within the margin of error. It was going to be a coin flip. It was going to be turnout. I've been saying this for 2 months. It's turnout. Whoever shows up is going to win. 18 million Democrats or people who vote for Democrats apparently didn't show up. But what happened? Let's start with you, Matt. It's all your fault. Tell us what happened.
Point the fingers at me.
It's all your fault.
No, I think. One, polling did show it was tight, and it was tight. It just broke late for Trump. I think there was an underestimation across the board of how big the red wave was going to be, and that's exactly what it was. I do think, and we're going to have a lot of time for post-game analysis, I think the infrastructure was always there for Republican success, given Harris was running, trying to defend the record of President Biden, which I would argue was a good record. But it's hard when people are looking for change and an adjustment to what they deem as the status quo. And she had to come in with less than 100 days and make it clear why she was going to turn the page, but also defend the past administration or the current administration. And I think that's always difficult to do, regardless of the election you're in.
So here's the problem. All polls are created by filling quotas. So age quotas,
religion,
sex quotas, geographic quotas. But let's talk about a couple of those. And party quotas. Very few people anymore, more and more people are not identifying as a Republican or a Democrat. Right. I'm a fan of Donald Trump. I could be a Democrat. I could be a MAGA Republican. I'm not a Republican anymore. I'm not. It's not your father. Then the other thing that broke really strange, and we see lots of evidence of this, is young people. Harris always thought that 30 and younger crowd was locked and loaded and ready to go. They didn't show up for her. I think they did show up for Trump. We see evidence of that everywhere. It's all over the internet. It's all over Twitter. Yeah. It's all over these celebration videos you see.
Trump did better in almost any demographic you look at. He did better with younger people. He did better with, except for rich, college-educated white people, he did better everywhere else.
Made a lot of inroads with Latinos, for sure.
Yeah. 45%
African-Americans, absolutely.
So what happened? That's really my question. Is it the Democratic Party needs to really look at itself and say, what are we doing wrong? Or was it a process thing and they should have talked more about this and instead they talked about that?
I think all of that can be true. And we're going to find that in the reorganization we do at the local level, at the national level. But I think, we need to have different messaging that appeals to a broader group, go back and get those young voters, going back and get, members of the Latino population, the black population, white individuals, white men especially, right? I think that's underappreciated is, we've got, to your point, college-educated white guys, but, we need to expand on that. I think all of those things are true, but we talked about it during the break. We have to be more than just Trump is bad.
Yeah.
Right. And I think we've done good about talking about our aspirations, but we need to simplify that and make that our main message.
I'm going to say something. I've been saying this for years now, and I think we're starting to see it really in the polls. And Trump, is a smart guy about this, he picked this out 8 years ago, and he's still doing it. There is a huge percentage of this country, people who feel disaffected, people who work hard or want to work hard, and they want to get ahead, and they want that American dream, and they can't get it. No matter what they do, they can't get it. And I'm not saying they want to be rich. I'm saying they want to be able to buy a house. They want to be able to have health care. They want to be able to help their kids go to college, whatever that may be. And that is out of reach for people now. And it's I don't know that the government can fix it. I'm not a guy who says the government should fix this by passing out money. It's an opportunity issue. It's a difference between, in my mind, when 50, 60, 70 years ago, when big companies were in your town. And the guy who owned the company was the rich guy and lived up on the hill. But he wasn't a billion times richer than you. He was wealthy. He was the benefactor in town, but he made sure his people were well paid. He wanted the town to do well. He wanted people to have a nice life because he went to church with you and he did things with you. And now it's international conglomerates. They don't care about anything but the stock price. They don't care about anything but earnings. They don't care if people are making a solid living. The manufacturing jobs where people could make a solid middle class living and do those things are gone, and instead they're replaced by service jobs where they're making minimum wage or minimum wage plus $4, and they can't do these things anymore.
You can't get ahead.
And they can't. And that's what Trump tied into. That's what he said. And he recognized it. And I think the way to fix it is for government to incentivize corporations with tax, whatever, we'll figure out a way to do it, but not for the government to do handouts, because I don't think people want handouts. Right. I think they want opportunity, but they should be incentivizing companies to pay more. They should be incentivizing companies to provide good benefits and good pay and training, get back to a middle class, solid life. And if you can do that, if you can have that American dream, I think you get there. And I think with the Trump's not going to do it, by the way, but he's tapping into that. And
he doesn't know how to do it.
And the problem with the Democrats is they're not even looking at it. They're talking about, they want to make sure and this is good. I support this. They want to make sure the gay people and the trans people and the black people and everybody feels good, and you don't microaggression anybody, and you're allowed to crash a college campus. They can say river to the sea. We have to stop that.
And we've allowed the perception to be that we're overemphasizing that, right?
Yes.
I mean, when we're inside here, we think that we're hitting all these other issues and that we're doing that adequately, but clearly that's not the brand that's been seen, right? So we do have to fix that. And I think to both of your points, I'd say since 2012, really since the financial crisis,
08,
people have been hurting. They can't have the American dream, right? And they're constantly looking for change. You're seeing that in every election. That's how you can go from an Obama to a Trump to a Biden, back to Trump, right? And who knows what's going to happen next? That's the problem, and no one's addressed it adequately, and that's why we're stuck in this constant cycle.
It's not a government fixing it thing. To be frank with you, the government can help, but it has to be corporations. And I don't know how it happens. Maybe there's a huge uprising where they start going to the rich people's houses and ripping them, taking them out.
I think it's the incentivization.
But I'm telling you, that's what has to change. It has to be where the folks who are making ridiculous amounts of money figure out, I don't need to make quite this much. Let's leave some here so that we can broaden the middle class for the whole country.
You're all speaking way more eloquently than what I'm going to do right now. But Matt, you hit on a point that I've felt for quite a while and I've brought up over the last couple of days. It's about the economy. People feel pain at the gas pump, the grocery store. I think it's a lot easier to run as a change candidate and an outsider than to be establishment, because people are disappointed with the government and they don't feel like it's working for them. So if you're the outsider, which Trump did well in 2016 and did well again now, whether or not he's going to do anything, the perception is that guy's not in power now. I like him more than Harris, Biden, who is in power.
Absolutely. The anti-incumbency cycle of this election was clear, evident from the very top all the way through. And the notion of alienation and people being alienated and not having opportunities has existed and started in around 2008 with the Wall Street bailout. And the distrust that the public has in the institutions that govern America. And Trump just fuels that because he's adopted this outsider personality, the guy coming down the golden escalator with his own jet. Is the outsider.
It's insane.
But it's true.
And he can care less about those people. That's the part that's so amazing.
But I do think that
they don't care.
No.
And then the flip side of the other thing was the thing that I'm still mystified by is the military, the disrespect for the military and how that hasn't been fully exploited by veterans groups. I mean, in our last campaign out here, we worked with a lot of veterans groups because a lot of them are independents.
Yeah.
And they're all like, they don't like either party. They never wanted to be a member
But
of
if
a party.
Joe Biden stood up and said, if he said 10% of the
he'd
stuff,
be ridiculed for it.
and military would say we're never voting for this guy, and Trump says it and like, that's okay. I'm telling you, people look at Trump and they see who they want to see. They just let the rest of it go because they think he's crazy.
He's marketed himself as this, as we've all said,
outsider.
as this outsider who's super critical of the current culture. And Biden and Harris were shelved with this economy that they resurrected with enormous inflation for a period of time, runaway immigration, and that's what he ran on.
And I think getting back to the anger, people look at him and they want what they perceive as his lifestyle. Right. Oh, I'm wealthy. I can do whatever I want.
There's too much gold. There's too much gold plating. I can't handle that much gold
kidding.
plating.
But people want that, and I think that's the thing.
Matt, let me ask you, and I put you on the spot here because, and you said it. That there's the perception is, and I think it's more than perception. When Joe Biden is continuously trying to force waivers of paying back your college debt, which is, I get it, but the rest, the 70% of the country that doesn't go to college is looking at that going, seriously?
Yeah.
What do I get? And when this stuff, these protests are going on college campuses, and no Democrat steps up and says, this is wrong.
Yeah.
We don't do this. Nobody does that. It's that kind of thing over and over and over again. It's not just perception. That is the picture of the Democratic Party to a lot of people. How does that stop? Are there going to be Democrats? We talked about Republicans and whether they'll step up and say no to Trump and try to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Are there Democrats who have the huevos to stand up and say, hey, this is wrong?
Yeah.
Richie Torres has been doing it out of New York the last couple of
has,
days.
and I know that there are, and I know that they would. I think there's a number of problems. One, not doing it in a united fashion, and two, not amplifying that message in areas where young people that get their news in other places are going to see it. I mean, I think that was one of the consequences of this election is us not advertising in places where other people are in these ecosystems online. But yeah, I think that it's a huge branding issue. I think there were numerous opportunities where if we could go back, we would adjust the messaging on some of these key things, but it has to be addressed. And if it's applicable to the next election or the election after that, we can't ignore it.
All right, you're here at the KTAR special election coverage. Joe Huizenga is here from the Chris and Joe Show. Matt Grodzki, our Democratic strategist, and Chuck Coughlin, our Republican strategist. Last question for you, Chris, before we bid you.
Or Joe.
Joe. I don't know. Chris and Joe. Chris and Joe. I just keep saying the same thing now.
I can get him. He's right there.
Yeah, I saw him there.
Yeah.
Joe, is in Arizona, is any of this going to change? What are we going to see this year with a Republican legislature that's not going to change? Governor Hobbs, still the Democrat.
Whole lot of vetoes.
You think so? Is this going to be the same thing, a bunch of silly bills that they know she's going to veto and nobody talking and trying to accomplish anything?
Trying to accomplish something on both sides. Actually accomplishing something, no.
Oh, it's going to be a mess.
It's so silly. Why not talk to each other and try to find common ground and get something done?
Well, where's the win in that?
Yeah, you're not playing to your base there,
just argue
Barry.
again and get reelected
Come on,
in 2
you
years
get elected in a
over fighting.
Republican or a Democratic primary. That's where your soul is.
All right, thanks for Joe Huizenga for staying in late today. He'll be back on tomorrow 2 till 4 with the Chris and Joe Show. And our rest of our panel, Matt Grodzki and Chuck Coughlin, you're going to hang around with me. You can't leave yet.
That's what it sounds like.
Chris Merrill's going to jump in here. I'm going to call him Joe Merrill at least 3 times, and then we'll get everything back and even. Stay with us, everybody. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Markson.
KTAR News Flash.
At 8:17, I'm Peter Seymour. This is what you need to know right now.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
The race for Congress in Tucson and southeastern Arizona has flipped again tonight. Incumbent Republican Juan Ciscomani is trailing his Democratic challenger Kirsten Engel by just 209 votes. Scottsdale Republican Congressman David Schweikert has a 4-point lead over challenger Amish Shah. Arizona's 7 other congressional races have been settled. In Arizona's U.S. Senate race, Democrat Ruben Gallego holds nearly a 2-point lead over Republican Kari Lake. Last hour's drop of 70,000 ballots from Maricopa County tightened the race in Lake's favor. Donald Trump is still winning Arizona by 6 points, which would be icing on the cake for his presidential victory. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Arizona votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, welcome back. KTAR special election coverage continues. I'm Barry Markson. You can hear us on air, online, and, of course, on the website and the app here at KTAR.com. And check out KTAR.com. We've got our election dashboard up there. All the latest statistics, they're placed on there instantaneously, so you can keep that bookmark. Check back frequently throughout the day, and you'll see as votes are dropped, we have them there live right on KTAR.com. If you want to check us out and watch the video, that's on KTAR.com right now as well, and on the KTAR app. All right, on the panel now, we got Joe out of here. We're switching him out. Chris Merrill is here, co-host of the Joe and Chris show. I'm going to switch everything around today. The Chris and Joe show, 2 to 4 on KTAR.
Here it is.
Chuck Coughlin is here, the Republican political strategist with High Ground, and Matt Grotsky is here, Democratic strategist with Matters of State. All right. Folks, we were talking about this. I'm not seeing any more drops. I think that might have been all the votes here in Arizona. But, Chris, now that you're back, let's just talk about what happened in Arizona for a moment. Did this just mirror the rest of the country? Is that what happened? I mean, there was some discussion before this election that the Democrats could potentially flip one or even both houses in the legislature. It would have been tough for both, but potentially one. We didn't see that. I feel almost, for the Democrats, Matt, I feel almost like it's fortunate that we didn't have a gubernatorial race and all the other statewide races, because it could have been a bloodbath, right?
I agree with that. I'm glad
I'm
glad we worked with Fontes in 2022, not this year. So.
Yeah. So and it could work out again, because 2 years from now, who knows? After 2 years of Trump, we could go back and everything could switch again. Who knows? But is there a point where Democrats are? Let me ask it this way: are we a purple state, or is this a red state that where Democrats only win statewide races when the Republicans run crazy, lunatic conspiracy theorists?
I think we're certainly a purple state. I think that's been clear since 2018, but it ebbs and flows based on the mood of the country, and I think that you saw the ramifications of that with this red wave. You know, I only think the one thing that differentiates us among other states this time is because we thought, given the amount of money that was out there, that we could get the ledge finally, but that's been elusive to us in almost every cycle here.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I don't know. I keep hearing how much money was spent by the Democrats on the legislative races, and I didn't see it. I don't know why. I saw a lot of flyers. I mean, I built another house with the flyers, but other than that, I didn't see it in the argument. I wasn't really getting it. Chuck, are we a red state or a purple state?
I don't like the paradigm anymore.
Okay.
I don't. I just don't think. I don't think the country is red or blue. I think the country is whatever MAGA is.
Yeah.
You can call that red. It's not Republican.
Yeah.
It's MAGA, and then you have this other party that is the existing Democratic Party, which is highly educated, very, very identity oriented around their identities, highly educated, and dominates college campuses and academia. And that is not that they can't win with that. That's not a winning strategy. And so that's what it is today. It's never been that in Arizona. I mean, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer's party never wins in Arizona. Yeah. It's this other brand of, and it's often a reaction to whatever that other side is offering. Yeah. But what I think here is that, and this is I think there's an enormous opportunity here to rebrand and to reanimate a political dialogue based upon what actually people want, and focusing in a virtuous way without having to lose your virtue, without having to demagogue and to play those nasty chords of the guitar. You can. There is a way, I believe, to do that. I'm thinking about it all the time now.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
To rebrand the Democratic Party, or just a whole nother thing?
A whole nother thing. A whole nother thing that could.
I was about to invite him to our next meeting. Now,
could take over the Democratic Party. I mean, if they were smart, they would. I talked to. I'm not going to say his name. A very prominent Democratic person, and he's like defending it the other day, and I'm like, no. You're done. You are not going to be able to be successful, and you have to redefine yourself.
There's an open lane right now. Is that fair to say? There's an open lane because the Republicans abandoned a lane.
Yeah,
they abandoned something, and you can call it. And I don't know where this is. I saw a great breakdown today. Maybe it was Stan Barnes that was saying it's something about the old Chamber of Commerce Republicans.
Sure.
Where's their home now? They're going to vote red.
Homeless.
They're going to vote red, but there is a lane right now. And I think
maybe a lot of them voted blue.
I think some of them just sat out right now, right? Yeah. And I think because they're not going to vote blue necessarily. They're not going to vote for Harris. But I think that there's a lane. There's an avenue. And just like what MAGA found, they found a group of people who were didn't have a voice, right? Yeah. And I think that now all of a sudden in inviting them in and growing the tent the way that they did, they found the people with grievances in all different demographics, whether it was Latino or black, young, old, doesn't matter. They found they found a voice in the new MAGA movement. That did abandon, however, a number of other people. And I think that there is a lane that can be occupied. I don't know about a rebrand. Maybe it's a retinkering with the Democratic Party right now. But I don't see a wave of the Democrats all of a sudden having their own MAGA-type movement on that moment. Yeah, on that side.
And I would argue that we retinkered that in 2018 and
but that's an ongoing process,
It's
is
an
it
ongoing
not?
process.
Yeah.
And how many times have we heard, oh, these parties are done, they've imploded, right? I remember after
Every
2012,
election.
it was like Mitt Romney lost, Republican Party's dead. What are they going to do? Oh, they need to, expand and talk to Latino voters more. And then what was the next thing? It was he
but
came
that's
down
what
the
Trump has
escalator.
done.
Well, he's done it
I
now.
think Trump has
He's done it
completely
now.
captured and rebranded the Republican Party.
I was listening to. I told a story on the air that Rush Limbaugh, in 2004, declared that the Democrats were dead and they'd never win another election.
Right.
You know, 4 years later, we had Obama, who was his own massive brand and his own sort of solar system,
change.
right? Yeah,
Right.
but I think he was such a charismatic communicator too that he was able to transcend some of the Democrats are this.
After
right?
2
He
years
broke
of
the mold.
Bush. After two
After
cycles
8 years of right,
Bush.
exactly.
Yeah, two
Yeah.
cycles.
So is there a way though, Matt, to get the Democratic Party, whether rebranding, retinkering, whatever we're doing, how do we get the focus away from the identity politics and the stuff we've been talking about, and more on where the Democrats used to be? That was their bread and butter: the working man, the working house, the middle class, making sure they had what they need to get to that, as I call it, get to that American dream. How do you do that?
We
now?
haven't recracked the code perfectly on the working class, but I will say we've done this before. We fixed this before. It's not a new thing. We had this conversation after 2016. We fixed it in 18. We fixed it in 20. Back when I was at the party, our chair, Felicia Rodolini, she made it the priority that we were going to register voters and we were going to have a persuasion campaign. And we were going to go and talk to those independents, and we were going to brand ourselves as, a more centrist but, broad coalition group, that kind of Chamber of Commerce voter that you were mentioning. We can do that.
All right. So who I asked this before. I'm going to ask on the air, and I'll do this. But who heads the Democratic Party in Arizona?
The current chair is Yolanda Bejarano.
Why do I not know that name?
Call the Arizona Democratic Party and get in touch.
That is absolutely amazing to me that I don't know who she is. I've never seen her on social media. I haven't heard her on this radio station. I don't know who that is. Mm-hmm. How is that possible in a state like this where where the Democratic Party thinks it's going to take over the legislature?
Well, but there's a multi-headed hydra that is the Democratic Party today in Arizona. You have Mark Kelly, which is probably the most established lane there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the governor, and then she's her own little lane there. And then you got Fontes and the Attorney General. They're not in the Hobbs lane.
Yeah.
Those are two separate lanes.
What is the Hobbs lane, by the way? Where has she been? And
she wasn't at any of the Harris rallies.
We're going to talk about this when we came back. Where is Governor Hobbs?
She wasn't on local radio either, I can tell you that.
We've seen Democratic governors in swing states. I know their names. I know their kids' names. I see them every day on television. And I live here, and I don't see Governor Hobbs anywhere. We're going to talk about that when we get back. When we get back. All right. Chuck Coughlin is here. Matt Grodzki is here, and our own Chris Merrill. Stay with us. It's a KTAR special election coverage, the election in Arizona. I'm Barry Markson.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey there, it's Mike Broomhead. You know we're always talking about Sweet James Accident Attorneys for good reason. Here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. Guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero. Nothing. Well, he called Sweet James. Not only did they have his medical bills taken care of, but they secured a whopping $10 million win. I mean, that's That's life-changing money, right? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference. That's why you call a firm known for consistently delivering the top results in the state. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique. They can't promise an outcome, but you need to have an experienced team by your side. Don't wait. Call, because waiting may hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000 or online at sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Bruce St. James here with Pat Hickey with Peoria Ford. You know, I've snuck over to that fleet department. It's huge. You have a ton of vehicles out there.
We have over 1,000 trucks on the lot for business owners to choose from, so you don't have to wait. We've got dump trucks, fire trucks, little trucks, big trucks, ambulances, tow trucks. If you have a business and you want to take advantage of the 179A program, come see Pat Hickey at Peoria Ford.
You heard Pat Hickey, business owners. Come on down to Peoria Ford, see him in person, or check him out online at peoriaford.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 8:30. Good evening. I'm Peter Seymour.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
Tonight's ballot drops have tightened Arizona's U.S. Senate race and a congressional race. KTAR's Brandon King live at the KTAR decision desk.
Results of 72,000 more ballots have been announced tonight in Maricopa County. Those numbers being Democrat Ruben Gallego's statewide lead over Republican Kari Lake to around 43,000 votes. Elsewhere in the state, the race for Tucson's congressional 6th district seat is still razor thin. Incumbent Republican Juan Ciscomani is trailing Kirsten Engel is leading Juan Ciscomani in the current run of ballots by around 209 votes. And in Scottsdale's District 1, incumbent Congressman David Schweikert has increased his lead over Democrat Amish Shah by around 13,000 votes. Now, it is important to note Donald Trump has not officially won the presidency in Arizona yet, though he is leading Kamala Harris by 155,000 votes. There are roughly 50 precincts still to be counted by the Arizona Secretary of State's office. Live from the News Center, Brandon King for KTAR News.
President-elect Donald Trump is beginning his transition process back into the Oval Office.
The 45th and now 47th president, huddling with advisors at his Florida residence, already preparing a range of possible executive actions he could take on day one. Sources familiar with the planning tell ABC News they're focused on fulfilling top campaign promises, like launching mass deportations and implementing tough tariffs.
ABC's Rachel Scott also reports deportations would start with illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. At least one national conservative group says Hispanic voters helped return Donald Trump to the White House. Enrique Maslam Davis with the left-leaning group Unidos US says that they think the economy is bad. He claims it's not that bad.
We're not in the worst recession like many predicted. At the end, we have inflation. It's not good, but we're not as bad as everybody predicted we were going to be.
Maslam Davis adds Democrats need to improve their messaging on the economy and other kitchen table issues. ABC News has learned hackers working for China broke into the phone used by President-elect Donald Trump's criminal defense attorney, Todd Blanche.
The hack's part of a sweeping Chinese cyber espionage campaign to collect the private communications of prominent American officials. ABC News previously reported the Chinese attempted to hack phones used by Trump himself, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and people affiliated with the Harris campaign by infiltrating U.S. telecommunications firms like Verizon, Lumen, and AT&T.
That's ABC's Aaron Katursky. Election lawyer Tom Ryan explains Donald Trump can pardon himself in his two federal cases about the January 6th insurrection and the classified documents case. Plus,
I fully expect that when he takes office, not only will he grant himself a pardon, but you will see him grant a number of people pardons, ranging from everybody like Steve Bannon all the way down to the January 6th rioters.
However, Ryan says Trump cannot pardon himself in state cases, including the Georgia election interference case and the hush money case. In the latter, he's scheduled to be sentenced on November 26th, but Ryan expects an appeal. More than 130 homes and structures are destroyed in the mountain fire tearing through Ventura County in Southern California.
Chinook helicopters dumping water on the roaring flames, embers flying in the howling wind. Apocalyptic scenes as firefighters on the ground threw everything they had at it.
I got up on the roof and started hosing down the roof, and then it just started coming, and they started evacuating us.
Steve Taylor watching the flames burn what's left of the Camarillo home he's owned for more than 40 years.
We would celebrate Christmas Eve here every year, and Thanksgiving, and those memories we have, but the place is gone.
At one point, the fire burning more than 2,000 acres an hour.
That's ABC's Matt Gutman. I'm Peter Seymour on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, everybody, it's KTR's special election coverage. I'm Barry Marks, and thanks for being here. We've got our powerhouse panel with us today. Chris Merrill is here, co-host of the Chris and Joe Show. You can hear that 2 to 4 every afternoon on KTAR. Chuck Coughlin is here. He's a Republican political strategist with High Ground. And Matt Grodzki, Democratic strategist with Matters of State Strategies. Gentlemen, thank you all for being here. I did want to add, we were talking about this as we went to the break, and Governor Katie Hobbs, and she won her election 2 years ago, and I've been talking about this. I actually wrote a column, and I mentioned this in the column. Where has she been? She's a swing state Democratic governor. I can tell you who the governor of Pennsylvania is, and Michigan, and Wisconsin, and North Carolina. I know all those Democratic governors. I see them on cable news all the time. Where has Katie Hobbs been? She's not even here when Kamala Harris or Tim Walz. Boy, I almost already forgot Tim Walz's name. I thought I'd have it at least another week.
You almost pulled a Tim Kaine and completely forgot it.
Yeah. That was a great Saturday.
That was hilarious.
It was. Yeah. But where she's not even here when the top folks in the party come to Arizona. Why is that? Did they ask her not to be here because her polling here is so low, and so she's laying low on purpose, or is she does not like crowds? What's going on, Matt?
Not going to speculate on any of that. Look, I think she's trying to navigate, how to operate as the governor, given the control in the legislature, trying to be, as broad appealing as she can. I was with her staffing some candidates we were working with at a press conference at Mesa Community College last week or 2 weeks ago. All the days are blurring together. I think the efforts there, but we'll have to defer to her team to share kind of what the strategy is, right? Especially now after this red wave.
That was a hell of a non-answer.
Yeah, like that's what I do for a living.
I mean, it's really good.
I
appreciate
it.
Kudos for it.
I'm gonna let him answer that.
Chuck's ready to give us the rebranded Democratic Party's answer
let's
now.
See what you got, Chuck.
Where is Governor Hobbs?
I think she's struggling to find her narrative path.
Yeah.
I mean, and because she's been fighting with these two heavily Republican, one seat controls. Now it's going to be more.
Yeah.
And now this has failed. So she's got to do a reassessment of how she's going to define herself with, it's going to be the veto pen, but that's a risk. If the Republican legislature continues to behave as crazily as they have, that's probably not a bad option for her.
Yeah.
That she's just going to run against crazy. If they start trying to work actually on things in substantive ways and challenge her in substantive ways, which I'm not going to bet on that could be another thing, but it's a complicated environment for her. She's not a overly outwardly focused. I mean, we know that, right? I mean, she ran a very subterranean campaign to let Kari Lake defeat herself. And she's been this thing, very nice, very pleasant, working on water issues, working on, substantive issues down at the Capitol, working on housing trust fund issues, sort of the bread and butter type stuff with this very difficult Republican legislature.
Yeah.
And it's a difficult area to with her personality in that environment to stand up and say, boom, here's what I'm doing down the stage, because it's not going to happen.
But if we look forward 2 years from now, she's not going to have. Well, maybe she will. Who knows? She's probably not going to have a Kari Lake to run against, who's going to beat herself. She's going to have a Karen Taylor Robeson, or she's going to have somebody else,
very much likely,
who's going to be running against her, who's a competent person, comes across well, comes across as a reasonable person. does she have a chance to win if she's not out there and trying to say, here's who I am and here's what I stand for?
I think it all depends on the makeup and the mood of the country at that point in the midterms, right? Is that person endorsed by Trump? How popular is Trump? Is it something similar to what we saw in 2022 where, people are tired of the extremism? These things go by fast, but they are a long way away.
Isn't that like going into the Super Bowl and hoping the other team didn't practice, though?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes those Super Bowls would look like that.
Well,
right?
I get it, but I mean,
did you see the last gubernatorial election?
No, you're right. You're right. But again, I don't think you can bank on that.
No,
I mean, is she missing an opportunity right now to blow her own horn when she needs to be the centrist who's telling people, look, I am the voice of reason, and here's the reasonable thing I want to do, and we're gonna do everything we can, and if it gets stopped, it's because of the crazy, and it's gonna come back to me as the normal person.
I think it's something to consider for sure, and I think that's got to be part of the reorganization conversation. Is what are we doing? Who are our leaders, and who are the mouthpieces that are going to go and try and attract voters into the tent? Because at the end of the day, one of the big issues we've got, separate from all this, is we have a voter registration disadvantage as Democrats in the state, right?
Yeah.
And if we're going to win anything in the next cycle, we got to fix that. And the last time we were right on top of taking the lead was in 2020. So that's got to be a priority. And then you get the leaders involved to try and do
Or you
that.
could support open primaries and let independents come your way to begin with.
Chuck,
but I'm sorry.
You opened the door. You opened the door. So I'm going to ask Chuck Coughlin, you were involved in Prop 140, the open primaries bill. I love
We do these things because they're hard, Barry, not because they are easy.
I love the idea. It lost. What was it?
It got trashed.
It got trashed. Was it 70 points? No, I'm kidding. It was like a 20 points. It was.
It was 59-41.
All right.
What did Harris say?
18 points.
Sometimes the fight takes time.
So, Chuck,
landing on the moon took time.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. They had this running in 12 different states. It lost in every state. It lost except for D.C. and of course,
it's a testament to how tribal our politics is.
Yeah.
Today.
Well, in the District of Columbia, of course, the best run
more
area.
like a
in the
municipal
country,
election there.
But what happened? Why don't people vote for that?
I think there's several reasons. I wrote a summary memo today on this. It was we had a competing ballot initiative, so that got confused on there.
Although that got crushed also.
It got crushed, which is a testament that what do we want? Because it's not clear what we want here. You had endless litigation. We were in endless litigation, which clouded our ability to frame the initiative, which happened for us instead of us framing it. And then we may have made some mistakes in crafting it as well. But the issue itself, at its core, is exactly the type of issue that Democrats should jump on.
Yeah.
Because it's about ballot access. It's about letting everybody vote. About allowing every voter to be treated the same, about letting every candidate to be treated the same, which is ballot access. That's been the Democrat Party's platform. And so I would argue if you begin to market to those people, which they have on a reverse side, if you begin to market to those people, then they will come your way.
Why not? And I'm gonna. This is gonna sound like I know it's easy in hindsight to say this, but I said this to you 6 months ago when I read it. Why not just have top two open primary, top two vote getters go to the as opposed to leaving it to the legislature and these different options? Why not?
So
just
the
do
noble thought at the time when we drafted it, we all had this conversation. Was we started off with top 5 ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
It would not test well. I walked away. We came back. They go, well, let's just do an open primary. And then, there were voices in the room that said, well, we should make ranked choice voting an opportunity. I don't necessarily disagree with that. If I went back and did it again, what I would say is lock in top 2.
Yeah.
Lock in top 2. After 6 years, you can change it if you want. Or the people can change it if they want to go do an initiative. But ranked choice voting will be legal.
Yeah.
And we could have argued that we have made it legal but not required it.
I have to tell you, I am constantly and pleasantly amazed by the people of Arizona with all these ballot initiatives. We have so many on the ballot this year, and they read them, and I think they understand them, and I think oftentimes they do the right thing. The abortion thing passed 60-40.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are just going to sound too good, like the border security bill. That's going to pass, even though it's not going to do anything.
Right.
But they knocked down all the stuff that the legislature threw on there about trying to restrict the ability to put things on the ballot.
Yep.
They knocked down almost everything the legislature put there. I'm very impressed by that normally, but I do say when you read something and it's complicated or overcomplicated, they just say no.
Well, I think
they just say
the
no.
length of the ballot too. I think think that's a factor, and I'll help him out here a little bit. I think that could have contributed as well to the underperformance, but also the Republican legislature. To your point, Barry, they did that. They tried to make it longer, to make it harder to kind of kill some of these things, and they got rewarded for it. Look at that. The
fact that they both lost by about the same amount, though, is that evidentiary that people are easily confused by our election process. And if you don't keep it simple, stupid, all of a sudden we just get, you're in the weeds. Because the people rejected the partisan amendment that effectively would have just enshrined what we have now.
Right.
So we have what we have now.
Right.
We just didn't, we want to leave it open, right?
Well,
so are you coming back with more?
We're going to have that conversation. We're going to have that discussion later on this month.
Well, let's have it on the air.
Well,
did you bring?
I just gave you my ideas. I just said how
like
I'd clean it up. But what we need is to get a clear path where we can frame it, and we need a C3 campaign ahead of time that frames the issue in a way that is iconically sympathetic to all voters, that says about treating everybody the same.
I'm writing down iconically sympathetic.
We're going to take a short break right now.
Iconically sympathetic.
Chuck is going to explain to Chris Merrill what C3 is, and then we'll have that for you when we get back. All right, stay with us. Our panel is going to stay with us. Matt Grodzki is here, Chuck Coughlin, and, of course, Chris Merrill. I'm Barry Markson. It's Arizona's special election coverage.
Hi, this is David Kimmerly with Sanderson Ford. Black Friday sales are everywhere as it becomes one of the biggest sales periods of the year. With it being the day after Thanksgiving, it's fitting to say thank you. We're thankful to live and prosper for the past 70 years right here in Glendale, Arizona. I'm thankful for our 500 employees who take care of our customers, making us America's most awarded Ford dealership, and I'm very thankful to you, our customers, for without your support, we couldn't give back and support our community with events like Operation Santa Claus. So we're saying thank you with our Black Friday thank you sale the entire month of November.
New 2024 F-150 trucks, 3.9% APR financing for 60 months with up to $4,000 cash back. Similar savings on over 900 new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot.
So don't miss the Sanderson Ford Black Friday thank you sale. Thank you.
OAC through Ford Credit. Up to $4,000 cash back requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle. Offers expire November 30th.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Only 2% of roofers in the country have qualified as Master Elite, an award Gleason just received for quality workmanship and consumer satisfaction. Don't let small roof issues turn into big problems. Ensure your home or business is protected with the no-cost roof audit. Schedule today at GleasonRoofing.com or call 480-338-6644.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit. And enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
We learn valuable life lessons from our loved ones. Lessons that protect our home and keep us safe. Like avoiding pests such as cockroaches that can be attracted to leaking pipes, or mice that are drawn to left out food. And standing water around your home can be a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Stopping pests that can spread disease is a valuable life lesson to pass down from one generation to the next. Learn how you can have a healthy, pest-free home. Visit pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election.
All right, it's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Markson. Thanks for being here. We've got our powerhouse panel with us today. Matt Grodzki is here, Democratic strategist with Matters of State Strategies. Chuck Coughlin, political strategist on the Republican side with High Ground. And, of course, Chris Merrill, co-host of the Chris and Joe Show 2 to 4 right here on KTAR. Chris, what is the takeaway from this election? Is this something where the Democrats have to go back and completely?
You talking about the national election or Arizona?
Let's talk about nationally, because I really do think I think Arizona was just kind of washed up with the national election here. But what does the Democratic Party have to do in your mind if they're going to come back in 2 years and retake the House or do anything that's helpful?
Well, first of all, I'm going to agree with Matt here because he said basically we just hope that the other team fumbles. And if there's anybody that's going to fumble or throw an interception, it's going to be Trump and his crew because they tend to trip over themselves. And I think that's part of the brand, actually. Part of what is appealing to him is part of what is disgusting to so many people. It's why he's a divisive character. So that's the first thing. Second, is finding one thing that Joe Biden had, I think, in 2020 is the reason that he was lured out of retirement for 2020 was because he felt comfortable, right? I mean, he felt like Grandpa is coming home and he's going to let you sit on his knee and he's going to pull out a candy from his pocket with no wrapper on it. It's a little gross, but you're going to eat it and it's a Werther's original and he's going to smell like mothballs and it's comfortable, right? The Democratic Party right now, obviously rebranding, trying to figure out who they are, pick up some people from a lane that's been abandoned by MAGA. I have been thinking about the Gavin Newsom direction. I think he's on a timeline and has been since he was elected. I think he was looking at 18, 22, done in 26, take 2 years to campaign, be on the ballot in 28. I think that's what he's thinking. But for the Democrats, I think right now they appear elitist and out of touch, and having a California Democrat stepping in to the top of that ticket might appeal to the base, but is not going to appeal broader, which means looking for Tim Walz doesn't have the charisma for it, but a Shapiro, a Whitmer, somebody that can relate. Although I am kind of on the fence. It's going to sound sacrilegious. It's going to sound terrible, but I don't know about a female on the ticket. They're 0 for 2 right now, and I don't know how much that plays into it, and I don't know if there's studies going to be done.
Third time's a charm, maybe.
I said on Twitter the other day, and I said this is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but the Democrats have won every presidential election in the last 6 cycles except when they run a woman. And I'm not saying that's why, but every time they've won, and they've won every one of them, except the 2 times they've run a woman, those are the ones they've lost.
So finding stability, and then also one thing that Trump appealed to, and you guys talked about, the MAGA group and who they're appealing to and who they're relating with. Let's call that the grievance class. And I'm afraid that we're about to start seeing even more than we have in the past, the grievance cycle, where the incumbent is going to come in and continue to remind us how bad our lives are. And I don't think that's mentally healthy. But
he'll have a hard time doing that, though, because he'll be calling in fire on himself. Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry, not the incumbent. The challenger will be content. And I apologize. You're right. I misspoke. The challenger is going to continue to tap into the grievance and how bad everything is. And I just don't think
what's
it's
Trump going to say for the next 4 years? That's the curious thing that I'm.
Well, he's going to gaslight. He's going to say, no, it's great.
All of you right. He'll attack members of his own party.
And he's
the unemployed have never been happier.
Right. He's going to gaslight the left over identity politics all the time. That's an easy one.
But
That's
works.
a layup.
It's going to be interesting to see, as much as everybody's been knocking the economy, it's going to be interesting to see what Trump does here, because the economy, stock market's at a record high, unemployment's at a record high.
He's taken over a good one.
Again,
a juggernaut.
He got it from Obama. He got it from Biden.
And he kept it going after Obama, so we'll see. Do you guys think, can a woman win the presidency in the United States?
I think ultimately, yes. I think our 2 case studies, they've run against Trump, right? And as a girl dad, it kills me to see that. I think we will get to that point. You know, but I think part of our reassessment is identifying timing, the special circumstances with this one. I mean, she didn't get to be the nominee for very long. I think that's one of the key things that we have to look at as well.
Female CEO or female general?
There you go.
Female general would work.
More important, and to your point, female Republican. Because otherwise, it's identity politics, and that's the card that gets played.
Well,
but I think a Nikki Haley could have been elected.
I think that's true. I think that's true as well.
That's true. It's going to be interesting to see where this plays out. But I don't know that the Democratic Party can change itself enough and get away from the far left to get to where I think it needs to be to win. But again, we're reacting now.
Well, but that becomes this discussion about when you're a party that is a multi-coalition party, are you really a party?
Yeah.
You're not really a party anymore because you're so diffused that and Trump solved that problem.
Yeah.
That's what he solved that problem. So can you represent all of these constituencies? That's that old Kennedy quote. It can't be a minority and be a minority party. It can't be a woman, be a woman's party. It can't be the labor and just be the labor. We got to be citizens first.
How much of this is Joe Biden's fault? And I'll give you two things that I keep hearing about, and one that I think about. But he said, I'm going to nominate a woman as vice president when he was going to win anyway. He didn't have to do that, but he said that when Bernie Sanders said something at a debate, and suddenly he had to do that, and he picked Kamala Harris. And a lot of people don't think she was the most qualified. She couldn't get anywhere in the primary 4 years ago, and yet here she is, and now she became the nominee in this circumstance. But more importantly, this is what I'm saying. Joe Biden said he was going to be a transitory figure. He basically said, I'm going to be a one-term president. And I will tell you, he could have gone down in history as a hero. He stopped us from Trump. He got us away from that. He took us out of the pandemic. He got the economy humming again. He got bipartisan big bills passed, and then he stepped aside. And the ego couldn't do it. And I like to think I could do it, but I don't know. The White House is pretty nice. The planes, the security, I like all that stuff. He couldn't do it. If he would have said that 2 years ago, he would have said, I'm stepping aside. Let's have a primary. How much different could this race have been?
I think he still gets the hero status, regardless of when he decided to walk away. I think that decision was ultimately profound, and he deserves credit for it. I think, and it's never going to be determined, I think the headwinds were always there. He was polling at 40% the entire time. I'm not sure whether it's Kamala Harris or someone else, regardless, if anybody can come in from the party and try to defend the term as successful as I thought it was and still get elected. We were talking yesterday about, the animosity that was there post-Bush years, and nobody wanted McCain, and he was trying to talk about how we're turning the page. Harris was trying to talk about how we're turning the page. Any other nominee would have done that same thing. And based on the results, the country wanted change again, getting back to that other thing. So I just think the wave was inevitable, the scale of it, I think that's the only factor
There's
that would
no
change.
doubt. There's no doubt it was a huge tactical mistake for him to stick around.
Yeah.
And we've all been there in the self-justification mode, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's breathing their own fumes and we can do this, we can do this. And everybody's, become your yes culture to the president and his wife, who all want to do it too. And that was just a fatal flaw. And you're absolutely right. And who knows what would have been different. I don't know that it would have been largely different given what has happened now.
Right.
Yeah.
Given the burden, as Matt said, about the record.
But you could have had somebody not in the administration running, and they could have said, we're going to go in a different direction. We appreciate Biden, but we're going to go in a different direction.
Right.
They would have had to run, I think, completely against large elements of that to be successful. And I'm not sure that was going to happen,
Chris Merrill, do you think anything different? And I have to tell you, the ego thing kills me here. Biden's ego, Ruth Bader Ginsburg's ego. That's why the Supreme Court is the way it is now. That's the ego of these folks gets in the way of good policy, of what they really want. That's the part that
I think
kills
we
me.
can agree that it wouldn't have been any worse had he stepped aside sooner.
No, this is pretty bad.
So whether or not it would have given somebody else a better chance, not sure, but it certainly wouldn't have been worse for the Democrats. I mean, they got smoked.
Yeah.
Top to bottom, they got smoked.
I'm actually surprised they're not picking up 40 seats in the House. That's what smoked usually looks like, and they're not going to do. The Republicans aren't going to do that this time. So that part does surprise me. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Matt Grodsky, Chuck Coughlin, Chris Merrill, thank you all for being here and staying late on KTAR. Stay with KTAR all 24 hours a day. Check out the website, KTAR.com, for the latest updates on our election dashboard. And Jim Sharp is here tomorrow morning with Jamie West. They'll have the latest updates. Special thanks to the entire KTAR news team. They've been working round the clock to bring you all of this election information. That continues tonight, tomorrow, and through the weekend as more ballots are counted. Special thanks, Pablo Rios. He produced this big program all week long. He's been working double shifts. And Pablo, you're the best. Thank you for doing that. And everybody here at KTAR. I'm Barry Markson. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, it's Gatos for the Arizona Painting Company. You know what time of year it is, right? Family is going to be coming over to the house. You're going to have